Incandescent fireballs streak through the air, a devastating magical assault. A colossal dragon of rock and scale roars in agony under the fiery barrage. A young warrior lunges forward, shouting for his party to strike now. His sword finds its mark as he recalls the 3 long months of struggle. With his party, he thinks of how they finally subjugated the great beast. But the triumphant scene shatters into static, the victory not what it seems. A virtual reality headset clatters to the floor, its connection violently severed. The young man collapses in his room, clutching his chest in excruciating pain. He gasps, his face contorted in agony as his life begins to fade. His mind flashes back 3 years, to a doctor delivering a grim diagnosis. He was told then that his incurable heart condition meant the next attack would be fatal. He recalls quitting his job to dedicate his remaining time to the VR MMO BBO. In the game, he became a top-ranked player, renowned for his strategic mind. He used that incredible knowledge to defeat a boss thought impossible for 3 years. Back in reality, he wishes he could have lived just a little longer. His eyes are fixed on the monitor, his connection to his friends. Frantic messages from his guildmates fill the screen, asking what's wrong. A single tear forms in his eye, knowing this is a goodbye he cannot explain. With a trembling hand, he reaches for the keyboard to type one last message. He types out a simple farewell, "Thank you for everything." His finger presses the enter key, sending his final words to his friends. His head slumps forward as his life in that world comes to an end. In the darkness of the void, he makes one last heartfelt wish for a happy life. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open in utter shock. He finds himself sitting up in a strange bed, completely bewildered. A chaotic flood of memories from 2 different lifetimes rushes through his mind. He clutches his head, trying to make sense of the life he has somehow already lived. He remembers his final wish, realizing it must have been granted. He understands he has been reborn in another world, his past memories intact. He stands by the window, determined to understand his new circumstances. In his reflection, he learns his new name in this life is Eld. He recalls he is the 4th son of a minor noble in a remote territory. Within his family, only his kind younger brother Light ever speaks to him. His parents are shadowy figures who have always treated him as a useless failure. They have only tolerated him until tomorrow, when he turns 15 and becomes an adult. He knows that after the coming-of-age ceremony, he will be officially cast out. Yet as he faces this bleak future, he feels no sense of despair. Looking down at the village, he is struck by its uncanny resemblance to the game BBO. He realizes this world's systems of magic skills and jobs are just like the game. The available jobs are fantasy archetypes, not modern professions. The skills people use, like spinning slash and magic ball, are identical. He remembers confirming this when he saw his older brothers using their skills. He knows that without a formal job, he is considered a novice. But he recalls that even the lowly novice class has access to one skill. He decides to test his theory, whispering the name of a basic spell, self-cure. A shimmering ball of healing magic forms in his hand, proving his theory correct. He is certain now. The system governing this world is the same as BBO. However, he also knows this world's people lack his deep encyclopedic game knowledge. He thinks about the self-cure spell, a simple but incredibly useful magic. He has only ever seen the locals painstakingly use medicinal herbs for minor wounds. His seemingly hopeless situation as an outcast now feels like a great advantage. He clenches his fist, filled with the confidence that he has the knowledge to survive. The door to his room creaks open, interrupting his thoughts. His younger brother Light enters to speak with him about the next day. Eld announces his decision to a shocked Light. He will not attend the ceremony. Light thinks it's about the cost, but Eld clarifies it isn't about the money. He states plainly that he simply does not wish to participate. The narrative explains there are 2 methods for acquiring a job. The first is the coming-of-age ceremony, a blessing from the village priest. This method, however, only grants low-performance, basic jobs. Furthermore, once a job is acquired this way, it is a permanent, unchangeable choice. The other, better method is to travel to the Grand Cathedral in the royal capital. There one can obtain a far superior, high-ranked job. For this reason, he is determined to leave the village without the ceremony. Light warns him that their father might be pleased, but Eld will be a novice forever. Eld asks Light to relay the message to their father, knowing the man won't listen to him. He offers his brother a calm, resolute smile. Light looks on, his expression a mixture of worry and reluctant acceptance. He agrees to pass on the message, and Eld thanks him for his help. 3 months later, a gruff voice shouts from outside, ordering him to wake up. Eld's eyes snap open. He knows the time for his departure has come. His father Geld stands over him, his face a mask of contempt. He orders Eld to get ready, his tone leaving no room for argument. Eld sits up, recalling that it's been months since he last spoke to his father. A heavy burlap sack is unceremoniously thrown at his feet. Geld gives him the sack, sarcastically praising his decision to refuse the ceremony. With a cruel grin, his father bellows for him to get out immediately. Eld remains impassive, his expression betraying no emotion. He says a simple goodbye as his father curses him, telling him never to return. Now dressed in traveler's clothes, Eld walks away from the manor for the last time. He takes stock of his meager starting gear, a shoddy sword and 10,000 gil. His brother Light is waiting for him at the estate gate, asking if he's leaving. Eld tells Light he's going to become an adventurer, much to his brother's disbelief. He confidently explains that anyone with sword skills can become an adventurer. Light laments that Eld should have changed his job first, if that was his plan. He stops Eld and presents him with a heavy pouch of money. He explains that it contains 100,000 gil and urges Eld to take it. Eld is visibly surprised and touched by his brother's generosity. He smiles softly, thinking to himself that he was blessed with a good brother. He tries to refuse, saying he will only accept the sentiment. Light insists that he will keep the money safe for Eld whenever he needs it. Eld thanks his brother and promises to work hard so he won't have to rely on it. He walks through the village gates, leaving his past and a watchful Light behind. He sets off on the open road, his solitary journey finally beginning. His path takes him into the deep woods surrounding his former home. He thinks about his first priority, finding a town with an adventurers guild. He knows the guild can provide information on how to reach the royal capital. But his more immediate concern is his flimsy sword. He hopes to avoid any monsters. As if on cue, he spots a large, white-furred wolf lying still on the path. The wolf leaps to its feet, revealing its ambush. It is a ferocious, high-tier wolf. On a dusty forest path, a large, white-furred wolf lies in wait. From the cover of the trees, Eld's sharp eye observes the creature. The wolf lifts its paw, realizing its predatory ruse has been discovered. Its calm facade shatters, revealing a ferocious, snarling beast ready to attack. Eld stands ready, sword drawn, knowing a novice's poor scouting skills are a disadvantage. He reflects that monsters almost always spot a novice first, seizing the initiative. However, a smile crosses his face as he recognizes this particular opponent. It is a wolf, a creature he knows was the weakest monster in BBO. Despite his confidence, he knows he cannot afford to be careless in this new world. The very sensation of swinging a sword feels identical to his time in the game. With a vicious snarl, the wolf lunges forward, its jaws wide. The beast closes the distance in a blur of aggressive, predatory motion. Eld relies on the observational skills he honed through years of playing BBO. He focuses his entire being, his senses sharpening for the critical moment. He believes that even as a level 1 novice, victory is within his grasp. He deftly sidesteps the wolf's savage bite, its powerful jaws snapping on empty air. He knows with certainty that subjugating this beast is entirely possible for him. Pivoting smoothly on his heel, he prepares to deliver a swift counterattack. His blade flashes in a vicious arc, slicing deep into the wolf's vulnerable underbelly. The devastating blow was a critical hit correction, a core system from BBO. Eld stands victorious over the fallen creature, his sword held at the ready. In that single moment, he has confirmed his theory about this world's mechanics. The techniques he mastered in BBO are not just viable here, they are real. He is almost surprised by how his body moved on its own, without thought. It was pure instinct, a product of muscle memory from another life. He reflects that landing a critical hit was a feat even high-level players struggled with. He now wonders what other systems from the game might exist here. He kneels beside the dead wolf, preparing to harvest materials from its body. It is now time for the carving work, a familiar, if tedious, task. He recalls how much players complained about this grind in the game. The developers eventually added a convenient auto-carve skill to streamline it. He focuses his intent, attempting to activate the auto-carve skill on the carcass. The wolf's body remains inert, the quality of life skill failing to activate. There is no response. The skill must not exist in this version of the world. He decides to test a different, more fundamental skill from the game. He places his gloved hand over the claws and activates the purification skill. A faint light envelops the claws, instantly cleaning them of blood and dirt. He concludes that this world is similar to BBO, but not a perfect copy. His journey continues, his understanding of this new reality deepened. He finally arrives at the fortified wooden gates of a town named Iria. The town is a bustling place, filled with travelers, merchants, and adventurers. A lively market stall is busy with customers, the air filled with friendly chatter. Eld takes in the familiar sights, murmuring that this is indeed Iria. A large, powerfully built man calls out to him, asking if he's lost. Eld politely explains that he is new here and is looking for the Adventurers Guild. The man's eyes fall upon the worn simple sword at Eld's hip. He also notices the lumpy burlap sack, a clear sign of meager possessions. The man correctly deduces that Eld is a disowned son of a noble family. He remarks with a wry smile that with such poor gear, Eld is asking for death. Eld confirms he was disliked, and the man nods, understanding his difficult situation. The man decides to offer the young traveler a single piece of crucial advice. He tells Eld that he should stop using such formal, polite language immediately. Eld asks why, and the man explains the rough-and-tumble culture of adventurers. Using polite speech marks you as a naive target to be exploited by others. Eld changes his tone, and the man gives a hearty, "That's the spirit," in approval. The man then points him down the street, telling him the guild is that way. He wishes Eld good luck on his new path as an adventurer and waves him off. Eld considers the advice, a thoughtful expression on his face as he walks away. He realizes the man was right. Even his own father never used such formal speech. He soon arrives before an impressive two-story building that must be his destination. He looks up at the grand structure, thinking to himself that this is the guild. A sign above the door confirms it. Adventurers Guild, Iria Branch. With a sense of purpose, he pushes open the heavy wooden doors and steps inside. The interior is spacious, with a large, crowded quest board on the far wall. Eld's eyes are immediately drawn to a massive map of the world hanging nearby. The map shows a vast world of continents and islands separated by a wide sea. He confirms that the royal capital is on another continent, far across the ocean. He knows reaching it will be difficult, but his immediate goal is to find a ship. For now, he decides to check the available quests to gather more information. Examining the requests will reveal the local monster types and regional threats. As he scans the board, something makes him break out in a nervous sweat. A subjugation request for a wolf is inexplicably classified as a C-rank threat. A diagram illustrates the AF ranking system, confirming C rank is the third highest tier. He wonders what the F rank quest could be, where wolves should rightfully be placed. An F rank quest poster shows a cursed rabbit, a suitably weak creature. Other low-level quests are for creatures he's never seen, like a Uribo piglet. He realizes he's never encountered these D-rank or lower monsters in BBO. The power scaling of this world is completely different, making the situation hard to judge. He decides to get answers by taking his harvested monster fangs to the reception counter. He approaches the desk, where a young woman with long blonde hair is working. The cheerful guild receptionist, Teresa, asks if he's there to sell materials. He says he wants to sell fangs but doesn't know the monster's name. She gently chides him, saying it's very dangerous to fight unknown enemies. He asks if he needs to be a registered guild member in order to sell items. She says no, but explains that the guild doesn't purchase all monster parts. Deciding it would be faster to show her, he prepares to present the fangs. He places the two pristine, perfectly clean wolf fangs on the counter. Teresa's eyes widen in surprise as she immediately recognizes the wolf fangs. Her expression quickly shifts from genuine surprise to professional suspicion. She accuses him of trying to commit fraud by selling items he bought elsewhere. Eld is annoyed, thinking the receptionist believes he's a liar trying to cheat the system. He insists he killed it himself, questioning how such a weak monster could be C-rank. She retorts that monster strength can vary, and the fangs are suspiciously well processed. He decides to drop the argument. His priority right now is securing some funds. He asks how much the fangs are worth and if she is able to purchase them. She offers him 34,000 gil, a surprisingly large sum of money for the items. He agrees to the sale and then asks if he can register with the guild. She deducts the 5,000 gil fee, leaving him with a heavy pouch of 29,000 gil. She then begins the registration paperwork, asking him for his official job class. Eld looks at her directly and states his class with a calm expression, novice. Teresa concludes her statement, her expression now serious and concerned. She confirms his understanding. The exam fee is non-refundable, even upon failure. He asks why she won't stop him. She'd rather he understand for himself. He asks if the test is simple. It is, she clarifies, but not for a novice. She presents a list of trials and tells him to choose one to take. She explains the outcome is the same regardless of which test he passes. He realizes every test requires a job-specific skill, making them impossible for him. His gaze locks onto the one and only option that offers a chance. The final choice is a trial by combat, a mock battle against an examiner. He admits the conditions are severe as he's just a weak, skillless novice. He's likely level 1. His past game experience feels insufficient against a trained warrior. He firmly selects the mock battle. Teresa confirms and prepares the arrangements. She dashes off to make preparations, asking him to please wait. She peeks back from the doorway, her expression curious and unreadable. The view pans up to the wooden ceiling of the training area. She returns and invites him into the sunlit training yard. The heavy door to the yard closes with a resounding thud. The examiner scoffs, asking if he's the fool trying to be a novice adventurer. He smiles calmly, admitting he can't win and asking him to go easy. The examiner refuses to go easy, calling a novice adventurer a wasted life. He declares that preventing such a needless death is his sworn duty. He knows their stats are worlds apart. A single clash would mean his defeat. Having committed, he resolves to try, asking only not to be hurt. "Don't worry," the examiner says, turning his back to select a weapon. His hand grips a heavy practice sword. He is a professional after all. He promises to end it quickly, with an injury that will easily heal. He realizes he shouldn't expect the examiner to actually go easy on him. He asks to use the same sword, but the examiner bluntly refuses him. He is told to use his own sword if he is more familiar with it. The examiner points out his sharp blade. Eld simply says it's not a problem. He changes his mind, asking to borrow a wooden sword from the rack. He walks to the rack of training weapons, observed by a silent Teresa. Teresa watches him intently, her gaze filled with silent observation. A light wooden sword is better, he thinks, if defeating him isn't the goal. His attention is suddenly drawn to a different weapon on the rack. He selects a steel longsword, identical to his opponent's. This is the one. The examiner asks if he has decided. Eld gives a simple confirmation. The two combatants face each other, and the examiner says to begin. Teresa steps forward to referee, asking if both combatants are prepared. The examiner looks on, confidently stating that he is ready to fight. Eld's gaze is sharp with focus. He is ready to begin at any moment. Teresa opens her mouth, preparing to give the signal to start. With a powerful shout, she declares the Adventurers Guild exam has begun. The examiner calmly walks forward, closing the distance between them. Eld takes a wide, stable stance, his sword held ready before him. The power difference is immense. His only opening is when a skill is used. Skills are powerful but lock the user, creating a tiny defenseless window. But his opponent isn't using skills, forcing a fight of pure ability. With a sudden burst of intensity, the examiner lunges forward to attack. He closes the distance in an instant, his foot planting hard. He brings his sword down in a powerful overhead slash towards Eld. He recognizes the stance for a powerful downward strike. He knows he cannot win by meeting this blow with his own strength. But he plants his foot, ready to execute his own countermove. His plan is to evade the strike with the most minimal motion possible. The attack descends in a blur of speed and overwhelming force. The examiner unleashes Guard Crush, a skill that shatters any defense. Using such a powerful skill now is a clear invitation to counterattack. His foot hits the ground, committing him fully to the powerful strike. Eld moves in a flash, sidestepping the attack at the last moment. The blade smashes into the ground where Eld just stood, cracking it. He is now behind his foe, sword raised for the decisive strike. He realizes with a knowing smile that the examiner intentionally gave him this chance. If he can't land a critical on this easy target, he deserves to fail. His gaze is sharp and focused, ready to land the perfect critical hit. The examiner turns, his face a mask of pure shock and disbelief. His sword strikes true, the impact resonating with the force of a critical hit. Teresa gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief at the unbelievable turn of events. The examiner is thrown back by the impact, collapsing onto the dirt. Stuttering in shock, Teresa raises a hand and calls an end to the match. It seems he passed. He's grateful the examiner held back and helped him. The examiner looks up, struggling to process that he was just defeated. He is utterly stunned to have been beaten by a simple novice. He was beaten by a novice who didn't even use a single skill. He smiles, impressed that the examiner is still pretending to be surprised. He offers his hand, thanking the examiner and calling him a good person. Conceding defeat, the examiner demands to know where he learned his swordsmanship. He simply claims it was self-taught, hiding the truth of his past life. He remembers the endless, tireless combat training with his friends in the game. The examiner marvels at his skill, but Eld insists he only won because he held back. Eld asks about the Guard Crush, saying it must have been intentional. The examiner feigns ignorance, asking what he is talking about. He smiles, seeing the examiner is determined to hide his act of kindness. The scene shifts back to the Adventurers Guild reception area. Teresa beams with joy, congratulating him on officially becoming a guild member. She presents him with his guild card as he offers his thanks. He looks at the card, confirming his name, Eld, is correctly written. He sees his rank is, as he expected, the starting F rank. She asks if he needs an explanation of the rules for members. He asks her to proceed, so she begins with the most important duties. She lists the 3 duties: no false reports, client confidentiality, and obeying the law. He asks about the consequences should he ever violate these rules. Penalties depend on the violation, from suspension to punishment under royal law. She warns him that in the worst cases, the penalty is death. The penalties are severe. He asks if those 3 are really the only duties. He asks about forced quests, recalling a hated high-risk system from BBO. She confirms quests are never forced. Only the 3 duties are required. He understands and asks her to continue with their remaining explanations. She raises 2 fingers, moving on to deadlines and their associated penalty fees. She explains that missing a deadline means quest failure and a penalty fee. Eld, now an official adventurer, considers the guild's rules, asking what happens if he misses a deadline. Teresa explains that even if a quest is done, reporting late results in failure. She concludes the orientation, telling him to ask if anything else comes to mind. Eld skims the written regulations, finding nothing out of the ordinary. His next priority is information. He asks where to find a bestiary or combat manual. Teresa says she can lend him the guild's copies, but he can't take them outside. She seems surprised he wants the books that are generally used by adventurers. A brief transitional panel shows the wooden beams of the guild's ceiling. She presents 2 books, a bestiary with a map and a combat manual with a crest. Eld thanks her, noting how thin the books are. Teresa remarks that few adventurers read. He decides to start with the bestiary, titled Regarding the Monsters of the Area Region. The F-rank section is filled with unfamiliar creatures like the biting rat and sand mole. He flips the page, noting the E and D rank monsters are also completely unknown to him. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he recognizes the creatures on the next page. The C rank section shows the wolf, scorpion, and blood-sucking bat, all weak starter mobs. He is utterly baffled, wondering if their C rank classification is some kind of joke. His shock deepens, seeing the B rank lesser wolf, a mere beginner's hurdle in BBO. He wonders if this means all the adventurers in this world are incredibly high-ranked. He flips to the A-rank section, only to find the pages are completely blank. A relieved smile crosses his face. It seems the local monsters are actually weak. He picks up the second book, The Adventurer's Combat Manual, ready to investigate further. Skimming the basics on weapon care and carving, he decides it's not worth his time. The beginner section on stances and basic magic is equally rudimentary to him. He finds the intermediate section on timing and positioning to be common sense. Even the advanced section on fighting multiple opponents seems like basic knowledge to him. As he skims, he suddenly stops, his eyes catching an unexpected passage. He stands in disbelief. The manual ends there, missing all truly advanced techniques. His gaze locks onto a specific line of text, a flicker of recognition in his eye. The book describes a rare phenomenon known as the miraculous strike. It explains the legendary adventurer, Gilart, could perform this feat with a 20% success rate. Eld is stunned. A 20% critical hit rate made someone the world's strongest? A horrifying realization dawns on him. No one here knows the trick to landing criticals. He knows the secret, a precise technique that guarantees a critical hit every time. Without that knowledge, a 20% chance is just random luck, practically useless. He concludes that this world's combat knowledge is deeply flawed, rendering the bestiary unreliable. Teresa looks up from her desk, asking him how he found the books. He thanks her, wryly thinking he can't possibly tell her they were too basic. He asks one final question, how to get to the royal capital. Teresa is shocked. She explains he can take a ship from Minaton, but the cheapest ticket costs 3 million gil. Other options include working for a noble, a merchant, or the guild itself. He thanks her, resolving to save the money, while she jokingly suggests he could swim. Looking at a map, he decides to earn money in area while assessing the local monsters. His gaze is fixed, his immediate goal to earn funds, his ultimate destination, Minaton. He returns to the counter, asking for a beginner-friendly quest to get started. Teresa suggests an E-rank quest to hunt lesser wolves, thinking it's a perfect fit. He asks if his F-rank status is a problem, but she confirms there are no rank restrictions. He questions the quest's unusually high reward, sensing something is amiss. With a brilliant, beaming smile, Teresa explains it's because the quest is very difficult. Eld's eyes narrow with suspicion, seeing through her cheerful facade. He flatly rejects her offer, deciding to take a standard, less suspicious F-rank quest. Teresa argues that it's a waste, claiming his victory was just a lucky, miraculous strike. She privately doubts her own words, knowing the novice exam is designed to be failed. Her eyes go wide as she realizes his winning blow truly was a miraculous strike. Eld confirms her theory, stating a novice couldn't have won without such a lucky hit. He wonders if anyone can land a critical hit by chance, even without knowing the technique. Teresa, now convinced of his power, excitedly tries to push a C-rank quest on him. She holds up the quest slip, her eyes sparkling with mischievous delight. Eld gives her a completely deadpan, untrusting stare. He turns his back on her, walking to the board to choose for himself. He selects a simple F-rank request, subjugating cursed rabbits for 150 gil each. A brilliant idea suddenly flashes in Teresa's mind. Feigning resignation, she agrees to process the paperwork for his chosen quest. The afternoon light streams through the Guildhall window as she works. She hands him the documents, sweetly explaining the area second forest is perfectly safe. Eld looks at her, a hint of doubt still lingering in his expression. She advises him not to let his guard down and to be well prepared, just in case. He thanks her, confirming the location is the information he truly needed. With his first quest accepted, Eld departs from the Adventurers Guild. His expression is calm and focused as he steps out into the world. The examiner from his test greets him, calling him the strongest novice. Eld clarifies he's not the strongest and is heading to the area second forest. The examiner repeats the location, a look of confusion on his face. He explains the receptionist assured him the forest was safe, with only weak rabbits. The examiner seems to accept the explanation, though a flicker of doubt remains. He gives Eld a casual wave and wishes him luck on his hunt. Eld watches him go, quietly promising to do his best. His boot kicks up dust as he steps onto the path leading out of town. He stands at the forest's edge, knowing even cursed rabbits require caution for a novice. He ventures down a path, the ancient trees of the forest looming over him. He stops, peering from behind a thick tree trunk, scouting the area ahead. He steps into a clearing, confirming he has arrived at the area second forest. A sudden rustle in the nearby bushes shatters the quiet. He turns toward the sound, a bead of sweat on his brow, sensing something is wrong. He realizes the fleeting shape was not a rabbit, but a wolf, a lesser wolf. A sharp-clawed paw steps out from the undergrowth, confirming his fear. From the shadows, an entire pack of white-furred lesser wolves materializes. A close-up shows one of the beasts snarling, its sharp fangs bared for a kill. Two wolves charge, and Eld confirms the threat with a jolt of alarm. He realizes Teresa deliberately sent him here, to the wolves' hunting ground. He is completely surrounded, the pack cutting off any possibility of escape. Drawing his sword, he resolves to fight, counting 6 enemies charging at him. His face is a mask of determination as he prepares to meet their attack head-on. He braces his body, ready to receive the full force of the pack's assault. At the last second, he feints, then dodges aside as the wolves lunge past him. The lead wolf's jaws snap shut on empty air, its attack completely missing. The beast looks back in enraged surprise, its momentum carrying it forward. A white blur represents the impossibly fast arc of Eld's sword. His blade connects perfectly, sending a spray of dark blood into the air. The first wolf collapses as its packmate looks on in stunned disbelief. Eld stands over his first kill, ready to face the remaining 5 wolves alone. A massive white wolf growls, its lips peeled back in a vicious snarl. Eld grips his sword, his expression focused as he prepares for the coming battle. In a flash, he cuts down a second wolf, shouting that it's the next one. The slain wolf collapses to the forest floor with a heavy, lifeless thud. Eld stands ready, his sword held defensively as another body lies behind him. A pack of wolves emerges, and Eld recalls the iron rule of combat. He knows he cannot give them a single moment to regroup and coordinate. He becomes a whirlwind of motion, his cloak a blur as he attacks. His blade bites deep into another wolf, the lethal strike marked by blood. He flows through the fight, moving from one wolf to the next without pause. With intense focus, he declares that the next one will be the last. He brings his sword down in a final, powerful slash that ends the battle. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as a strange, new sensation flows through him. He stands amidst the carnage, wondering why his body suddenly feels so light. A wild thought crosses his mind as he clutches his head. Could he have leveled up? He isn't sure if this new world even has a level-up system like BBO. He decides to test his theory, picking up a sharp stone from the ground. He prepares to use Power Throw, a skill he shouldn't be able to access. A faint white light envelops his fist as he channels his newfound energy. He hurls the glowing stone with incredible force, his cloak whipping around him. The stone slams into a tree, shattering the wood in a small, powerful explosion. Smoke rises from the impact crater as Eld watches, his suspicion confirmed. He smiles, knowing for certain that he has leveled up and unlocked a new skill. He considers his first day a great success, having registered and gained a level. Now he decides it's time to go have a little talk with the receptionist. He returns to the imposing stone building of the Area Adventurers Guild. With a deadpan look, he asks Teresa if these wolves are what she calls cursed rabbits. Teresa feigns surprise, remarking that lesser wolves shouldn't be in that forest. Eld presses her, stating he's never heard of a cursed rabbit forest before. Her face becomes a blank mask of shock as she realizes her supposed mistake. Eld sees through her act, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. He plays along, asking if his quest is a failure and if he owes a penalty. Teresa dramatically declares that such a thing is absolutely unacceptable. She theatrically confesses to accidentally giving him the wrong quest paperwork instead. Exasperated, Eld confirms he killed 6 wolves, telling her she can't be mad. Her act vanishes as she gleefully announces his total reward of 24,000 gil. Eld is completely stunned by the unexpected mountain of gold coins on the counter. He stares in wonder at the small fortune he has just earned from his hunt. He decides to forgive her, knowing rabbits would have earned him almost nothing. He realizes she understood his strength and gave him a quest to match his skill. He asks if there are any good quests for tomorrow, and she enthusiastically agrees. The next day, he visits a local weapon shop to spend his new earnings. He enters the shop filled with swords and shields and approaches the blacksmith. The burly blacksmith welcomes him to the shop, ready to assist him. Eld seriously explains that he is looking for a new sword. He examines a shorter sword from a rack, testing its weight and balance. He knows a good weapon is essential to make up for his own weak stats. Unimpressed by the selection, he asks the blacksmith if he has anything better. The smith presents a new blade, inviting Eld to give it a test swing. Eld takes the sword, its perfect balance immediately apparent as he handles it. His eyes light up with recognition. He knows this is an excellent sword. He decides to buy it, feeling he can now fight without worrying about his gear. The purchase has left his funds at nearly zero, but now he must earn more. Back at the guild, he asks Teresa if there are any lesser wolf quests today. He questions her about the number of subjugations she mentioned earlier. She explains the reward is based on the number of requested, not total kills. Eld understands now that hunting beyond the requested number is simply inefficient. He decides to accept a different quest for now, which surprises Teresa. He figures he can clear the 32 wolf quests in about 2 hours. Teresa is shocked that he can handle so many powerful monsters so quickly. Eld calmly assesses his own strength, believing he can handle E-rank quests. He spots a request for spear rats with a high reward and a massive kill count. He smiles, knowing this is the perfect quest for him to grind efficiently. He accepts the quest, and Teresa agrees that it is a perfect fit for him. With his new objective secured, he decides it's time to head out again. He leaves the town behind, heading back into the vast open wilderness. After finishing off the last of the lesser wolves, he stands ready for his next task. He thinks to himself that next on his list is the spear rat subjugation. He arrives at a tranquil part of the forest with a small arched stone bridge. He wonders if this is the spear rat forest Teresa told him about. He feels the location is different from what he was told. It's too open. He spots his quarry in the tall grass, a rodent with a single, sharp horn. The creature looks up, its beady eyes meeting his from across the clearing. He confirms that this must be the right hunting ground for the spear rats. He grips his sword, deciding to take down just one to gauge its strength. Suddenly, the rat throws its head back and lets out a piercing, high-pitched squeal. Eld is startled by the unexpected and ear-splitting cry. The squeal echoes through the forest, a clear and urgent summons for aid. He looks around, hearing the call answered from every direction in the woods. He realizes with a jolt of alarm that the creature has called its allies. The sheer volume of the returning cries tells him this is no small pack. He knows he must act fast and thin their numbers before they can fully gather. He dashes forward, his sword a blur as he cuts down the first rat. He stands over its body, confirming that individually the creatures are weak. But he knows that these spear rats are far more dangerous than they appear. A tide of white fur pours from the trees, surrounding him in a massive swarm. He knows his superior technique is his only advantage against his own weak stats. He grips his sword tightly, knowing he has no other choice but to fight. The chittering horde of horned rats surges towards him, a wave of white death. He braces himself, preparing to meet the overwhelming tide of enemies head-on. He wades into the swarm, his sword a flashing arc of destruction. The rats leap at him, their sharp horns jabbing and goring from all sides. He parries and strikes, his face a mask of grim determination against the horde. The relentless assault forces him to his knees, but he refuses to fall. He grits his teeth, knowing that he can endure this fight and emerge victorious. Even against a swarm, he knows his superior technique gives him a fighting chance. He continues to fight efficiently, his blade a blur as he cuts down his foes. He blocks and parries, his movements a desperate but controlled dance of survival. He knows that the most important thing in this grueling battle is to stay alive. A gentle white light glows as he casts self-cure, healing his wounds to continue the fight. Eld's hand clenches as he thinks about the crucial timing for his recovery. With his eyes narrowed in focus, he knows he must remain perfectly calm. He carves a path through the rat swarm, knowing he must fight to recover. An enormous mountain of severed horns is dumped onto the guild counter. Teresa stares in disbelief, gasping out the impossible number, 276. Eld stands before the counter, the proof of his hunt piled before a stunned Teresa. He gives her a tired, knowing look, asking if she's playing innocent again. He asks if spear rats always swarm. Teresa cheerfully insists no such monster exists. Confused, Eld asks if he is mistaken about the creature he just fought. Teresa explains that spear rats don't form such massive triple-digit swarms. Her eyes suddenly widen as a shocking realization dawns on her. Picking up a horn, she exclaims that these materials are from army rats. Eld asks if they are different. She confirms they are a C-rank threat, unlike the E-rank spear rat. He asks if his quest is a failure. Teresa explains that taking on that swarm alone was suicide. Eld asks if this means the quest is a bust, worried about his payment. He grimaces, realizing the terrible implication of his quest being a failure. Teresa thoughtfully mentions that the materials from army rats are highly valuable. He asks if that's true. She brightly confirms each is worth 20,000 gil. Overjoyed, Eld tells her to buy all of them, and Teresa happily agrees. 2 massive, glittering sacks of coin are presented to him as his reward. Eld stares at the fortune, his mouth agape in utter joyous disbelief. He holds a platinum coin worth 100,000 gil. Teresa notes it's a rare payout. She warns him not to flash his wealth around, lest he be targeted by thieves. Eld looks surprised, wondering if there are really thieves in this town. Teresa says the area is safe, but carelessness could lead to an ambush. With his newfound wealth, Eld declares he is heading to the capital immediately. Teresa smiles sadly, lamenting the departure of the first strong adventurer in ages. He smiles back, promising to return if he ever feels like it. She asks why he's going. He explains he has important business to advance his career. With a final wave, he turns to leave, bidding her farewell for now. Teresa suddenly runs after him, calling his name and asking for one more moment. She bows deeply, sincerely apologizing for having lied about the cursed rabbit quest. Eld turns back, his expression calm as he takes in her apology. He understands what she is referring to, remembering her earlier trickery. He tells her not to worry, but she insists he should remain wary of her. He smiles kindly, saying he can handle it if others resent him. Teresa looks up, her eyes wide, touched by his forgiving nature. Her face breaks into a radiant, relieved smile as she accepts his words. Eld waves a final goodbye to Teresa as he departs from the guild. He and the examiner exchange a silent, respectful wave as he leaves. His boot steps onto the dusty road, beginning the next leg of his journey. He stands on a hill overlooking a coastal city, his next destination. The vibrant, sprawling port city of Minaton is revealed in all its glory. The city's wooden docks are bustling with people and moored ships. Eld takes in the view with a smile, confirming that this is Minaton. He asks a guard how to buy a ticket, who directs him to the Makishia company. The guard confirms the ticket price is a staggering 3 million gil. Eld thanks the guard and waves goodbye, heading off to find the company. He walks up the city's stone stairways, making his way through the port. He approaches a large building, a prominent and ornate crest on its wall. He looks up in awe at the massive fortress-like Makishia company headquarters. A single bead of sweat forms as he murmurs at its incredible size. He arrives at the ticket counter for the royal ferry service. The clerk asks for a letter of introduction, which Eld admits he does not have. The clerk informs him the standard fare is 3 million gil. Eld presents his platinum coin, asking if this is enough. The clerk confirms it is. The clerk asks if he's a famous adventurer. Eld replies that he is nameless. A ship is leaving in 30 minutes, and Eld agrees to take it. The magnificent galleon cuts through the water, leaving the port behind. Eld stands alone on the upper deck, watching the coast recede. The ship's sails billow in the wind, held by intricate rigging. Other passengers can be seen walking on the lower deck of the vessel. Leaning on the rail, he calculates the journey to the capital will take 3 hours. A strange rhythmic thrumming sound from the main mast catches his ear. He turns, a look of recognition dawning as he identifies the object. It is a water-crossing stone, an ancient relic used to power the ship. He then spots a young woman and her maids below, frustrated by another failure. The woman wonders if the preparation is too slow, despite following the recipe. Eld observes them, realizing they are attempting to compound a potion. He sees the ingredients laid out: berries, bones, leaves, and powders. His game knowledge allows him to instantly identify the spirit elixir of pale green. The young woman looks up, surprised to have been overheard by him. She calls out to the adventurer above, asking what he just said. Eld descends the stairs, repeating the elixir's name and asking if he was wrong. The woman, Mina, asks with sudden hope if he knows how to make it. She repeats her question, and he calmly confirms he knows the recipe by heart. Mina is shocked, realizing he can brew the potion right here and now. She pleads with him to make it, promising to pay him anything he asks. Eld smirks, testing his luck by asking for 10 million gil. She asks if that's all, her casual response leaving him stunned. He stammers in disbelief at her wealth, confirming the price is fine. 10 minutes later, the expertly brewed elixir is ready to be bottled. Eld carefully pours the finished, shimmering green liquid into a glass vial. Mina holds the vial, closing her eyes in pure relief, finally having the medicine. Her maids embrace, crying tears of joy for their beloved Lady Mina. Eld is glad it worked, but is left wondering about this woman's identity. He is stunned to realize he even procured the rare, super high-quality world tree leaf. Mina thanks him profusely, her face beaming with sincere gratitude. She offers him a handful of coins as his promised reward. He thinks it's a lot, but she insists it's fair for 2 doses worth. She then offers him something else instead, an ornate, official-looking card. He takes the card, asking what it is with a puzzled expression. She explains it is a mark of trust from her company, recognized by nobles. Eld is shocked, asking why she would give such a valuable item to him. She smiles, saying a company president must be able to judge character by voice. The title stuns him. Company president? He asks in disbelief. She confirms, introducing herself by her full name, Mina Makishia. She proudly announces she is the president of the company operating this ship. Eld is completely floored, realizing he's just met a very important person. He thanks her, still in shock. She insists the thanks are hers. Mina, the merchant president, turns to the quiet adventurer and asks for his name. The young man simply replies that his name is Eld. Mina wishes him a safe journey, hoping they will meet again soon. Eld watches her go, then turns his gaze back towards the endless sea. Suddenly, his senses flare, and he calls out to Mina, sensing something wrong. He points towards the horizon, insisting that something is rapidly approaching. Mina looks on in confusion, seeing nothing but the calm, rolling waves. Eld's expression hardens. He is certain of the approaching danger. A violent splash erupts in the distance, confirming his dire premonition. The grand 3-masted galleon sails on, its crew unaware of the threat. Eld notes the ship is fortified, but Mina orders a sailor to confirm. The sailor acknowledges her command and rushes to the ship's railing. He raises a spyglass to his eye, scanning the distant disturbance. His professional calm shatters, his face twisting into a mask of pure terror. A colossal serpentine beast erupts from the waves. He screams that it's a sea dragon. The massive creature carves through the water with terrifying speed and power. The sailor reports that the monster is charging directly towards them. The sea dragon continues its relentless assault, churning the sea into a frenzy. Mina cries out that it's impossible. The beast is far from its habitat. Eld's mind recalls the creature's lore, noting its power far exceeds a wolf's. He grimly calculates that a single bite from its jaws would be fatal. Mina desperately asks if the ship is safe, but Eld calls it an unforeseen threat. Taking command, Mina orders all fighters to assemble and civilians to evacuate. The sea dragon's cold, reptilian eye glares with ancient, malevolent intelligence. Its target is clear, the glowing water-crossing stone hanging from the main mast. Eld realizes the mast is the target, as Mina wonders what they can do. She despairs that if the mast breaks, the ship is doomed to sink. Gazing at the open sea, Eld resolves that they have no choice but to fight. A small, nervous group of adventurers and guards assembles on the deck. Eld steps before them, his voice ringing out, asking for long-range attackers. A small unit of 3 archers and 2 mages raise their hands in response. He assesses their numbers, wondering if this small force will be enough. He then asks if any of them can protect the mast from the sea dragon. The assembled warriors look down, their faces grim, knowing they are outmatched. Eld closes his eyes for a moment, accepting the heavy burden of command. He declares that it can't be helped. He will have to do it himself. He vaults onto the ship's railing, taking a solitary stance against the beast. Sword in hand, he stands alone, facing the monstrous wave of destruction. The sea dragon charges forward, its speed creating a massive wake. Eld commands the ranged unit to begin their attack as it enters range. A young mage acknowledges the order, a magic circle already glowing brightly. The mages unleash their spells, sending bolts of crackling energy across the water. The archers draw their bows, loosing a coordinated volley of arrows. The combined assault slams into the sea dragon with a series of fiery explosions. The ranged unit watches as a cloud of steam and smoke obscures their target. The sea dragon emerges from the smoke, completely unharmed by their attack. The adventurers cry out in despair, believing their attacks had no effect. Eld's sharp eyes, however, spot a small scorched patch on the dragon's scales. A close-up reveals the singed, blackened mark on the beast's armored hide. Another view shows their arrows have chipped away at the scales, proving damage. Eld shouts that their attacks are indeed working, urging them to continue. The young mage, his confidence restored, agrees and prepares another powerful spell. Another massive volley of magic and arrows explodes against the charging beast. Eld knows that if they can keep dealing damage, they can eventually win. The dragon's massive tail churns the water, propelling it forward for an attack. The beast creates a massive wake as it closes in on the ship. Eld realizes the true problem is the dragon's inevitable, powerful assault. The sea dragon rears its head, its maw open in a terrifying roar. A confident smile touches Eld's lips. He declares the real battle starts now. The colossal sea dragon looms over the royal ship, ready to strike. The beast's massive head, armed with sharp horns, sweeps towards the deck. The young mage looks on in terror as the devastating attack comes closer. The sea dragon's cold, unblinking eye is filled with murderous intent. Its horned head becomes a blur of motion as it attacks the ship. The horn sweeps across the railing, aimed directly at the adventurers. Eld's mind focuses, his entire being dedicated to one impossible goal. He must perfectly time a critical hit with the beast's attack. He lunges forward, unleashing a perfectly timed and executed critical counter. The dragon's eyes widen in shock as its powerful attack is met head-on. A blinding flash of light erupts at the precise point of impact. Eld grunts, bracing his body against the immense force of the collision. The shockwave of the counter explodes outwards, a starburst of pure energy. His blade holds firm, completely negating the dragon's immense momentum. Mina, her maids, and another passenger stare in utter stunned disbelief. The force of the impact sends a blinding flash of light across the deck. The scene briefly goes white from the sheer, untamed power of the counter. The dragon's horn is stopped dead, mere inches from the ship's railing. Eld knows that with this method, even a novice can nullify the enemy's attack. A maid cries out in amazement that he repelled the attack with his sword. Another passenger wonders just who this incredible adventurer could possibly be. Eld ignores their praise, knowing his very life is on the line. He thinks that a critical counter can repel even the dragon's strongest attacks. Mina snaps the stunned adventurers back to reality, telling them to attack. The young mage shouts her assent, preparing another powerful spell. A fresh barrage of magic slams into the stunned sea dragon's head. The beast's eyes narrow in fury, now focused solely on Eld as the primary threat. The sea dragon raises two horned appendages, preparing a deadly dual assault. One of the horns lunges towards Eld with incredible speed and power. Eld prepares to counter the first attack, his expression one of intense focus. He meets the first horn with another perfectly executed counterattack. He grits his teeth, knowing that countering two attacks at once is impossible. He throws himself aside as the second horn slams into the main mast. He breathes a sigh of relief, admitting that was far too close for comfort. He knows a critical counter requires perfect timing and angle to work. A confident smile appears. He just needs to win before the mast breaks. The ranged unit unleashes another powerful volley of spells and arrows. The sea dragon groans in pain as the relentless attacks find their mark. Eld encourages them, saying they are almost there, urging them on. The beast's armored scales begin to smoke and crack under the assault. The force of the continued assault rocks the entire ship and its passengers. The battle concludes with a deafening, climactic explosion. Eld stands ready as maids cower from the blast's blinding light. With a determined gaze, Eld faces the aftermath. Mina behind him. Mina thanks him for his help, but he humbly says it's his duty. He smiles, declaring the real battle starts now, and he's counting on them. The other adventurers shout as they unleash a final, powerful volley. The sea dragon roars in agony as explosions tear into its body. Its head, wreathed in smoke, goes limp as it succumbs to its wounds. Eld remains on guard, his sword held firm, watching the beast fall. The colossal sea dragon sinks beneath the waves, its reign of terror over. Onlookers cheer in joyous relief, an old nobleman exclaiming, "They've won." The nobleman turns with open arms to thank the brave warriors. He then looks for their mysterious and incredibly strong swordsman. But the deck where their hero stood is now strangely empty. The nobleman looks around, confused, wondering where he could have gone. Eld has slipped away, sighing in relief by a quiet cabin door. He thinks that he must avoid the spotlight with so many nobles around. A soft voice asks if he means to avoid people like her. Eld admits he has plans in the capital and doesn't want to be celebrated. Mina smiles, saying she understands his desire for discretion. She insists he listen, reminding him he saved her life and many others. In the name of Mina Makishia, she vows she will repay this debt. Eld gives a genuine, warm smile, saying he will look forward to it. The magnificent ship sails on, continuing its voyage across the sea. From a distant shore, a cloaked figure notes the sea dragon's defeat. The leader dismisses it as trivial to their organization, the Garden of Despair. The ship's sails billow as it finally nears the capital's harbor. Eld stands at the railing, his expression serious as he gazes ahead. A crewman announces their arrival, telling passengers to prepare to disembark. Eld's eyes are filled with focus. His primary objective is now within reach. Watching the sunrise over the city, he knows the time has finally come. As the ship enters the harbor, he resolves to become a sage here. The ship glides through the water at sunset, a small church on the cliffs. Eld spots the structure, identifying it as the grand cathedral he seeks. The old weathered church sits atop a rocky cliff against the twilight sky. He is surprised to see a relief of a goddess carved on its facade. He looks up at the ruin, wondering if this is truly the grand cathedral. He confirms his theory, noting the carving of Geus, the god of jobs. Though the church is run down, he knows its existence is what's important. He feels confident that he can now complete his job change. Mina appears, asking if he has business there, surprised by his piety. Eld asks if she knows anyone at the church, hoping for an introduction. He thinks this is a wonderful offer, easing his worries about getting inside. Mina apologizes, telling him that this is not the Grand Cathedral. It is an abandoned church. She points to the real one in the distance. A massive, grand, domed cathedral stands proudly overlooking the city. Eld stares in disbelief, questioning if that is the real Grand Cathedral. He worries he can't change jobs there without a statue of Geus. Mina asks if he's sure about entering the ruins just because he likes them. She warns him it may be a den for squatters or even thieves. She says she is sure he can handle it, but doesn't want him getting into trouble. She then stuns him by asking if he is truly an F-rank adventurer. He admits it's true, showing her the guild card to prove it. Mina scoffs at the guild's poor judgment and vows to get his rank fixed. Eld stops her, explaining he doesn't want a high rank with his shallow experience. He thinks about how the local skills are identical to those in BBO. He knows their combat tactics are poor, relying on simply using skills. He realizes technique is useless without stats. The fight would have taken hours. Therefore, he concludes he shouldn't be high-ranked while still a novice. Mina thanks him and tells him to be careful, offering her help anytime. Eld gratefully accepts, telling her he's counting on her as the ship docks. The passengers begin to disembark, walking down the gangplank to the city. A crewman wonders where the swordsman went as Eld hides nearby. Mina spots him, giving a playful wink and a shushing gesture. Eld smiles and waves back, their secret safe between them. The royal capital is dominated by a breathtaking, towering white castle. Eld walks the streets, amazed by how vibrant the city is compared to Iria. An ornate sign for a local inn hangs from the side of a building. He sits in his simple room, letting out a sigh as he plans his next move. He wants to change his job, but knows he can't go to the ruins in daylight. He decides 3 a.m. is the perfect time to infiltrate the abandoned church. With hours to wait, he lies back on the bed to get some rest. He continues to rest, his hands behind his head, waiting for night to fall. He lies patiently, his gaze fixed on the ceiling as time passes. A loud rumbling sound echoes in the quiet room. His eyes snap open as he realizes with a blush that he is hungry. He sits up, remembering he hasn't eaten since before the sea voyage. He decides to get some food while he still has time before his mission. He walks the evening streets, passing under glowing lanterns and shop signs. He strolls down the cobblestone path, searching for a place to eat. He passes a boisterous, laughing adventurer enjoying a drink outside. He approaches a tavern with a bar sign, observing the patrons. He notes the area is a bit rough, but decides the tavern will suffice. A waitress cheerfully welcomes him as he steps into the lively establishment. She explains it is crowded and he must share a table, which he accepts. He is shown to a table occupied by a lone blonde-haired woman. A delicious-looking Hamburg steak is set down in front of him. The waitress confirms it's the popular cheeky beef Hamburg steak. He lifts a juicy piece of the steak with his fork. He takes a satisfying bite of his first proper meal in days. His cheeks full, he happily remarks on how delicious it is. A loud man bursts in, demanding the waitress save seats for his party. The eye patch-wearing man arrogantly declares that he is a card holder. The waitress politely refuses, explaining they do not take reservations. The man's face twists into an angry snarl. He scoffs at her, looking around the crowded room for an empty seat. The waitress pleads with him to simply wait for a table to open up. He sneers, deciding that any empty seat is his for the taking. He strides forward purposefully, ignoring the confused waitress. His heavy boot stomps down, heading directly toward Eld's table. A large eye patch-wearing man menacingly stomps towards Eld's table. With a gruff voice, he gets the young adventurer's attention. Eld looks up from his meal, telling the man to move. The young woman sharing his table gasps, terrified by the tension. The belligerent adventurer cracks a cruel, intimidating grin. Eld lets out a quiet sigh, muttering about what a nuisance this is. The man's single eye twitches, having clearly heard the insult. He leans down, demanding to know what Eld just said to him. Eld calmly replies that he can't just move on a whim. The man angrily rejects this, roaring that he wants him to move now. Eld realizes that a reasonable conversation is completely impossible. He calmly tells the man to settle down and wait for his party. He lifts a piece of food, saying he might be done by then. With infuriating calm, he takes a bite of his juicy steak. He remarks with a smile how truly delicious the meal is. The man's face contorts with rage, feeling utterly humiliated. The sharp sound of a greatsword being drawn fills the tavern. He raises the massive blade, preparing to strike Eld down. The entire tavern watches in stunned silence as the scene unfolds. Eld's expression finally turns serious, realizing the immediate danger. The greatsword is held high, gleaming ominously above Eld's head. The man thinks Eld is even more reckless than he first imagined. With a furious roar, he begins his powerful downward swing. His hands grip the hilt tightly, committing to the killing blow. Eld's eyes analyze the man's crude, purely power-based form. He spots the fatal flaw in the clumsy overhead attack. His hand darts out, not for his sword, but for his fork. As the blade descends, the man screams for Eld to die. A sharp clang rings out as metal unexpectedly strikes metal. The massive greatsword is stopped dead in its tracks mid-swing. The adventurer stares, his mind unable to process what just happened. The other patrons in the tavern look on in utter disbelief. A simple four-pronged dinner fork clatters onto the stone floor. Eld recognizes his perfectly executed move, a critical counter. The man stammers, shocked his sword was stopped by a mere fork. Eld rises from his seat, his meal now completely forgotten. He asks the man what he plans to do now that he started this. With lightning speed, Eld's hand snaps out and grabs his arm. He activates the submission hold skill, twisting the man's arm back. Eld knows that he could easily break the man's arm now. The man grunts, asking if Eld thinks he can get away with this. He roars defiantly, enraged that Eld has dared to challenge him. Eld calmly asks if he is some kind of great adventurer. He tightens his grip, telling the brute to listen up. The man proudly declares he holds a bronze card from the Zionist company. He threatens to ruin Eld's life, warning him to be prepared. Eld repeats the term bronze card, his expression thoughtful. He recalls another adventurer, explaining the card's local importance. A small chibi version of Eld understands the concept now. He suddenly remembers that Mina had also given him a card. The man gloats that the Zionist company will not remain silent. Eld's expression remains completely calm and unimpressed. He leans in close, mentioning that he has a similar card. He reveals a lustrous black card with an ornate crest. The man asks derisively if that is supposed to be a bronze card. His single eye widens in absolute horror as he recognizes it. The once arrogant adventurer collapses to the floor in a heap. His teeth begin to chatter uncontrollably from sheer abject terror. He stammers, identifying the impossible. A gold card from the Makishia company. A wave of shock and awe ripples through the entire tavern. A patron marvels that this boy stopped a sword with a fork. Eld looks at the card, wondering if it's really that rare. The man prostrates himself, begging for his life and offering everything. Eld is surprised, stating that he never asked for any money. He wonders at the incredible power this single card seems to hold. The other patrons whisper amongst themselves about the incredible sight. They wonder who he is, as he cannot be some nameless adventurer. Eld realizes this card is more trouble than he had anticipated. Two city guards burst through the door, demanding to know who's fighting. Eld is surprised, wondering who could have possibly called them. The man on the floor points at Eld, falsely accusing him of assault. The guards, having heard the truth, prepare to arrest the real culprit. They bind the belligerent adventurer's hands and lead him away. Eld sighs, realizing he has stood out far more than he wanted. The young woman from his table timidly approaches him to speak. With a bright, sincere smile, she offers him her heartfelt thanks. Eld smiles back, telling her to be careful not to get involved again. He admits he was just protecting himself, but the thanks are nice. He leaves the now quiet tavern, walking into the capital's streets. He looks at the voucher the owner gave him for a free meal. His stomach is full, but he still has time before his true mission. He decides to head back to the inn and rest his body until then. He lies down on his simple inn bed, still fully clothed. He couldn't sleep. His anticipation for the job change was too strong. He springs from the bed, his body feeling rested and ready. He feels his condition is perfect, and he is ready to fight. He quietly slips out of his room into the silent inn hallway. He stands in the deserted, lamp-lit streets of the capital at night. He observes how remarkably quiet the city is at this hour. He covers one of his eyes with his gloved hand, focusing. He prepares to activate a skill he knows will be useful. He unleashes dark vision, his sight flooding with ethereal light. The oppressive darkness of the street vanishes in an instant. His perception of the world shifts to one of perfect clarity. He knows this is a common skill, but hopes others are unaware of it. He looks up towards the dark cliffs that loom over the city. He stealthily makes his way up a stone staircase toward his goal. He finally arrives at the abandoned church on the cliff's edge. The old building is dilapidated, its wooden doors hanging open. He pauses at the entrance, hearing the faint sound of voices from within. Under the stars, Eld crouches in the shadow of a crumbling stone church. He notes the residents are awake, hoping to avoid a needless confrontation. He slips through the open door, peering into the dark, silent nave. He recalls that BBO churches like this often had underground job change rooms. He hears voices from below, confirming his suspicions about the church's occupants. He moves through the decaying hall, searching for the way down. He finds a stone staircase leading to a heavy wooden door. He approaches the door cautiously, listening to the activity within. Inside, bandits are drinking, making his mission far more complicated than he hoped. His eyes widen in surprise at the unexpected complication. He sees the door has been barred shut from the other side. He concludes that a direct approach through the front is not a good idea. He circles around the back of the church, finding an old stone well. He peers over the edge, considering the well as a possible secret entrance. The dark circular well offers an alternative path into the church's depths. He grips the thick rope and begins his descent into the darkness. He remembers that these wells often serve as back entrances to the underground. He lands in a small, circular chamber at the bottom of the well. A single wooden door is his only way forward into the bandit's lair. He places his hand on the door, preparing to make his move. He determines that this is a viable entry point for his infiltration. He realizes he'll be spotted if he just enters, so he formulates a plan. The rough stone blocks of the well give him an idea. He decides to create a loud diversion to draw their attention away. The tip of his sword glints in the darkness. He strikes the pommel of his sword against the stone wall, creating a sharp noise. The bandits are startled by the sudden sound, wondering what it was. With his opportunity created, he prepares to move with haste. The sound echoed from the well in the churchyard, drawing the bandits' focus. He knows there is no time for a slow, cautious descent now. He leaps into the well shaft, beginning a rapid, controlled fall. He activates his skill, landing technique, to ensure a silent arrival. He plummets through the darkness toward the chamber floor below. His foot touches down with a soft, dust-raising impact, making no sound. Crouching silently, he has successfully bypassed the bandits' main force. Above, the bandits shout about an enemy, ordering their men to the front. He smiles faintly, his diversion having worked perfectly. He quietly opens the door, slipping into the underground complex. He finds himself in a storeroom, filled with stolen crates and chests. His eyes widen in surprise as he recognizes the contents of a crate. He finds the crate is filled with bags of hemp. He recalls this item was part of a quest involving an evil organization in BBO. He notes this is likely their funding, but decides now is not the time to act. As he opens the next door, he comes face to face with a shirtless bandit. A surprised "ah" escapes his lips as his cover is blown. The bandit points and shouts, alerting the entire hideout to an intruder. More bandits pour into the corridor, their faces grim as they charge him. A grotesque-looking bandit orders the others to kill him as archers take aim. Eld's face shows a flash of panic as he is suddenly surrounded. He dodges an arrow that whistles past his ear, the situation escalating. He thinks desperately that he must find the job change room quickly. At the end of the hall, he spots a door with a familiar goddess carving. With a jolt of recognition, he identifies it as the job change room. He throws the door open and rushes inside to escape his pursuers. The room is in disarray, but a serene statue of the goddess Geas remains. He exclaims with relief that this is the place he can finally change his job. The pounding footsteps of the bandits grow louder as they charge down the hall. He glances at a heavy, overturned bookshelf, a desperate idea forming. With a powerful shove, he sends the bookshelf crashing to the floor. He pushes the heavy piece of furniture against the door, creating a barricade. He thinks to himself that this should buy him just enough time. He turns his attention to the weathered but beautiful statue of the goddess. He knows this is where he must receive a divine blessing to change his job. He thinks of the class that masters all magic and adapts to any fight. He recalls it was the one Job said to have completely broken the game's balance. With burning determination, he declares that the Job he will receive is Sage. The orb held by the statue begins to glow with a brilliant, divine radiance. A powerful aura of pure light erupts from Eld, enveloping his entire body. The light coalesces around his chest, his very being undergoing a transformation. The ascot at his neck glitters as his humble clothes are remade. He stands reborn in a stylish white coat, swirling motes of power around him. His eyes reflect the immense power he now commands. He looks at his gloved hand, feeling the surge of unfamiliar energy. He marvels that this tangible sensation of a job change is new to him. The bandits outside finally begin to smash through his makeshift barricade. The wooden door splinters and cracks under their relentless assault. He decides this is no time for sentimentality as a magic circle forms. He unleashes his first spell as a sage, a powerful fireball. The fireball detonates against the door with a massive, fiery explosion. The blast blows a gaping hole through the wall into the next room. In the main chamber, the bandits are shocked by the loud explosion from within. He steps through the hole, noting he's been found and is in the warehouse. He activates his levitate skill, rising into the air to make his escape. He floats up and out through the hole he created in the wall. He soars out into the churchyard, leaving the chaos behind him. He lands gracefully on the outer wall of the compound. Below, the bandits emerge, confused, shouting about where the intruder went. He decides his business is done. It's time to let the bandits sleep. He leaps from the wall, beginning his escape from the cliffside church. He runs along the dusty path under the light of the full moon. Suddenly, a sword flashes out of the darkness, aimed right for his neck. His eyes widen in shock at the sudden deadly ambush. He throws himself backward, the blade whispering past his face. His attacker notes with surprise that Eld managed to dodge the blow. The cloaked man Plagiusto remarks that Eld's escape was impressively smooth. Eld's eyes lock onto the intricate crest on the man's cloak. He recognizes the symbol of the Garden of Despair with a jolt. He recalls the organization, a criminal syndicate bent on destroying society. He remembers they were the most dangerous evil organization in the world of BBO. The man asks how Eld knows their name, demanding to know where he heard it. Eld stands firm, stating it's natural to know about those who attack his ship. The cloaked man, Plagiusto, is impressed, calling the Sea Dragon affair a top secret. Eld reflects internally. He was just guessing, trying to trick information out of him. Plagiusto confronts him, asking if he was the swordsman who stopped their pet. Eld is shocked by the rumor, defending his shabby sword's surprisingly high price. Plagiusto asks what Eld will do now that his identity as the swordsman is known. Looking up at the sky, Plagiusto makes a surprising offer for Eld to join them. He introduces himself as a high-ranking member, personally guaranteeing Eld's abilities. With a manic grin, he promises Eld anything he wants. Money, women, everything. Eld considers the recruitment offer, thinking accepting might be his safest option. He weighs his low level against learning the secrets of the Garden of Despair. With a confident smile, Eld refuses, stating he has no interest in their organization. Plagiusto remains calm, suggesting a simple one-week trial period to test them out. His demeanor darkens, mentioning they have unlimited funds and people to kill. He lunges, sneering that once Eld is killed, he will surely become addicted to it. A blade flashes towards Eld, who is caught off guard by the sudden attack. Eld grunts in surprise, exclaiming, "Again!" as he dodges the swift strike. A second blade whistles past his face, a deadly feint he barely avoids. The second blade nicks his cheek, drawing blood as he recoils in pain. Eld stumbles to the ground, watching his surprisingly fast and deadly opponent. He rises, stating with grim resolve that he has unfortunately never killed anyone. He challenges Plejisto to test him and see if he'll become addicted to killing. Eld charges forward, shouting that Plejisto will be his first real opponent. Plejisto grins, revealing a set of wicked, three-pronged claws on his hands. He unleashes a volley of throwing knives, a storm of steel hurtling at Eld. Eld stands his ground, expertly deflecting the deadly knives with his own sword. The two close the distance, their blades clashing in a rapid flurry of motion. Eld puts his full strength into a two-handed strike against his opponent. Plejisto easily parries the blow with a small dagger, the impact flaring brightly. Eld looks on in shock as Plejisto holds his sword back with just one hand. Plejisto sneers, commenting on how light and weak Eld's sword feels in battle. He presses his advantage, forcing Eld back with his overwhelming strength and skill. A powerful swing from Plejisto's dagger arcs cleanly through the air. Plejisto's attack is a blur of motion, a testament to his deadly expertise. Eld is driven to his knee, completely outmatched in the contest of swordsmanship. He realizes the man can parry his two-handed strikes with just one hand. Plejisto laughs cruelly, knowing he is several levels above his outmatched opponent. He declares that Eld's death is now only a matter of time. Eld spots a piece of rubble on the ground, a new plan forming in his mind. He snatches the rock, his expression shifting from defense to a new offense. He unleashes the clay bullet spell, sending projectiles hurtling towards his foe. The clay bullets pepper the ground around Plejisto, who prepares to dodge. Plejisto easily leaps over the seemingly harmless attack, shouting, "Whoops!" He lands gracefully, completely unfazed by the magical assault, a sound of impact echoing. Eld smiles faintly, thinking his opponent's sword felt lighter than he expected. Plejisto laughs, mocking Eld and asking if he's actually a magic user. Eld clenches his fist, cryptically replying, "I wonder about that." He dashes forward, shouting, What do you think?" challenging Plejisto's assumption. His hand grips his sword, but his true attack is already in place. Eld watches intently as his opponent takes a fateful step forward. Plejisto's eyes are focused on Eld, unaware of the trap beneath him. Eld stands ready, knowing his plan is about to come to fruition. A magic circle forms as Eld prepares to reveal his true strategy. Eld's spell is not the one he announced, but something far more insidious. Plejisto realizes his feet are the target, calling it a cheap trick. A thick, sticky substance erupts from the ground, ensnaring his boot. Plejisto cries out in shock, struggling against the powerful adhesive. Eld's eye narrows, the trap is sprung, his opponent now completely immobilized. The spell is revealed, Sticky Bomb, a magic that ensnares its victims. Eld explains that the spell looks like clay bullet, a perfect deception. Plejisto grunts in frustration, a bead of sweat on his brow. He struggles, but the sticky substance holds him fast to the ground. His face contorts in a mask of pure shock and disbelief. Eld summons a new powerful magic circle, preparing the final blow. He apologizes, stating he can't allow himself to be killed here. Plejisto grinds his teeth in rage, completely helpless and trapped. Eld unleashes Slime Bomb, a torrent of corrosive acid. The slime engulfs Plejisto, his face melting in agony. A grotesque explosion of acid and gore erupts on the path. Eld watches grimly, his hand outstretched from casting the spell. His expression shifts to shock as he sees something in the remains. His own hand begins to burn from the residual magic's power. He clenches his teeth, feeling the intense corrosive heat. A terrifying light emanates from Plejisto's dissolving body. His arm shatters and reforms, no longer human. A monstrous clawed hand emerges from the dissipating slime. Eld's eyes widen in utter disbelief at the horrific transformation. He stands over the emerging beast, sword drawn, ready for battle. The entire cliffside path shatters and explodes upwards from the force. Massive chunks of stone are thrown into the air by the eruption. The stone bridge connecting the cliff to the city crumbles away. A hulking, rock-skinned monster now stands where Plejisto once was. The creature's eyes glow with malevolence from a maw of sharp teeth. Eld recognizes the transformation as the artificial demon god's drug. He levitates into the air, facing the towering demonic beast. His expression is grim but resolute, his new coat whipping in the wind. He recalls the drug's nature. Immense power for the cost of sanity. He realizes this world shares more with BBO than just a name. A brilliant, complex magic circle materializes around him. He knows a direct fight is foolish and prepares to end it quickly. Flames begin to gather as he prepares a powerful spell. He unleashes Fire Arrow, a searing bolt of flame streaking forward. The monster raises its massive, rock-like fist to block the attack. The fire arrow impacts its arm, but the beast seems unfazed. The monster looks on, surprised but not injured by the magic. It stumbles back, swatting at the flames as a minor annoyance. Eld unleashes a massive barrage of fire, engulfing the monster completely. The monster is consumed by the inferno, its form lost in the flames. It roars in agony as the powerful magic tears it apart. Smoke rises from the shattered cliffside, the battle's outcome uncertain. A powerful explosion shatters the stone floor of the causeway. Eld's expression is calm and focused in the aftermath of the battle. With a burst of speed, he races away from the chaotic scene. He leaps across the massive chasm left by the destroyed bridge. His escape is illuminated by the light of a full moon. The next day, he is seen at a quiet city inn. He sits in his room, sword in hand, contemplating his next move. He reflects that there was no pursuit after the fight. He steps out into the bustling streets of the royal capital. He observes the powerful sages, noting their intimidating auras. He recalls the well-equipped adventurers who fought the sea dragon. This brings him to a large, multi-story weapon emporium. Inside the shop is a hive of activity, filled with warriors. He finds a rack of staves but is immediately disappointed. He realizes these are all generic weapons for common magic users. He knows a sage can use many types of staves, but only one made specifically for his class will unlock his true power. A look of determination settles in his eyes. He decides he must ask for a favor, however sudden it may be. He arrives at the grand headquarters of the Makishia company. Mina greets him, cheerfully asking if he already needs something. He explains he has been searching for a particular shop all morning. Holding the gold card she gave him, he marvels at its influence. He comically recalls the staff rolling out a red carpet for him. Mina asks what he seeks, and he reveals he is looking for a staff. She is shocked, asking if he is not a swordsman. He denies this, conjuring a small glowing magic circle. Casting a simple torchlight spell, he declares that he is a sage. She asks if it's a hybrid class, but he clarifies it's pure magic. She then asks how he managed to block the sea dragon's attack. She is astounded to learn it was accomplished with pure swordsmanship. He insists anyone could do it, but his true profession is sage. Understanding, she offers to show him the best staff in her collection. She leads him into a private showroom filled with magnificent arms. He sees several ornate staves with incredibly high price tags. He is impressed, acknowledging that they are all top-class items. He quickly realizes, however, that none are designed for a sage. His gaze continues to scan the room, searching intently. His eyes finally land on an elegant staff leaning in a corner. A jolt of recognition hits him. He knows this is the one. He asks to hold it, but Mina warns its evaluation was very low. He dismisses her concern, certain that this is the staff he needs. The moment he holds it, he feels a perfect, familiar synergy. He knows its low rating is only because an ordinary mage tested it. His joy turns to shock when he sees the price. 25 million gil. Mina says items from ruins are expensive, but offers an alternative payment. He wryly notes his other assets are worth only a fraction of that. She wants his guild number, offering to buy the staff for 30 million. He realizes this means he will owe her 30 million gil worth of work. He asks why his number is so valuable. She explains it's for special requests. He is stunned she would pay so much just for the right to hire him. He asks if the price isn't too high, but she calls it a good opportunity. Seeing it as an investment in his potential, he gratefully accepts. As he leaves, he tells her he will be counting on her requests. Mina watches him go, smiling as she anticipates their future partnership. The grand castle of the capital looms over the city's rooftops. Eld walks through the lively stone-paved streets, his new staff in tow. He reflects on Mina's business acumen, having gotten equipment and change. He admits to himself he's a little scared of what quest she'll send. He continues down a quiet alleyway, his journey just beginning. He suddenly feels the distinct sensation of being watched. He stops short, turning his head in surprise. He glances down the empty side street, seeing no one. He knows with certainty, however, that he is being followed. He stands in another alley, staff in hand, ready for trouble. A wry, almost eager smile plays on his lips. He takes a purposeful step forward into the open. "Who's there?" he calls out, demanding they show themselves. A man appears from around the corner, pleading for him to wait. He quickly identifies himself as a member of the Adventurers Guild. Eld questions why someone from the guild would be tailing him. The man explains he was on the ship and witnessed his great feat. He was observing Eld, hoping to scout him as a strong adventurer. He offers Eld a stable, high-paying job as an official guild member. Eld sees it as a civil servant role that would limit his freedom. He politely declines the offer, stating he wishes to act on his own. The scout, Legis, accepts his decision, but says the offer remains open. Eld walks away, alone once more on the cobblestone street. He muses that this world, unlike his game, has people who need help. He arrives at the capital's guild hall, intent on taking on quests. Inside, however, he finds the guild hall strangely empty. The quest board is sparse, and he wonders if the official members are lazy. He approaches the counter to ask the receptionist about the quests. A friendly, blonde-haired woman asks how she can help him. She explains the Royal Army handles most monster subjugation here. Eld realizes he will have to move his base of operations. Giving up on quests for now, he asks if he can change his job here. He confidently tells the receptionist that his job is sage. She is confused, stating there is no job jewel for a sage. He understands that only jobs from the coming of age are recognized here. A diagram shows a young mage being certified by a crystal job jewel. He says he'll give up, as being a novice isn't a problem yet. The receptionist wonders if a jewel for a lower-tier job might work. Eld is taken aback by the term lower-tier job. She explains it refers to classes like Berserker or Saint, who often fall behind. A flicker of realization crosses his face. He recalls the two tiers of jobs, basic and advanced like Sage. A sad image shows a priestess being abandoned by her party. He knows advanced jobs are superior, even at low levels. He asks why a Saint is lower tier. She says their healing is stronger. The Elven Guild receptionist looks at Eld with polite, questioning eyes. She asks him what divine heal is, leaving him utterly speechless. Eld is horrified, realizing that even the most basic skills are unknown here. The receptionist muses that perhaps it is fine for him to remain a novice. His business concluded, Eld walks alone through the capital's grand streets. He decides staying here is useless and resolves to find work elsewhere. Before leaving, however, he decides to pay one last visit. He sits across from Mina Makishia, sharing steaming cups of tea. She asks if he needs anything, but he is only there to report his departure. He remarks that since becoming an adventurer, he's found no monster quests. Mina warns him that for him to be taken out would be a great loss to the nation. Eld dismisses her concern, thinking she is greatly exaggerating his importance. She reminds him that he was the one who saved her company's transport ship. If that ship had sunk, she reveals, the entire country would now be in chaos. The true weight of his actions dawns on Eld, leaving him stunned. Mina asks where he plans to go, and he tells her he will head for Fiesta. She agrees it is an excellent choice, as there will surely be quests there. Suddenly, her eyes light up as she remembers something important. She tells him there happens to be one good subjugation request in the capital. The mission is to exterminate a C-rank monster known as a Great Mole. Eld is perplexed, as he has never heard of such a creature from his game. She explains the monsters are on a Makishia company farm in the capital. He is surprised to learn that her massive trading company also runs farms. Mina confirms that this is indeed the case. She offers an incredible 500,000 gil per kill and wants the entire nest destroyed. Recognizing the exceptional reward, Eld gratefully accepts the lucrative offer. Mina thanks him, admitting that it is a difficult task. Eld wonders aloud if it is truly that hard. She explains their burrowing nature makes them surprisingly tricky to deal with. Eld leaves the magnificent walled capital city behind him. He consults the map Mina provided, heading for the farm. He arrives in a vast rural landscape of fields and farmhouses. He is surprised that such a rustic place exists so close to the capital. He decides to make inquiries at the main management office. His gloved hand knocks firmly on the sturdy wooden door. The farm's manager answers, and he presents the request slip from Mina. She is overjoyed, thanking him profusely for accepting the quest. She asks him to please wait for a moment. Eld asks her which of the sprawling fields is the company's property. The manager replies that rather than just one, all the fields are theirs. An aerial view reveals an endless patchwork of farmland stretching to the horizon. He dryly recalls Mina calling it a small farm, questioning her sense of scale. Shaking off his surprise, he prepares to begin the extermination. The manager asks if he is sure he can do it without damaging the fields. She worries that he is alone and offers to find him some help. No, he says, his voice calm and assured. There's no problem. He confidently declares that he will simply make the monsters come to him. The manager watches in confusion as he kneels down in a tilled field. He focuses his intent, preparing to unleash a specialized skill. He activates ground sonar, sending concentric rings of energy through the earth. The skill detects subterranean creatures by sensing the scent of their magic. He will use this ability not to find them, but to lure them to him. His eyes narrow as he feels the vibrations of their approach. The ground begins to tremble and shake violently. Here they come, he says, knowing his gambit has worked. The earth erupts in a shower of dirt and rock. Three massive, snarling great moles burst from the ground, their claws bared. Eld stands firm, his staff held ready, completely unfazed. He understands now why these creatures have been causing so much damage. The crystal at the head of his sage's staff begins to shine brightly. A magic circle appears as he incants the powerful spell. Ice Pillar! A massive shard of ice erupts from the ground at his feet. With incredible speed, more jagged pillars shoot from the earth. The moles are instantly impaled, frozen in a grotesque crystalline sculpture. The farm manager stares, completely speechless at the overwhelming power. Eld turns to her and apologizes, admitting he might have gone a bit overboard. She can only stammer a quiet word of thanks, still in shock. The special request from Mina Makishia is stamped with a single word: completed. Back at the capital, a firm knock sounds on Mina's office doors. A maid announces the arrival of the man with the gold card. Mina greets him, surprised to see him back so soon, and asks if he forgot something. He calmly informs her that the quest is already finished. She smiles, impressed by his speed. Her smile instantly vanishes, replaced by a look of utter disbelief. He clarifies that he defeated all 31 moles and has already reported to the guild. She demands to know how he could possibly finish in under 3 hours. He explains that he used a skill called ground sonar to gather them. He clarifies that magic is his true strength, and she calls him a monster. With his business done, he bids her farewell, ready to depart for Fiesta. She wishes him well on his travels, thanking him for his help. At the guild hall, Eld prepares to collect his payment. He is shocked by the mountain of platinum coins, a total of 20 million gil. The receptionist explains it includes an additional reward from the Makishia company. He realizes the company sees him as something far beyond a normal adventurer. He finally arrives in the quaint, rustic city of Fiesta. He heads straight for the local adventurers guild to find work. Inside, he finds the quest board is surprisingly sparse. He wonders if there are simply fewer monsters this close to the capital. He approaches the receptionist's counter with a question. A prim and proper woman with her hair in a bun asks how she can help. He asks if it's possible to report quests accepted here at other guild branches. He accepts the only available request for a void mantis and a huge toad. The receptionist is glad he's here, as there is more going on than it seems. She gestures with a massive poleaxe, explaining that Fiesta has 2 names. In a sun-dappled forest, a blonde warrior senses the flame calamity's approach. Eld pictures a powerful, flame-wreathed warrior befitting such a title. The receptionist clarifies the title belongs to the legendary solo adventurer, Gil Art. Eld is intrigued, expressing a strong desire to meet such a famous person. He learns, however, that the legendary adventurer has gone missing. He thanks the receptionist and heads out, his mind on the missing hero. The sun shines down through a break in the dense forest canopy. Eld stands in a clearing, deciding this is the perfect place to begin. He plants his feet as a glowing magic circle appears on the ground. A ring of light expands as he casts his magic search spell. The wave of magical energy rushes outwards, mapping the entire area. A close-up of Eld's eye reflects the information his senses are gathering. His magical sight pierces the darkness of the deep woods ahead. The search reveals the silhouettes of large insectoid monsters lurking nearby. A wider view shows an entire swarm of these giant mantis creatures. Eld confirms his targets: 10 void mantises located about a kilometer away. He takes a determined step forward, beginning his silent hunt. Swirling energy envelops him as he activates his Mana camouflage skill. His white coat shimmers, adopting a leafy pattern to blend with the woods. Now invisible, he moves through the forest, his staff held ready. His expression is sharp and focused as he stalks his prey. He finds the swarm and raises his hand, preparing to cast his spell. One of the mantises turns its head, letting out a questioning screech. A flicker of flame ignites on the ground at the creature's feet. He unleashes Flame Circle, trapping the swarm in a wall of fire. The mantises are instantly incinerated, caught in the roaring inferno. Smoke billows towards the sky from the now scorched clearing. The plume of smoke rises high above the verdant forest canopy. Eld surveys the smoldering remains, noting his first objective is complete. He reflects that this efficient hunting method is the sage's basic solo strategy. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shakes the forest, stopping him in his tracks. He wonders what caused the disturbance and decides he should investigate. He casts Magic Search once more, sending his senses deep into the woods. His search reveals a massive, powerful, gorilla-like creature in the distance. He sees the beast roaring, locked in the middle of a furious battle. His senses also detect another combatant, a warrior with long flowing hair. Eld's eyes narrow as he realizes the creature is an area boss. An info panel explains area bosses are powerful monsters with high EXP rewards. He moves cautiously through the undergrowth, heading towards the fight. He activates his mana camouflage again to approach the battle unseen. He decides to get closer and observe the situation before acting. He thinks that since the EXP is good, he'll help if the warrior's struggling. He arrives to see the raging ape, a colossal beast pounding its chest. The ape's eyes are filled with a terrifying primal rage. A lone blonde warrior bravely faces the monster, her poleaxe held ready. Her profile is a picture of fierce determination as she prepares to strike. Eld watches the confrontation, his expression serious and calculating. With a flash of movement, the warrior charges into the fray. She lets out a powerful war cry as she leaps towards the beast. The raging ape swats her aside with a single, contemptuous blow. She tumbles to the ground just as Eld appears beside her. He rushes to her side, asking with concern if she is all right. She sits up, looking at him with a surprised expression. She urgently shouts for the adventurer to run away from the danger. Undeterred, she gets up and charges back towards the towering ape. Eld identifies the monster as a raging ape, noting its surprising speed. He finds it unexpected to see such a petite female adventurer fighting it. He decides to help, but first he must acquire more effective skills. He knows he can bypass the usual church ceremony by using special codes. Confirming he can use BBO commands, he declares his preparations complete. He begins his assault by casting Sticky Bomb on the ground. Next, he casts Magic Taunt, a ring of energy pulsing from him. The taunt slams into the ape, instantly drawing its undivided, furious attention. The raging ape lets out a deafening roar, its rage now focused on Eld. It charges past the warrior, its powerful legs pounding the earth. The blonde warrior looks on, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Eld calmly explains that he used a spell to provoke the monster. He assures her that he did not taunt the beast without a plan. The ape's massive foot slams down directly into the magical trap. The sticky bomb erupts, completely ensnaring the beast's foot. It struggles futilely, its immense strength useless against the adhesive. The warrior stares, her eyes wide with shock at the immobilized monster. Eld raises his hand, a dark, swirling energy gathering around it. He unleashes shadow fog, a dense cloud that rushes towards the ape. The fog envelops the beast's head, completely robbing it of its sight. A magic circle glows as Eld prepares his next debilitating spell. He casts Blood Poison, sending a stream of black magic at the ape. The raging ape stumbles, its massive body weakened by the poison. Its eyes go blank as the powerful combination of spells takes hold. Eld stands calmly, observing the results of his calculated assault. The warrior approaches, amazed he restrained the beast she couldn't even harm. Eld thinks to himself that she makes him sound like the strongest adventurer. He decides that for now he should heal her injuries. He casts Magic Heal, creating a ball of light to mend her wounds. She gasps, asking what he did as she feels her pain instantly vanish. He says he just used recovery magic, but she's never met an adventurer who could do both. Eld realizes that even adventurers here don't know the basic self-cure spell. He tells her the bigger issue is that the ape isn't fully restrained yet. He thinks defeating it will take too long and wishes the flame calamity was here. The blonde warrior quietly speaks up, saying that she is the one. She introduces herself as Meera, the adventurer known as the Flame Calamity. She clarifies that while that is her title, her friends call her Meera. Eld is completely stunned, barely managing to mutter, "Seriously?" Meera explains that even as the strongest, the raging ape is too much for her. He admits he pictured a burly man, then introduces himself as Eld. She is surprised by his assumption and says he can call her Meera. Eld quickly apologizes for his mistaken impression. Blushing slightly, Meera admits she wasn't able to even damage the ape. Eld reassures her, saying that wasn't what he meant to imply. He asks if her title, Flame Calamity, comes from the skill Flame Weapon. Meera is shocked, asking him how he could possibly know that. Eld deduces that her hero job is considered a low-tier class here. He thinks it's a waste, as a hero with high-ranked skills would dominate the ape. He tells her that since she's a hero, this battle will be over quickly. He proposes a strategy. He will distract the ape while she attacks it. Meera looks at him, utterly confused, and asks what a combo attack is. Eld reflects on his new reality, realizing this world is far more complex than he imagined. He turns to a confused Meera, asking her to repeat his words to learn a new skill. Meera is utterly shocked as a translucent skill acquisition panel materializes before her. "What is that?" she gasps, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. Eld calmly instructs her to chant combo attack, while swinging her massive poleaxe. Following his instructions, Meera grips her weapon and swings with intense focus. Her eyes fly open in disbelief as she feels the power of the skill activate. She exclaims that the skill worked, questioning how it's possible to learn that way. Stunned by this impossible feat, she demands to know who or what Eld truly is. Eld just smiles, claiming he's merely a slightly more knowledgeable F-rank adventurer. Meera furiously protests, shouting that it's a lie. No F-rank could know such things. Their argument is cut short as a sudden violent tremor startles them both. The raging ape roars with terrifying power, having torn itself free from its trap. Eld is surprised, realizing the beast ripped away the very ground it was stuck to. The ape's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, its eyes locked on them. It charges forward with incredible speed, a blur of fury tearing through the forest. Eld warns Meera to be wary of its stunning attacks that can cloud her vision. Meera despairs, but Eld declares he will draw the ape's attention and all its attacks. He tells her to use her new combo attack, but she thinks the task is impossible. Eld reassures her, promising confidently that he will hold the raging ape at bay. Seeing his resolve, Meera's expression hardens with newfound determination. "I'm counting on you," she shouts, taking her stance, ready for battle. "All right, dispel," Eld says, preparing to clear the dazing effect from the ape. His hand glows with magical energy as he focuses his intent on the furious beast. The ape's vision clears instantly, its rage now focused on its singular tormentor. It lets out a deafening roar and charges directly at the lone sage. The massive creature closes the distance in an instant, its attack imminent. Its colossal fist is raised high, preparing to bring down a devastating, crushing blow. Eld stands his ground, bracing himself for the incredible force of the impact. A shimmering, intricate magic circle appears, intercepting the ape's powerful strike. He recognizes the spell as Magic Guard, a formidable defensive skill of a sage. With the ape's attack perfectly blocked, Eld roars for Meera to strike now. Meera's poleaxe begins to smolder before erupting into a torrent of roaring flames. She activates her flame weapon skill, her entire weapon now wreathed in fire. She lunges forward, aiming the flaming poleaxe at the momentarily stunned beast. With a fierce battle cry, she prepares to unleash her newly acquired power. She unleashes combo attack, striking the ape with a devastating blow. She spins gracefully, continuing the assault with fluid and powerful movements. The raging ape bellows in pain, shocked by the sudden fiery onslaught. Her flaming weapon glows with intense power as she prepares her next strike. The force of her attack creates a massive shockwave of fire and raw energy. Her eyes are alight with a fierce and unwavering determination to win. "I can do this," she shouts, pressing her fiery advantage against the beast. She channels all of her power and resolve into one final, decisive blow. The attack moves with blinding speed, a streak of pure, destructive power. She puts her entire body into the strike, her long hair flying wildly behind her. The flaming poleaxe connects with the ape's head in a brilliant, fiery explosion. The massive beast is thrown back, its body engulfed in the searing flames. The ape's face is a mask of agony as the magical fire consumes it. It collapses heavily to the ground, its huge body smoking and finally defeated. Meera is breathless, amazed that she could unleash such a powerful attack. Eld congratulates her on a job well done, noting that they both leveled up. She still finds it all incredible, refusing to believe he is just an F-rank. Eld calls out to Meera, his expression and tone suddenly serious. He asks if she would consider forming a party with him, just for a short time. She is surprised by his offer, questioning if he truly means with her. He explains the recent surge of boss monsters is a perfect chance to level up. He offers to teach her his deep knowledge of skills in exchange for her help. She considers his proposal, admitting that she has no reason to refuse him. She playfully insists that she still doesn't trust his F-rank adventurer status. Eld can only offer a slightly flustered smile at her continued disbelief. They shake hands, officially forming their new and potentially world's strongest team. Meera gives a cheerful thumbs up, seemingly very pleased with their new arrangement. Eld offers a small, confident smile in return, their powerful partnership now sealed. Standing over their kill, Meera asks Eld about planning their skill builds. Eld reflects on the difficulty of this world system, where skill choices are permanent. Meera asks the knowledgeable Eld which skills she should learn to become stronger. Eld states with conviction that he has a skill build he believes is the strongest. "Then teach me," Meera eagerly replies, her response immediate and enthusiastic. Eld first asks her if she had ever managed to acquire a skill on her own. She confirms she had, explaining she learned flame weapon through pure experience. Eld is stunned, realizing her understanding of how skills work is fundamentally incomplete. He asks for her current level, and she replies that she is now level 18. Eld decides that they will need to raise their levels a bit more first. Meera asks about the ape's body, but Eld tells her there's no need to worry. He casts magic storage, and a large, complex magic circle appears under the ape. The ape's massive body begins to dissolve into the swirling magical energy. With a soft pop, the colossal creature vanishes completely into thin air. Meera is left completely speechless, her mouth agape in utter shock. She asks where the ape went, and Eld explains his dimensional storage skill. She decides it's best not to question his endless miracles and focuses on her task. With renewed purpose, she declares it is time for them to get moving. They continue their efficient hunt under the vast, cloud-dappled sky. Meera's poleaxe smashes through the defenses of another powerful monster. Eld's staff glows with power as he expertly supports her from the back line. They work in perfect, deadly sync, an unstoppable and formidable duo. Their combined power and coordination are simply unmatched in the forest. As night falls, Eld creates a ball of light, noting how late it has gotten. He suggests they head back, his status now showing he has reached level 10. Meera agrees with a smile, her own level having risen to a respectable 19. Back in town, the guild receptionist looks up, startled by their late-night return. They unceremoniously drop the raging ape's carcass on the guild floor, shocking her. Meera calmly informs the stunned receptionist that it's an A-rank raging ape. The flustered receptionist says she must get the guildmaster immediately. Eld pulls Meera aside to ask for a quick favor before the master arrives. He asks her to take sole credit for defeating the powerful ape by herself. He explains he has no interest in the chaos that would follow such a revelation. Meera agrees just as the guildmaster arrives, apologizing for the wait. The guildmaster stares at the beast, asking if it's truly an A-rank monster. Meera confirms it is, and then asks him how much the impressive kill is worth. The guildmaster stands in shock, asking if they actually defeated the raging ape. Meera points to a startled Eld, revealing he was the one who did the real work. Eld frantically asks why she said that, and she apologizes, saying it just slipped out. Noting their unfamiliar faces, the guildmaster asks who they are. Meera introduces Eld as an F-rank novice. An adventurer scoffs at the idea, but Meera insists that Eld is on another level. Meera reveals she was fooled. There's a system that prevents novices from ranking up. Eld is shocked to learn novices can't rank up, a fact Meera is surprised he didn't know. She explains that even lower-tier jobs rank up slowly, a measure to protect weaker adventurers. This system, she adds, was a reform by the hero Georges about 10 years ago. The guildmaster sighs, apologizing for the inconvenient order that came from on high. Eld reflects that Job's strength is personal, sensing a larger conspiracy behind this system. He wonders if this is why the Grand Cathedral for Advanced Jobs now lies in ruins. Meera insists Eld's rank is meaningless, as he completely suppressed the A-rank monster's attacks. The guildmaster's eyes sharpen as he asks Eld to confirm his name. He then asks if Eld registered in Iria, surprising the young adventurer with his knowledge. The guildmaster realizes the rumors of a powerful novice who fought a sea dragon are true. Eld understands that the rumors have spread, and he can no longer remain inconspicuous. Seeing the truth, the guildmaster offers to personally handle a special rank-up for him. He says Eld's achievements, especially defeating the sea dragon, are more than enough justification. Eld gratefully accepts the offer, and the guildmaster asks to see his guild card. Examining the card, he laments that Eld's job, Sage, is unknown and lacks information. He muses that 20 years ago, he might have recognized Eld's talent, just as he handled Meera's unusual case. Eld realizes that even Hero, Meera's class, is considered an unknown lower-tier job here. He thinks that a sage can't be made through the normal ceremony, so he'll always be an anomaly. He smiles confidently, however, because he alone fully understands the power of a sage. The guildmaster officially promotes him to E rank, telling him to keep up the good work. Later that evening, the guildmaster finally gets back to the topic of the raging ape materials. Someone calls out from the side, getting their attention. Eld struggles under the immense weight of his payment, over 100 million gil. The sacks of coin are too heavy, so he uses magic storage to make them vanish. Meera calls his name, ready to continue their discussion. She asks him to teach her about skills, and he agrees to start tomorrow at a new hunting ground. The next day, they arrive in a dense, ancient-looking forest. Eld turns to his new partner, asking if she is mentally prepared for her first real test. Suddenly, Meera's expression turns to alarm as she tells him to wait. She takes a battle stance, her poleaxe aimed at a massive paw emerging from the brush. A fearsome beast reveals itself, and she braces for the coming fight. Eld stands behind her calmly as she prepares to face the formidable new enemy. A massive white-furred tiger with savage black stripes and long fangs snarls at them. Eld immediately identifies the creature as a powerful blood tiger. Meera asks if it's strong. She explains it's a B-rank monster, faster and tougher than the ape. Eld calmly states that with the skills he taught her, she should be able to handle it. She notes how casually he says that, but he just smiles back. Her hand tightens on her weapon, her doubt giving way to a steely resolve. A brilliant, confident smile lights up her face as she declares that she can do it. Eld watches her with an encouraging and knowing look. Without another word, Meera dashes forward to meet the beast's charge. Her long blonde hair streams behind her as she closes the distance in an instant. Her face is a mask of pure determination as she raises her poleaxe to strike. The blood tiger lunges forward, its fangs bared in a ferocious roar. The mighty warrior and the savage beast are about to clash in the forest clearing. Meera lets out a powerful cry as she prepares to unleash her skills. She activates Attack Field, her body glowing with a surge of newfound power. The blood tiger is momentarily confused by her sudden increase in strength. She dodges its attack and moves swiftly to its flank, preparing her counter. Eld observes that Attack Field is a buff that will enhance her body for 10 minutes. The tiger roars in fury as her assault begins. She unleashes combo attack, striking the beast's head with a rapid flurry of blows. The butt of her poleaxe connects with a solid, satisfying impact. She continues the relentless combo, driving the powerful monster back. The tiger recoils, letting out a sharp yelp of pain. She lands another precise blow against its thick, muscular hide. With incredible speed, she pivots and slams her weapon into its side, shouting, "Guard Pierce!" A ripple of energy signifies that the beast's defenses in that spot have been shattered. Eld mentally notes that Guard Pierce is a skill that locally lowers an enemy's defense. Meera prepares her next move, shouting, "And then, support attack!" Eld knows this skill will multiply the power of her next strike several times over. Her eyes narrow in absolute focus as she gathers all of her power for the final blow. The blood tiger senses the immense danger and begins to sweat with fear. She unleashes a devastating strike that sends the massive tiger hurtling through the air. She holds her finishing pose, her weapon still radiating immense energy. The ground around her is scarred and torn from the sheer force of her attack. Eld identifies her ultimate skill as Full Burst Crush, the hero's absolute offensive technique. The tiger is thrown through the air, completely overwhelmed by her power. Meera plants her foot firmly, anchoring herself for the final explosive strike. Her eyes reflect the blinding light of her ultimate attack. She lets out a final, ferocious battle cry as she unleashes her full power. The blood tiger is caught directly in the path of the devastating attack. The beast roars in agony as it is engulfed by the blinding energy. A massive explosion of white light completely obliterates the creature. As the smoke clears, only Meera's armored boot is visible in the aftermath. She stands victorious in the clearing, her poleaxe still smoking from the immense power. The ornate blade of her weapon gleams, a testament to her newfound strength. She looks on, her expression one of awe at what she has just accomplished. She turns and walks away from the site of her victory as Eld watches her. Eld reflects that this is the ultimate single-target damage build for a combo-type hero. With this power, he knows she can fight solo even against multiple enhanced opponents. Meera touches her face, whispering in awe that this is the power of a hero. Suddenly, a new threat leaps from the shadows behind her. A second blood tiger soars through the air, aiming to ambush the victorious warrior. Meera turns in shock, crying out that there was another one. The tiger roars, its fangs bared as it descends upon her. In a flash, Eld is in front of her, blocking the tiger's claws with his staff. Meera looks on from behind his protective form, completely surprised. Eld smiles, praising her for executing the combo so well on her first attempt. He effortlessly holds the B-rank monster at bay with his shimmering magic guard. The tiger's powerful claws screech harmlessly against the magical barrier. He calmly tells her that there was something important he forgot to mention. He reveals that heroes have a skill called Overguard, which is even stronger and allows for powerful counters. His magic search has found 3 tigers, and after he deals with this one, she can practice on the other 2. Meera wonders if Eld can handle the new threat alone. Eld stands ready, a glowing magic circle forming around him. He calmly unleashes a double fire arrow spell at a charging tiger. The massive beast is instantly engulfed in a roaring torrent of flame. The inferno intensifies, completely consuming the powerful B-rank monster. Meera watches the display of overwhelming power, her mouth agape in shock. A column of smoke rises from the forest floor, the tiger gone. With a deadpan expression, Meera begins to process what she just saw. She wonders aloud if Eld is powerful enough to handle this hunt by himself. Eld cheerfully explains his low level prevents him from spamming powerful spells. He tells Meera that her strength is essential for them to hunt consistently. With the plan clear, he declares the pack is nearby and they should proceed. A flustered but determined Meera agrees, her grip tightening on her weapon. Eld then begins to explain the hero's ultimate defensive skill. He tells her it is called Overguard, and Meera listens intently. She focuses her will, exclaiming in surprise as her defense hardens. Eld explains its usefulness in fending off attacks from multiple directions. Meera feels her offensive and defensive capabilities have been greatly enhanced. Her eyes shine with ambition. She now believes she can aim for S rank. Eld watches her, a thoughtful expression on his face. He knows she must first perfect her skill composition to reach that level. Their training ground is a rugged cliffside, setting a dramatic scene. A single boot steps firmly onto the rocky terrain. In a clearing below, 3 tigers feast. Eld asks Meera if she is ready. Meera gives him a confident wink, promising to show him her best. She leaps from the cliff, soaring down towards the unsuspecting beasts. Eld watches her go, a sudden, inexplicable feeling of dread washing over him. Meera lands perfectly in the clearing, surrounded by the 3 blood tigers. As she descends, she unleashes the powerful skill, Shockwave. The concussive blast hits the tigers, sending them stumbling back in surprise. Dust and smoke swirl around her as she moves in for the attack. Her eyes are narrowed with focus as she prepares her next assault. The gleaming blade of her massive poleaxe cuts through the air. She spins the heavy weapon with incredible speed and force. She unleashes Wide Attack, a sweeping strike aimed at the entire pack. A confident smile graces her lips as the powerful attack connects. A tiger roars in pain, wounded by the blow but not defeated. Its massive paw digs into the earth as it recovers from the strike. The tigers, now thoroughly enraged, begin to circle their attacker. Meera cries out in disbelief, stunned that she couldn't finish them off. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she resolves to attack one more time. She unleashes another wide attack, spinning her poleaxe amidst the beasts. The polished steel of her weapon gleams as it cuts through the air. Her eyes widen in confusion as the second attack also fails to kill them. The 3 massive tigers close in, snarling and baring their sharp fangs. Overwhelmed, she screams Eld's name as the beasts lunge to strike. A wall of roaring fire suddenly erupts from the ground around her. The flames form a protective barrier, separating Meera from the tigers. Eld stands ready, his sage's staff still glowing with residual magic. He rushes to Meera's side as she calls out his name in relief. Holding up 2 fingers, he sternly tells her she made 2 mistakes. He explains she forgot her buffs and failed to track her skill's cooldown. Wide Attack has a 10-second cooldown. She must use other skills in between. A humbled Meera apologizes profusely, admitting she got carried away. Eld's stern expression softens as he prepares to praise her. He tells her that her use of Overguard was brilliant, proof of her talent. Meera blushes at the compliment, quietly thanking him for his guidance. Eld gives her an encouraging smile. He suggests they reset and try again, and Meera enthusiastically agrees. Later, they return to the town of Fiesta after their successful hunt. The adventurers inside the guild hall stare with slack-jawed astonishment. Eld and Meera present a mountain of 73 blood tiger carcasses. A stylized reaction shows another adventurer sputtering the unbelievable number. The guildmaster remarks that Eld's E rank is a gross underestimation. He pauses mid-sentence, noticing something strange happening behind the counter. A dark portal opens and a tiger's paw drops out, shocking the guildmaster. The paw lands with a heavy thud, startling him. Eld calmly explains his magic storage skill, a pocket dimension for items. The guildmaster is amazed while Meera explains Eld's desire for secrecy. Eld is relieved the guildmaster has promised to keep his abilities quiet. The guildmaster offers to promote him to D rank on the spot. He hands Eld his new guild card, asking if he will continue hunting. Eld replies that for now he will focus on leveling up. Meera listens, a thoughtful and determined look on her face. She declares her intention to keep taking high-rank quests to rank up. This, she explains, will bring her closer to achieving her personal goal. Eld is surprised, asking her what her goal is. Flustered, Meera apologizes for not telling him, but he says it's fine. The guildmaster interjects, offering them a quest fit for their power. The mission is a reconnaissance task in the dreaded Forest of Death. Eld is taken aback by the forest's ominous and straightforward name. Meera confirms its danger, stating the survival rate is less than 10%. The guildmaster explains that's why he must choose who he sends carefully. Meera turns to Eld, confidently stating that she thinks they can handle it. Eld agrees but asks to review the mission details before accepting. The guildmaster unrolls a map, pointing to a large pillar in the forest. Eld's eyes widen in recognition. He knows it is a ceiling pillar. The guildmaster is shocked, asking Eld how he knows of such things. Eld remembers these pillars from BBO, which sealed away powerful raid bosses. The guildmaster explains their mission is to observe the pillar. Eld immediately understands the grave implication. A stampede is coming. The guildmaster is again stunned that Eld knows the correct term. A stampede is a massive horde of monsters fleeing the awakening boss. This mindless horde destroys everything in its path, including nearby towns. The guildmaster reveals they have a barrier device as a countermeasure. Eld listens intently, his expression grim and resolute. He accepts the quest, much to the guildmaster's profound relief. Eld warns Meera of the true danger, being caught in the stampede itself. Her face is a mask of shock, but she firmly accepts the risks. The next day, they enter the eerie forest, greeted by a skeletal warning. A brilliant wall of fire erupts with blinding intensity. The landscape is scorched in the aftermath of the blast. Eld stands alone, the master of the inferno he created. Meera lunges forward, her battle cry echoing through the forest. She remarks that the forest of death is full of vicious monsters. Confident in their strength, she urges them to press onward. Eld watches her, a thoughtful expression on his face. He stops, asking a quiet Meera why she is rushing. She wonders aloud if achievements are truly that important. She reveals her goal is tied to the adventurer peerage system. Eld is surprised, as he has never heard of this system. She explains it is the only way for adventurers to become nobles. Her ultimate goal is to restore her family's fallen noble name. Eld understands now that she seeks to restore her family's honor. He tells her to focus so they can achieve her goal together. Their journey continues under a vast and cloudy sky. Eld's gaze is fixed ahead, his resolve firm. A massive, gleaming monolith appears on the horizon. Meera gazes up at the colossal structure in awe. They stand before the ancient and imposing ceiling pillar. Meera asks if this is truly the legendary ceiling pillar. Eld analyzes its orange glow, predicting the raid boss's arrival. Meera is shocked, so he explains the pillar's color-coded countdown. Realizing they have only 5 days, they must return at once. They arrive back in the town of Fiesta with their urgent news. The elderly guildmaster is alerted to their sudden return. He rushes to meet them, asking what they found at the pillar. Meera frantically reports the stampede will begin in 5 days. Eld calmly explains that the pillar's color predicts the time left. The guildmaster thanks them and begins preparing the barrier. He hurries away to mobilize the guild's defenses. He returns, stating the barrier will take 4 days to activate. He offers promotions to both Eld and Meera if they succeed. He asks them to stay and help defend the city. On the day of the stampede, an eerie calm hangs over the town. Eld and Meera look up at the vast shimmering barrier. Meera notes that the massive barrier has activated successfully. She wonders if this strange new sight can truly protect them. Eld explains the barrier repels monsters with a special magic. On the horizon, the approaching monsters begin to vanish into thin air. Meera is confused, but Eld senses that something is terribly wrong. They sprint through the streets to investigate the disturbance. Eld's expression turns grim as they near the town square. They find one of the barrier generators shattered and smoking. Eld stares in shock at the scene of blatant sabotage. The intricate, ancient machinery lies in a heap of ruins. His eyes widen as he spots a crucial clue on the ground. A blood-stained sword lies next to a fallen guard. A saboteur stands over the body of a slain city guard. Eld confronts the saboteur, demanding to know what happened. He kneels beside a dying guard, who clutches a hidden object. The guard's hand reveals the sinister crest of the Garden of Despair. Eld realizes the evil organization is behind the barrier's failure. He asks if the device can be fixed, but the technician says it's impossible. He understands this ancient technology is beyond this world's grasp. The guildmaster confirms a restart would take at least 4 days. The guildmaster orders an immediate evacuation of all citizens. Eld stands firm, his expression resolute amidst the rising panic. He knows that the raid boss is on another level entirely. Its attacks will destroy everything, leaving no survivors behind. With a heavy sigh, he accepts that it cannot be helped. He takes a determined step forward, his decision made. He leaps into the air, entrusting the town's protection to Meera. Meera looks up in shock, realizing his impossible intention. He declares with unwavering confidence that he will stop the stampede. Meera cries out that it's impossible, even for him. Eld simply replies that he has an idea in mind. She knows he is acting without any guarantee of success. He soars away as Meera screams his name in desperation. He flies over the dark and foreboding forest canopy. His lone figure speeds towards the heart of the danger. He spots the massive approaching horde from above. A monstrous ape leads the charge, crushing smaller beasts. Eld hovers in the air, a silent observer of the chaos. A wolf-like creature snaps its jaws, part of the monstrous tide. A saber-toothed beast roars, its fangs bared for battle. He knows he can't stop the horde, but there is another way. The wave of monsters is an overwhelming, unstoppable force. His eyes gleam with resolve. He must defeat the raid boss. Back at the clearing, the ceiling pillar begins to crack and glow. Eld lands with purpose, ready for the imminent confrontation. His foot touches the ground as the earth trembles violently. He watches as the ancient monolith starts to crumble before him. Cracks splinter across the pillar's dark, smooth surface. The pillar explodes in a blinding flash of stone and dark energy. He stands calmly as massive fragments of the pillar rain down. His expression is one of intense, unwavering focus. The ground itself shatters from the force of the release. From the rubble, a new and terrible power begins to rise. A single, malevolent eye opens within the swirling darkness. A colossal form erupts from the earth in a cloud of dust. Massive clawed feet slam down, shaking the very world. Eld stands his ground before the immense, draconic beast. The dragon lets out a deafening roar, its eyes glowing with power. Eld meets its gaze, his own resolve completely unshaken. The beast is the raid boss, the thunder dragon of destruction. Eld grips his staff, preparing himself for the battle to come. He recalls the sage's legendary reputation as the strongest job. He declares it is time to show why and become a legend. The chapter ends. The raid boss was on a different level. The chapter begins with a dramatic title, The Giant Dragon Attacks. A monstrous roar echoes, signaling the arrival of a great beast. The sound of its fury reverberates through Fiasta's city streets. Panic erupts as citizens and adventurers flee in terror. Meera shouts a warning, urging everyone to hurry to safety. High in a watchtower, a guard raises a spyglass to his eye. His face contorts in fear as he sees the approaching threat. He confirms a great horde of monsters is pouring from the forest. Meera looks back at the chaos, her expression hardening with resolve. Her eyes narrow, filled with an unshakable, desperate determination. She plants her feet, preparing to make a solitary last stand. She sees the city guards closing the main gate behind her. She orders them to keep the gate shut. She will stop the enemy. She charges out alone, a single warrior against an endless tide. She knows she can't last long, her thoughts calling out for Eld. The scene shifts to a quiet, clear sky, far from the battle. Eld stands before the stampede source, the colossal thunder dragon. A strange smile appears as he feels nostalgic for this old foe. He recalls dying hundreds of times against this very boss in BBO. A flash of lightning crackles ominously through the air. The immense dragon looms over him, its body sparking with power. A bolt of lightning streaks from its maw toward the ground. The beast unleashes a furious torrent of electrical energy. The attack explodes nearby, but Eld stands completely unharmed. He observes that the dragon's mere presence is a troublesome attack. He clenches his fist, knowing he has the perfect countermeasure. A massive magical impact shakes the very ground he stands on. He remains steadfast amidst the aftermath of the spell. He calmly casts anti-magic electric, nullifying the lightning damage. The dragon's maw opens wide, gathering an immense power. Eld is suddenly thrown backward by a powerful, unseen force. The shockwave from a massive blast sends him tumbling away. He knows that at his current level, he cannot survive a direct hit. He looks up, sensing a new, far greater danger approaching. A massive shadow falls over him from high in the sky. His eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the ultimate attack. A massive column of pure lightning descends from the heavens. The divine thunder strikes the earth in a blinding explosion. The air fills with smoke from the devastating magical attack. Eld's hair is whipped about by the force of the blast. He pushes himself up from the edge of a newly formed crater. His hand is scorched and bleeding from the attack's graze. He realizes the pain is far more real than losing HP in a game. He knows a direct hit from that spell means instant death. He acknowledges he is only level 18 against a level 50 boss. A soft green light envelops his hand as he casts Self-Cure. He clenches his fist, declaring that there is still a way to win. His eyes burn with resolve. He has defeated this foe countless times. Surrounded by magic circles, he vows to defeat it once more. He rapidly chants a series of powerful enhancement spells. He focuses, layering every buff he knows, and then pushes further. He imbues his staff with earth magic, the dragon's only weakness. His hand trembles, the strain of controlling the layered skills immense. He stands ready, his magical power now amplified thousands of times. The dragon sees its target, preparing to unleash its power again. Eld anticipates the divine thunder attack, but he is now ready. The bolt of lightning descends with blinding, world-shattering speed. It slams into the ground where he had been standing moments before. Empowered by his buffs, he easily dodges the massive attack. He declares that he won't be caught off guard a second time. He stands his ground as the colossal dragon looms over him. The dragon's reptilian eye narrows, preparing a different tactic. It slams its massive foot into the ground, shaking the earth. A massive cloud of dust and debris erupts, obscuring everything. The dragon peers through the dust, searching for its small prey. Eld stands calmly, completely enveloped in the swirling cloud. He realizes the dragon is trying to obstruct his vision. His experience tells him exactly what attack pattern will follow. He leaps into motion just as the dragon begins its charge. He soars through the air, perfectly dodging the beast's attack. His sage's staff glows as he prepares a powerful counterattack. He correctly identifies the dragon's attack as the Thunder Run. The beast charges forward, its body wreathed in crackling lightning. A flash of light indicates Eld's powerful counter is ready. He unleashes a devastating spell as the dragon rushes past him. He stands calmly, watching the result of his perfectly timed attack. His body remembers the timing even when he cannot see. His staff hums with the residual power of his spell. He points forward, ready for the next phase of the battle. He prepares to unleash the full, devastating force of his magic. A sharp, unexpected pain lances through him, his eyes wide with shock. He realizes the powerful buffs are draining his very life force. The sensation of losing his own life is new and terrifying. He grits his teeth, knowing this is his only path to victory. The dragon roars in fury, preparing another relentless assault. A massive attack tears through the ravaged landscape. Eld dodges the furious physical assault with newfound speed. He lands, using his staff to support his weary, aching body. His eyes are wide, his focus absolute on the relentless beast. The dragon opens its maw, preparing to unleash its lightning breath. It slams its claws into the ground in a show of raw power. The earth shatters under the immense force of the dragon's blow. A shockwave of pure destructive force rips through the air. Chunks of shattered rock are thrown high into the sky. The dragon roars, its power shaking the very foundations of the earth. The ground continues to tremble and crack under its immense weight. The beast is a force of pure, untamed, cataclysmic destruction. Its eyes glow with a malevolent, ancient, and terrifying intelligence. The battlefield is now a ruin of shattered rock and billowing dust. Eld stands his ground, ready for the final, decisive confrontation. Eld confronts the massive thunder dragon, admitting his survival is based solely on his BBO knowledge. He knows a head-on fight is useless. His stats are too low to deal any real damage. In other words, he realizes his sage's staff is his only hope for victory. The only strategy left for him is a single, all-out attack to end it. He will pour every ounce of his enhanced power into one final, decisive strike. With a powerful roar, he declares his intent to finish this in a single blow. He summons a colossal boulder from the earth, shaping it with his immense magic. The dragon looks up in surprise as the massive rock projectile looms over it. Eld's expression is one of pure, unwavering focus as he guides the attack. He levitates above the battlefield, watching his powerful spell descend upon the beast. The spell is revealed to be a powerful form of earth attribute magic. The giant's iron hammer slams directly into the dragon's head with devastating force. The immense beast is driven into the ground, creating a massive impact crater. The dragon lies motionless in the rubble, its head buried under shattered rock. He watches the dust settle, anxiously wondering if he has finally defeated it. Suddenly, the dragon's eye snaps open, blazing with a renewed and terrifying fury. Eld looks up in alarm as lightning gathers, questioning if it is divine thunder. He can't believe the beast is still alive as the storm cloud grows larger. The sky crackles with an unnatural intensity, far beyond a normal electrical storm. His face contorts in shock as he realizes this is not divine thunder. He remembers this attack from BBO, a last resort move far stronger than divine thunder. An unavoidable, super powerful magic circle fills the sky, promising total annihilation. The attack is the legendary Thunderclap Annihilation Formation, a cataclysmic spell. The dragon's eye glows with immense power as it prepares to unleash its final attack. He knows that if he is hit by this, he will be utterly erased. But instead of despairing, he raises his hand, preparing his own final gambit. He smiles grimly, resolving to defeat the dragon before its spell can be activated. He unleashes another giant's iron hammer, pouring his remaining power into the spell. He knows it will be incredibly close, but he commits to his final attack. The dragon's eye reflects the descending rock as it unleashes its own final move. The massive boulder plummets from the sky, a meteor of pure destructive force. At the same time, the dragon's annihilating lightning surges upwards to meet it. Eld is blown back by the cataclysmic explosion of their colliding ultimate attacks. In the aftermath, the dragon lies motionless, buried beneath tons of shattered rock. Exhausted and breathing heavily, Eld looks at his trembling hand, relieved to be alive. He declares the subjugation complete, the life or death quest finally accomplished. A new chapter begins titled Pushing the Blame, Rewinding the Story. Elsewhere in the forest, behind the scenes of Eld's battle, another fight unfolds. Meera, the Flame Calamity, bravely fights a ferocious blood tiger with her poleaxe. Her battle is interrupted as she senses a new, more dangerous presence behind her. The massive raging ape leaps over the tiger, launching a surprise attack on her. The powerful ape roars, its massive fists ready to crush the outmatched warrior. Meera is thrown to the ground, completely at the mercy of the powerful beast. The ape looks up in confusion as a sudden volley of fireballs rains down. Meera looks up from the ground, her expression desperate as her weapon glows with fire. She leaps into the air, launching a desperate counterattack against the massive ape. Her attack fails and she lands hard on the ground, her strength nearly gone. Exhausted and covered in sweat, she realizes she is completely outmatched by the beast. She finds herself surrounded by a pack of wolves and another blood tiger. She knows there are too many enemies. She can't possibly fight any longer. Suddenly, a strange magical effect washes over the monsters, causing them to disappear. She stares in shock, wondering aloud if the monsters have simply vanished into thin air. She then spots a familiar figure descending from the sky, realizing who saved her. Meera calls out Eld's name as he lands gracefully in the clearing before her. He looks at the defeated ape, asking if she was stopping monsters from being eaten. He apologizes for his late arrival, but she is just relieved he made it. He explains that he defeated the raid boss, which is why the stampede stopped. He holds up the massive dragon horn, declaring it the proof of his S-rank victory. The horn radiates an immense power, a clear sign of its S-rank origin. She touches the S-rank material, amazed he fought such a beast alone for the stampede. She looks at him with sincere gratitude, thanking him for saving her life once more. She offers to do anything to repay him, and he says he has a favor. He cheekily reminds her of her promise to do anything, leaving her confused. He asks her to take credit for his victory, leaving her utterly speechless. She vehemently refuses, insisting she did nothing and that he deserves the reward and credit. He calmly reminds her of her promise, leaving her with no way to refuse. He explains that with their current ranks, it's more beneficial for her to report it. He admits he wants her to become a noble, as it would help their cause. Meera is visibly moved by his selfless and strategic request, her expression conflicted. After a moment of thought, she closes her eyes and agrees to his plan. She vows to repay this debt as soon as she becomes a noble, if she can. She thanks him again, marveling at the impossible feat of a novice defeating an S-rank beast. She smiles brightly, telling him it's as if he isn't even human. Her comment hits a little too close to home, leaving Eld flustered and sweating. She winks playfully, clarifying she just means he's on a completely different level. Later, Eld reassures a worried Meera, telling her to trust him and leave things to him. The adventurers of Fiesta stand guard, bracing for the monster horde's imminent arrival. They look on in confusion, wondering why the anticipated attack hasn't started yet. The bridge leading to the city is eerily quiet. The monsters are nowhere to be seen. The guildmaster leans over the wall, baffled that the horde has not arrived yet. A single drop of sweat rolls down his face as he contemplates the strange silence. He explains to another guard that the monsters seem to have suddenly vanished completely. A sudden sound from the bridge makes the guards at the gate turn in alarm. Meera emerges from the forest carrying the massive, glowing horn over her shoulder. The adventurers on the wall recognize her instantly, shocked to see the Flame Calamity. She declares that the monsters are gone because she defeated the S-rank dragon leader. The crowd is stunned, questioning if she truly defeated an S-rank dragon by herself. She presents the massive horn as undeniable proof of her incredible victory. An adventurer recoils, exclaiming that he can feel the horn's immense power. The adventurers look at each other, realizing that her incredible claim must be true. Meera smiles with relief, officially announcing that the stampede is finally over. The city erupts in a massive cheer, the adventurers celebrating that they have been saved. The guildmaster rushes to her side, congratulating the Flame Calamity on her success. He marvels that a method to defeat the sealed monster actually existed after all. He explains that they had always relied on the barrier, believing the beast was too strong. He admits he was terrified when the barrier broke, relieved that she was there to help. He then asks about Eld's whereabouts, causing Meera to become visibly flustered. She explains Eld evacuated, and the guildmaster agrees an S-rank battle is too much for a novice. The guildmaster asks for details, but Meera claims she doesn't remember much. Meanwhile, Eld steps into the wilderness, his part in the story hidden from the world. From the forest, Eld watches Meera get mobbed by cheering adventurers. He looks on with concern, hoping she is handling the sudden fame. Meera is visibly uncomfortable amidst the raucous celebration of the adventurers. A bead of sweat forms on Eld's temple as he feels guilty. He mentally apologizes to her for all the trouble he has caused. The guildmaster asks Meera if she deliberately targeted the dragon's horn. She confirms, stating she noticed it was a weak point and focused her skills. He marvels at her courage, as a dragon's horn is usually its strongest part. After he promises to report her feat, she offers a strained thank you. He explains the reward will take days and asks to keep the horn as proof. The guildmaster laments that he lacks the authority to grant her an S-rank promotion. He promises to recommend her and asks her to wait for the guild's leadership. He then asks for a moment to properly thank her for saving them all. The guildmaster bows deeply over his desk, expressing his profound gratitude. Meera's eye reflects her firm resolve to uphold the lie for their cause. Her gaze is steady, her purpose clear as she accepts her new heroic mantle. She exits the guild hall, her great mission in Fiesta now complete. Eld is waiting on the steps and greets her, acknowledging her hard work. He smiles gently, simply saying his name, Eld, to start the conversation. Meera looks away, confessing that she feels an overwhelming sense of guilt. He apologizes, but she insists it's fine, as it helps her own goals. Leaning in, she flushes and vows to repay the debt to him tenfold. She asks his plans. He needs to level up somewhere dangerous with strong monsters. She is shocked that he speaks of the notorious Forest of Death so casually. He gives a knowing smile, guessing she is thinking of doing the same. She smiles back, admitting that he is right about her intentions. A nearby adventurer mentions an interesting story about the town of Elias. He says there is a massive monster outbreak in the Elias Grand Forest. He suggests they go, as the subjugation quests are plentiful for now. Eld considers the idea, thinking it might be a good place to go. He realizes that if they both go, their paths will soon diverge. Meera understands, sadly agreeing that this is where they must part ways. She reflects on how much has changed since she first met Eld. She tells him that he has been an incredible help to her. She feels a depth of gratitude that she cannot fully put into words. Words are not enough to express her thanks for his constant support. She smiles, noting what a short time they actually spent together. Eld agrees, but thanks her warmly for the time they had. Facing each other, they exchange a final, sincere thank you for their partnership. Meera becomes flustered, telling him not to speak like it's their final goodbye. Eld grins, teasing that he'll take her as his reward when he's famous. Her eyes pop wide in comical shock at his bold suggestion. She frantically refuses his joke while he laughs, lightening the mood. She recovers, telling him to be careful, though she knows he will be fine. Eld gives a calm nod, acknowledging her concern with a smile. A simple, "see you later," hangs in the air as they prepare to part. Eld watches her go, a gentle and fond smile on his face. Meera returns the smile, a silent promise of reunion in her eyes. The tall walls of Fiesta stand as a silent witness to their farewell. Elsewhere, workers diligently assemble the Great Barrier device for future threats. Under a cloudy sky, Eld begins his new journey alone. His boot steps onto a dusty, untamed path, leaving civilization behind. All right, he says to himself, looking forward with fresh determination. He stands on a ridge overlooking a vast wilderness, his destination set, Elias. He ventures into the deep, rain-soaked expanse of the Elias Grand Forest. A weathered skull and a broken sword set a grim, dangerous scene. An arrow suddenly flies past, shattering the skull and signaling a hunt. A massive blood tiger bursts from the trees, fleeing for its life. A volley of projectiles relentlessly pursues the powerful beast through the woods. A spear soars through the air, aimed with lethal precision at the tiger. The spear finds its mark, embedding itself deep within the creature's head. The mighty beast is finally brought down, its body riddled with projectiles. It collapses into the muddy ground, its frantic escape brought to an end. A large bare foot, its owner unseen, steps into the grim scene. A trio of brutish, hulking orcs stands over their fresh kill. Their eyes glow with savage intelligence, the new rulers of this forest. One of the orcs plants its foot firmly on the dead tiger's head. The powerful monsters survey their prize, asserting their dominance. Their massive chieftain looms over the fallen beast, ready to claim it. He grabs the tiger by the scruff of its neck with one hand. With a savage roar, he brutally tears the tiger's head from its body. The act is a horrifying display of the chieftain's raw, untamed strength. Blood splatters as he holds his gruesome trophy aloft for all to see. He raises his fist in victory, his horde cheering for their new conquest. Eld soars over the mountains, his cloak whipping as he nears a new town. He consults his map, believing he must be close to his destination. Unable to see through the dense canopy, he decides to descend and investigate. He lands gracefully in the forest, his levitation spell leaving a trail of light. Pushing aside some tall leaves, he finds what he was looking for. He stops, surprised to have found the hidden town so easily. He realizes it would have been impossible to spot from the air. A new chapter begins, showing the town of Elias carved into a massive cavern. Eld's boot steps onto the weathered wooden planks of a long, swaying bridge. He begins his crossing over the precarious rope bridge high above a chasm. He walks cautiously, his sage's staff in hand, taking in the unique town. He looks out at the mountains, wondering if this bridge is the only way. A voice suddenly shouts from the gate, ordering the adventurer to halt. A guard asks his business in Elias, demanding his rank and purpose. Eld states he is D rank and came for the many monster subjugation quests. The guard sighs wearily, explaining that the information Eld has is outdated. He reveals with a pained look that a massive outbreak of hungry ogres has begun. Eld recognizes the name, a high-tier B-rank monster, a very serious threat. He recalls their intelligence and their dangerous ability to wield human weapons. He knows a mass outbreak implies a powerful king ogre is leading them. He reflects that he only beat the dragon because he knew its patterns by heart. He worries about an unknown, even stronger emperor ogre leading the horde. He decides it was best he came alone and that he must be cautious. The guard explains the ogres used to stay deep in the forest. Now they are expanding their territory, pushing other monsters toward the town. He grimly states that the adventurers sent to help were all driven back. A horde of monstrous ogres has overrun the area, their brute strength overwhelming all. From a wooden palisade, a wary guard explains the dire, inescapable situation below. Eld acknowledges the warning, his gratitude echoing over the desolate cavern town. The town of Elias is nestled deep within a colossal, shadowed cavern. A mother holds her child close, hurrying through the nearly deserted streets. An old man, defeated, sits alone on stone steps, finding solace in a bottle. Eld walks through the oppressive quiet, taking in the town's palpable despair. He observes the grim atmosphere, knowing the ogre's proximity has choked all life. He knows that without intervention, this town is doomed to be utterly destroyed. He approaches his destination, the rustic, weathered Adventurers Guild building. The wooden sign above the door identifies it as the Elias Guild branch. He looks up at the building, a single sound of acknowledgement on his lips. His gloved hand closes around the metal handle, ready to enter his new base. Stepping inside, he announces his intention to find work in this besieged town. The guild hall is strangely quiet, its quest board conspicuously empty. He turns his gaze toward the board, beginning his search for a suitable task. He expresses surprise, noting how few requests are posted on the board. A cheerful receptionist greets him, asking if he's here to take on a quest. When asked about his skill, Eld humbly admits he has some ability. With sudden energy, she thrusts a single quest slip directly at him. She explains it's an open-ended subjugation quest. Kill any monster for a reward. He deduces the other monsters were driven out. She confirms they're in trouble. She clasps her hands, desperately begging any strong adventurer to help save them. He agrees, seeing it as an efficient way to work, and she is overjoyed. As he leaves to hunt, she calls out, telling him not to overdo it. Back at the gate, he decides to investigate the state of the forest himself. The guard shouts a final warning as Eld crosses the precarious rope bridge. His boots make contact with the soil, leaving the relative safety of Elias behind. He steps into the dense woods, ready to begin his dangerous hunt. Walking deeper, he wonders what kind of foe he will encounter first. A lone figure, he ventures further into the vast, untamed wilderness. With his sage's staff in hand, he moves cautiously through the trees. He finds the forest eerily empty, suspecting the ogres have driven everything away. Deciding on a new strategy, he prepares to use his scouting skills. A sudden presence makes him stop, a look of surprise on his face. A massive white-furred wolf bares its fangs, its snarl echoing in the quiet. His eye narrows, his focus instantly shifting to the immediate savage threat. But before it can pounce, a huge, monstrous hand grabs the wolf's head. The cold, intelligent eyes of a powerful ogre glare from the shadows. An ogre chieftain emerges, holding the severed wolf head and a battle axe. In the quiet clearing, the sage and the monstrous chieftain face each other. A confident smile plays on his lips as he greets the unexpected opponent. The ogre takes a savage, bloody bite from the wolf's severed head. It lets out a guttural roar, asserting its dominance over the forest. From its maw, it spits a projectile of black, viscous liquid. Eld uses his levitation magic to leap high into the air, dodging the attack. He lands gracefully, staff at the ready, his expression set with determination. The ogre discards its axe and charges forward, its massive fist cocked back. As the punch flies, Eld calmly casts the defensive spell, Magic Guard. The massive fist connects with a shimmering, invisible barrier, its force stopped cold. The rebound sends the ogre flying backward, shattering a tree on impact. The sound of the devastating impact echoes loudly through the forest. The beast is momentarily stunned, half buried in the splinters of the tree. The shockwave also sends Eld stumbling back, grunting from the force. Recovering instantly, the ogre looms over him, its axe poised to strike. The massive battle axe descends in a brutal, decisive arc. Eld glares up, refusing to be intimidated by the show of force. He thrusts his hand forward, casting the trapping spell Sticky Bomb. The axe is caught mid-swing, ensnared in a web of magical adhesive. The crystal at the head of his staff begins to glow with power. As the ogre struggles, Eld prepares to unleash a powerful counterattack. With a roar, a torrent of magical fire erupts from the ground. He unleashes the devastating spell, Flame Pillar, upon his trapped foe. The ogre is completely engulfed in the raging inferno, its form obscured by fire. He watches the blaze with a calm, determined expression, his spell complete. A plume of white smoke rises from the smoldering remains into the sky. Eld stands over the charred, motionless body of the fallen ogre chieftain. He takes a moment to assess his victory, noting his first kill. But the beast still clings to life, its body smoking and grievously wounded. Its eye snaps open, still burning with a savage, intelligent hatred. With surprising speed, the wounded ogre scrambles away, trying to flee. Eld realizes its intent, refusing to let it escape to summon reinforcements. He unleashes a powerful fireball spell to cut off its escape. The fiery projectile slams into the fleeing ogre's back with explosive force. Its face twists in a final snarl as the blast overwhelms it. The chieftain finally lies defeated, its smoking body still on the forest floor. He notes the monster's excellent judgment, realizing he was in real danger. He resolves to conserve his limited mana and strike first to gain the advantage. Still, a troubling thought lingers in his mind as he analyzes the fight. He is certain that his Flame Pillar spell should have been a one-hit kill. He wonders if this world's monsters are simply stronger than he remembers. A sudden rustling sound from the undergrowth cuts his thoughts short. A pack of massive white-furred wolves bursts into the clearing. He is taken aback by the sudden appearance of yet more enemies. But the wolves ignore him completely, their eyes wide with terror. They are not hunting, they are fleeing from a far greater threat. He watches them go, a look of confusion on his face. He realizes the wolves are not even looking at him. They are running away. A new sound fills the air as a massive, crude club swings. He turns to see another massive ogre emerging from the trees. His eye widens in alarm as he realizes the true scope of the threat. The new ogre stands its ground, blocking the path with its immense bulk. From the surrounding woods, more and more ogres begin to emerge. They are a motley, brutal-looking horde, armed with crude weapons. A grim smile crosses his face as he admits he's found the worst trouble. He is completely surrounded, a lone sage facing an entire ogre hunting party. From the ogre's perspective, he is a small, solitary figure, seemingly helpless. He quickly analyzes their surprising speed, knowing a swarm attack is imminent. With his options dwindling, he prepares to execute a new, desperate plan. His eyes land on a narrow canyon nearby, the perfect location for a trap. Eld sprints down a narrow forest path, a calculated plan in motion. He screams for help, luring his monstrous pursuers deeper into the woods. 3 hulking ogres peer from the trees, their expressions dull and brutish. Their faces crack into cruel, toothy grins as they eagerly take the bait. With triumphant roars, the ogres charge, brandishing their crude, heavy weapons. Eld leads the thundering horde into a tight, rocky canyon, a perfect death trap. He skids to a halt, his sage's staff already glowing with immense magical power. A massive pillar of fire erupts from the ground, engulfing the lead ogre. The beast is instantly caught in the inferno, its body scorched by the flames. The searing fire licks at the feet of the other ogres, trapping them. Eld stands calmly amidst the firestorm, preparing to unleash his full power. His eyes narrow with resolve. He will finish them all in a single, decisive attack. He gathers a tremendous amount of energy, the air crackling around his staff. A raging wall of fire sweeps through the canyon, consuming everything in its path. The spell is identified, Flame Pillar X5, a devastating wide-area attack. The ogres are caught in the fiery vortex, their roars turning to screams of agony. Eld raises his hand, preparing a follow-up strike to eliminate any survivors. He channels raw magic into his palm, ready to cast another spell. He unleashes a barrage of fireballs that explode among the burning beasts. Suddenly, the canyon wall shatters outward with a deafening roar. A massive, brutish face emerges from the dust, its maw open in fury. The ogre chieftain, scarred but alive, smashes its way through the rubble. It lands with a heavy thud, its massive hand cratering the scorched earth. As the smoke clears, the other ogres lie dead and smoldering in the canyon. The chieftain smashes its fist into the ground, enraged and ready to fight. Eld is shocked, realizing that even his powerful magic was not enough to kill it. The chieftain's fist impacts the ground with the force of a small earthquake. The monster's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated, savage fury. A simple, unadorned sword is drawn, its polished blade gleaming in the light. The chieftain roars in challenge, saliva dripping from its massive, sharp fangs. Eld confronts the massive beast, sword in hand, ready for close-quarters combat. The battle is over. The chieftain lies defeated in the now quiet canyon. Eld wipes his brow, remarking that it has been a long time since he used a sword. He notes that this ogre was far stronger than the others he had encountered. Suspecting the Garden of Despair, he decides he must be more cautious. He stands in a clearing, preparing to cast a spell to begin his hunt anew. He activates Magic Search, sending a pulse of energy throughout the forest. Finding no enemies nearby, he prepares his next skill, Mana Camouflage. He takes a silent step, his form beginning to shimmer and fade from view. His body becomes transparent, perfectly blending into the surrounding foliage. His eyes narrow with focus. It is time to continue the hunt. He moves unseen through the dense forest, a veritable ghost in the woods. Finding another group of ogres, he unleashes a devastating surprise attack. The ogres lie defeated, a testament to his brutally efficient hunting methods. He uses his magic to trap and incinerate another unsuspecting group of ogres. He calculates he can defeat about 20 more before his mana runs out. He arrives back at the town of Elias, nestled within a massive cavern. The guard on the bridge calls out, relieved to see him return safely. Eld reports that the forest was swarming with ogres, and he defeated about 25. The guard is utterly stunned, unable to believe what he has just heard. The guild receptionist is overjoyed, exclaiming that he actually defeated them. She praises him, saying no one else has been able to stop the ogre menace. She notes he has no proof, but he explains he used a skill to store them. He demonstrates by materializing a severed ogre hand out of thin air. An entire ogre corpse then appears upside down, shocking the receptionist. Her mind completely overloaded, she decides she must get the guildmaster. She bolts from the counter, leaving Eld to ponder his grand entrance. He wonders if he was too flashy, but then recalls Meera's advice. Meera had told him that novices must stand out to rank up in the current system. The guildmaster arrives, announcing his presence with a firm, confident step. Eld apologizes for the mess and asks to be shown to the warehouse. The warehouse is a large open area with pens and various storage sheds. The receptionist leads him into a massive, column-filled underground storeroom. She explains the area is large because it's a natural habitat for monsters. The guildmaster Zekas appears, surprised to see them in the storeroom. He greets Eld, apologizing for making him come all this way. He introduces himself, amazed to meet the one who defeated the ogres. He tells Eld to bring the bodies in, as he has cleared a space for them. The receptionist tells Zekas to watch, promising he'll see something amazing. A massive, intricate magic circle spreads across the warehouse floor. Zekas stares in utter disbelief, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. A mountain of ogre corpses materializes, shocking Zekas to his very core. Eld explains this is magic storage, a skill that uses a separate dimension. Zekas, astounded, confirms the skill is not in any of the guild's records. He declares it the discovery of the century, a truly incredible find. He asks if Eld will report it. Eld wonders what will happen if he does. Zekas explains the guild will verify it and grant him a massive reward. Eld thinks that while he doesn't need money, it would help all adventurers. He agrees to report the skill, earning Zekas's profound gratitude. He knows it will also help him counter the sinister Garden of Despair. Zekas, his mind still reeling, asks to see Eld's Adventurer Guild card. He notes that for a novice, Eld is certainly an impressive D rank. His eyes bulge in shock as he finally processes the word. Novice? He asks if there's a mistake, but Eld explains his true job as sage. Zekas asks if the job jewel didn't work, gesturing to the inert crystal orb. Eld wonders if there's a way to be registered as a magic user with his skills. Zekas explains that without the jewel, he cannot officially register the job. He laments how strict the guild became after the time of the hero Georges. He apologizes for his inability to help, but Eld tells him not to worry. Eld muses about Georges and the so-called lower-tier jobs he's heard of. He clenches his fist, knowing that, depending on the situation, he may have to misuse his BBO knowledge to its absolute fullest extent. Zekas looks at the guild card again, a new bold idea striking him. He tells Eld that while he can't help with his job, he can raise his rank to C. He explains that Eld already has 2 of the 3 required recommendations. He wonders what Eld did to earn a recommendation from the capital's guildmaster. A memory of Eld defeating the great moles for Mina flashes through his mind. He correctly guesses that his powerful benefactor, Mina, must have been involved. Zekas declares that with his own recommendation, all the conditions are met. He curses the discriminatory system, stating Eld's feat is worth more than C rank. The young guild receptionist cries out in alarm, shouting for her boss. Zekas begs Eld to keep his audacious plan a secret, fearing he'll be fired. He explains that without a truly great achievement, Eld's rank can never be raised. Eld listens intently, his expression thoughtful as he considers the guild's rigid rules. He then makes a stunning offer. What if he defeats every single ogre in the region? Zekas and the receptionist are left completely dumbfounded by his incredible proposition. Zekas asks if such a thing is even possible, as it would be an unparalleled feat. Eld admits he can't guarantee success, but he is determined to give it his all. Overcome with emotion, Zekas thanks him, grateful that he is even willing to try. The receptionist excitedly realizes that if Eld wins, they can all stay in Elias. Eld asks if the ogre damage is truly that bad, sensing a deeper problem. Zekas reveals the true grim issue, a relocation plan. Eld is shocked. The capital plans to abandon the town, forcing its people to move elsewhere. Eld asks why they wouldn't want to leave, and Zekas explains the cruel reality. Zekas clenches his teeth, knowing the capital only cares for its own convenience. Eld is furious, questioning why the capital won't send aid to fight the monsters. Zekas scoffs bitterly. They were simply told to handle the crisis themselves. He reveals the plan as a political scheme by nobles in the capital. This entire territory belongs to Count Migas, who is hated by those in power. Eld asks why the Count is so despised, and Zekas explains he is a kind man. He is especially hated by the powerful and notorious hero, Georges. Eld wonders why there is such deep conflict between the kingdom's nobles. Zekas explains that Count Migas stood against the discrimination of lower-tier jobs. The Count gave refuge and work to the persecuted from all over the country. Eld understands now. Opposing the established order has made Migas a target. He thinks to himself that this is good news. The Count could be a powerful ally. Eld agrees to cooperate, promising to do whatever he can to save the town. That night, a full moon shines down on the small house where Eld is staying. Exhausted by the day's heavy revelations, he collapses onto the simple bed. He lets out a sigh, lacing his hands behind his head to relax for a moment. He knows he has a huge responsibility now and must rest to recover his magic. A brief, violent flashback shows Eld in the heat of battle, stabbing a massive ogre. He is shocked by another ogre's power as he barely blocks a crushing blow. A crude, blood-spattered club narrowly misses his head, underscoring the danger. His eyes narrow in the memory, his mind focused on the brutal, close-quarters fight. Back in the present, he reflects on the many tense situations he has faced lately. Elsewhere, under the same moon, a different story unfolds. The moonlight illuminates a grand, sprawling manor, the home of a powerful noble. Inside, a man with long, elegant silver hair gazes out of a large window. The sound of rumbling wheels on cobblestone breaks the silence of the night. A lone covered cart pulled by a single horse approaches the manor's gate. The silver-haired man's gaze sharpens, watching the cart's arrival intently. The door to his study opens as his subordinate announces his return. A blond man reports a successful supply delivery to a remote village. He then adds an interesting story about a low-tier adventurer who defeated a sea dragon. He specifies that this hero was an F-rank novice backed by the Makishia company. Count Migas smiles, expressing a strong desire to meet this mysterious person. His eyes gleam with a strategic light, sensing a unique opportunity in this novice. He hopes that this adventurer, Eld, will become the hope his cause needs. The next morning, Eld pushes open the door to his room, ready for the day. He feels great, announcing with satisfaction that his magical power is fully restored. Zekus and the receptionist greet him outside, asking if he managed to rest. Eld smiles brightly, saying he is just going to check on the ogre's nest. His casual declaration leaves both the guildmaster and the receptionist utterly baffled. Their confusion turns to wide-eyed shock as he prepares to leave. In a sudden burst of motion, Eld leaps powerfully into the air. Zekus and the receptionist can only stare, their mouths agape in astonishment. They watch his figure recede, realizing with disbelief that he is actually flying. Eld soars high above the treetops, a lone figure against the clouds. He knows his first task is to find the enemy's main stronghold. He thinks that the ogres must be spawning from a boss who he must eliminate. His eyes suddenly widen, spotting movement on the forest floor far below. From his high vantage point, he sees a small group of adventurers. He notes that they are fellow adventurers, and their presence is a welcome reinforcement. He continues his flight, soaring over the canopy of the massive, ancient forest. From the air, he scans the seemingly endless sea of trees for any sign of the nest. He flies onward, knowing that he must conserve his mana for the real fight. He thinks he should be able to spot something soon, wary of wasting his magic. His eyes catch sight of a strange cliff face cutting through the dense forest. He is startled by what he sees at the base of the cliff. "What is this?" he exclaims, recognizing the unnatural structure of the lair. He lands softly on the ground, preparing to investigate on foot. He moves with stealth and purpose through the trees toward the cliff. He casts Mana Camouflage, a shimmering ring of light concealing his presence. Now hidden, he finds a high vantage point to observe the enemy camp. His sharp eyes scan the scene, taking in every detail of the ogre's stronghold. The cliff is riddled with caves, and massive gnarled roots crisscross its surface. The roots belong to a single colossal tree, forming a natural fortress. The entire area has been transformed into a massive fortified ogre settlement. Eld watches the scene unfold, his expression one of focused concentration. A massive bare ogre foot, adorned with a tooth anklet, stomps into view. A hulking rhino-horned ogre sits upon a throne made of the tree's roots. It is the chieftain, surrounded by his elite guards and a host of lesser ogres. Eld stares, a bead of sweat forming as he recognizes the formidable creature. He identifies the beast with certainty. It is a king ogre, a powerful boss. He confirms that this is undoubtedly the nest where the horde is located. Having pinpointed their location, he decides to return to town and prepare his assault. He arrives back in Elias, the town still nestled within its protective cavern. He walks through the tense, quiet streets, his expression grim and determined. Seeing the scene in the town square, he mutters angrily, "This is ridiculous." He sees a large crowd of anxious townspeople gathered in the main street. The guild receptionist spots him immediately, calling out his name in surprise. He turns to her, his face serious, and asks what has happened. She begins to explain, her words hesitant as she looks toward the commotion. In the center of the crowd, a man with his hands clasped repeats his earlier words. A trio of arrogant adventurers declares that the town of Elias is to be abandoned. Eld is shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief at this sudden betrayal. The leader holds up a scroll, proclaiming it's an official request from the Grand Cathedral. He sneers, adding that the method of enforcement is left entirely to their discretion. In short, he declares, their orders are now as absolute as the king's. An arrogant adventurer declares that the town of Elias is to be completely abandoned. The town guard Zekus stares in shock, stammering that such an order is impossible. The townspeople protest the capital's cruel decree, worried about the ogres just outside. The adventurers mock their fears, falsely claiming the road to the town was clear. Eld watches silently, knowing he was the one who had cleared their path of monsters. The lead adventurer silences the crowd, ordering them to stop complaining and get ready. Zekus watches the confrontation, whispering that the situation is hopeless for the townspeople. He is surprised to see Eld, who remarks that things have become quite troublesome. Eld knows that defying the capital's men could endanger their benefactor, Count Magus. A tense standoff forms between the helpless townspeople and the capital's cruel enforcers. The hulking brute clicks his tongue, annoyed by the villagers' defiance and hesitation. He grabs a cart of provisions, demanding to know why they are dragging their feet. He draws his massive greatsword, telling the terrified villagers to get a move on. With a roar, he curses the townspeople, calling them worthless scum. He violently shoves the cart, sending their precious food supply crashing to the ground. Vegetables, fruits, and bottles shatter and scatter across the dirt in a wasteful display. The villagers are stunned into silence, watching their only food being destroyed. An elderly woman gasps in horror, her hand flying to her mouth in disbelief. She cries out in despair, watching as their vital provisions are completely ruined. The brute smirks cruelly, saying it doesn't matter since they'll be disposed of anyway. A small child begins to cry, saying the food was a precious gift from Lord Magus. Hearing this, Eld's expression hardens into a mask of cold, determined fury. With a flicker of intent in his eyes, he silently casts the levitate spell. A glowing magic circle appears under the brute, lifting him into the air in shock. His comrades watch in stunned silence as he is pulled rapidly towards the ceiling. He is slammed headfirst into the jagged rock of the cavern roof with brutal force. His face contorts in a silent scream of agony as the impact jars him. His eyes roll back in his head, the force of the blow knocking him unconscious. His limp body begins to plummet from the high ceiling, a small figure falling. The other adventurers can only stare upwards, their faces pale with shock and confusion. The brute's massive frame crashes into the ground, his sword clattering beside him. Eld watches calmly, whispering landing, as if he had controlled the man's descent. The man's head hits the ground with a dull thud, bouncing slightly from the impact. He lies motionless in a cloud of dust, completely and utterly defeated. Sweat and tears stream down his face as he lies unconscious on the ground. His stunned comrades demand to know what just happened to their powerful companion. Eld steps forward, calmly admitting that he was the one responsible for the attack. Zekis panics, telling Eld he has gone too far, but Eld reassures him. The second in command points his spear at Eld, demanding to know who he is. The adventurer bursts into laughter, amused that a mere novice is trying to act tough. Eld explains that the levitation skill he just used has a specific limitation. He smiles, revealing that it means their fallen friend is weaker than a novice. Enraged by the insult, the man snarls at Eld, telling him not to get cocky. Eld's calm expression remains, asking if he is not simply stating a fact. The adventurer's rage finally boils over, his eyes wide with murderous intent. He screams for Eld to die as he lunges forward to attack. His spear flashes through the air in a deadly arc aimed at Eld. He unleashes his power/skill, a devastating blow meant to end the fight. A confident, cruel smirk spreads across his face as he attacks. The spear stops dead in its tracks, halted by an invisible barrier just before it hits. The adventurer's confidence evaporates, replaced by confusion and a cold sweat. Eld states that with such a low level of skill, he couldn't protect anyone. He looks the man dead in the eye, asking if he ever intended to protect them. The adventurer is shocked by the accusation, sputtering in disbelief and anger. Eld delivers a swift, powerful blow with his staff, sending the man flying. As the adventurer tumbles, Eld declares that both of them are simply too weak. He stands over his fallen foes, telling the others to report back to their master. He declares that Elias no longer needs to relocate, as he will handle the ogres. The remaining adventurer gulps in fear, completely intimidated by Eld's power. He clenches his fist, cursing his own powerlessness in the face of the stranger. He grabs his fallen leader and flees, shouting that they have seen enough. Eld watches them go, dryly noting that he's never heard such a cliché line before. Zekis rushes to Eld, apologizing for not being able to stop the adventurers himself. Eld reflects that this unexpected display of power might be for the best. He tells Zekis not to worry, as he understands the pressure of following orders. He then reveals his suspicion that the entire relocation plan is a deliberate setup. He asks Zekis if he has heard of the breeding pot of artificial monsters. He explains that the artifact strengthens monsters, making them berserk like the ogres. He confirms that he has already encountered these unnaturally powerful creatures in the forest. He theorizes the ogres were meant to overrun the town and then destroy themselves. The timing of the forced relocation now seems far too perfect to be a coincidence. Zekis is horrified, asking if the capital would truly orchestrate such a terrible plot. Eld suspects it's a plan to get rid of Count Magus and his supporters. He believes that the mastermind behind this cruel conspiracy is the ruthless Georges. Zekis questions why they would go to such extreme lengths just to spite the Count. As a woman and child gather the spilled food, Eld says it is just a possibility. He knows, however, that it is always best to prepare for the worst-case scenario. He recalls that in BBO, the breeding pot was a creation of the Garden of Despair. If Georges is allied with that sinister group, the world is on a path to ruin. He turns to Zekis, stating that he has a request regarding this grave matter. Eld asks for an official introduction to the man at the center of the conspiracy, Count Magus. Zekis agrees immediately, certain that the Count will welcome Eld with open arms. He warns Eld that siding with Magus means making a powerful enemy of Georges. Eld confirms his decision, stating he will align himself with Count Magus. He stands firm, declaring that he cannot allow Georges' evil to go unchecked. Zekis is overjoyed, knowing that having Eld on their side is a great help. He reveals that many guild members are also dissatisfied and will offer their support. Zekas offers to provide anything Eld needs during his stay in their town. Eld makes a strange request. He needs a large quantity of oil. Zekas is puzzled, wondering what he could possibly need so much oil for. With a determined smile, Eld reveals his audacious plan. He will burn the forest. Zekas is utterly shocked by this destructive and seemingly reckless idea. Eld clarifies that he only intends to burn the area around the distant ogre nest. Zekas rushes off to procure the oil, while Eld prepares for the coming battle. The unique town of Elias rests quietly, sheltered beneath a massive cavern ceiling. Zekas returns with carts piled high with barrels of highly flammable monster oil. Eld asks for help loading the barrels into his mysterious magic storage skill. The first barrel vanishes with a soft pop, disappearing into thin air. Eld, Zekas, and the receptionist pour the oil into a large glowing magic circle. Zekas marvels at the convenience of the skill as Eld explains how it works. The last drops of oil drip from the barrel. This is all they could gather. Eld thanks the surprised villagers for their help and prepares to depart immediately. The man protests, warning Eld that it is far too dangerous to leave at sunset. Eld calmly explains that his monstrous foes are most active during the daytime. The villager realizes Eld is planning a surprise attack, though Eld feels some unease. Seeing Eld's resolve, the man simply asks him to be extremely careful on his mission. With a final determined look, Eld announces that he is leaving on his mission now. He launches himself into the air, soaring over the village rooftops with magical propulsion. His eyes are sharp and focused, his determination clear as he flies toward his goal. The villagers watch his distant figure, placing all their hope in the adventurer, Eld. The journey takes him across a vast and unforgiving landscape, shadowed by colossal cliffs. He arrives at the Elias Grand Forest, a dense canopy of ancient, towering trees. The forest is home to titanic trees with massive, gnarled roots like fortress walls. These ancient trees are impossibly large, their trunks reaching high into the sky. Two hulking ogres, torches in hand, patrol the base of the colossal tree fortress. Eld watches from hiding, sensing the sheer number of bodies packed within the tree. He decides to pinpoint his enemies' locations, casting his magic search spell. His magic reveals a dark, hollowed-out chamber teeming with dozens of ogres. At their center sits the menacing king ogre, enthroned upon living roots. He confirms the enemy numbers. If his plan works, annihilation should be possible. With his strategy set, a complex magic circle appears as he prepares to act. A torrent of oil summoned from his storage pours from the magical gateway. He levitates around the giant tree, spraying the flammable liquid onto its massive roots. The oil soaks into the ancient bark, coating the entire base of the ogre fortress. His task complete, Eld lands gracefully on a nearby cliff, ready for the next step. He stands alone on the precipice, overlooking the now-prepared ogre stronghold. His expression is focused and intense. He knows what must be done next. He dives through the air, his mind set on a single, fiery purpose: ignition. An ogre guard, sensing danger, peers down from its perch on the great roots. The brutish creature is completely unaware of the fiery doom about to befall it. Eld rockets through the air, his foot extended for a powerful, decisive strike. His kick impacts the ogre's torch, sending a shower of sparks onto the oil. The ogre is instantly engulfed in flames as Eld calmly levitates away from the blast. The inferno spreads with terrifying speed, catching another ogre completely by surprise. A massive explosion of fire erupts, the oil igniting in a deafening roar. The flames climb the ancient tree, turning the fortress into a funeral pyre. The roar of the inferno is deafening, a testament to its destructive power. The entire base of the forest fortress is now a raging, inescapable sea of fire. The fire rages with unstoppable fury, consuming everything in its path. Eld observes the blaze, impressed by how well the oil is burning. The inferno intensifies, its hungry flames licking higher up the colossal tree. The raging fire creates a wall of destruction, completely encircling the ogre's home. He floats above the smoke-filled clearing, patiently waiting for the next phase. He anticipates the ogres will soon be smoked out through the gaps he created. As predicted, panicked ogres begin to pour out of their burning stronghold. He confirms his objective: burn the stronghold while conserving his own magical energy. His plan is working perfectly as the fleeing ogres descend into total panic. He unleashes a sticky bomb spell into the midst of the fleeing horde. An ogre's feet are instantly trapped in the thick, magical adhesive. The fleeing ogres trip and fall, becoming hopelessly ensnared in the sticky trap. He rapidly casts a series of powerful buffs, enchanting himself with earth magic. Floating high above, he summons a massive boulder to crush the trapped king ogre. He unleashes his ultimate earth spell, the giant's iron hammers, upon his foe. The colossal rock descends with terrifying speed, a meteor of pure destruction. The hammer finds its mark, crushing the king ogre beneath its immense weight. Eld lands, believing the battle is over and the threat has been neutralized. But from the rubble, a massive bloody hand emerges, ending his brief respite. An even more powerful ogre, the Emperor, bursts from the wreckage of its king. Facing this new threat, Eld stands firm, declaring he simply has to defeat it. The colossal Emperor Ogre roars in defiance at the small, floating figure of Eld. With savage fury, the Emperor Ogre tears apart the remains of its fallen king. It rips a massive root from the ground, wielding it like a colossal club. Eld watches intently, his mind already analyzing this new, unpredictable enemy. The beast brings its massive club crashing down, narrowly missing the agile mage. Eld dodges with a burst of magic, narrowly avoiding the devastating impact. The ground shatters where the club strikes, demonstrating the monster's immense power. He lands safely, the battlefield already a wasteland of shattered rock and splintered wood. He realizes this foe doesn't use set patterns, but brute force in the environment. The Emperor Ogre crouches low, its powerful muscles tensed for a devastating lunge. Its massive fist, adorned with sharp claws, clenches in anticipation of the attack. The massive beast lunges forward with surprising speed, a blur of raw power. He grits his teeth, realizing this powerful and unpredictable foe is a major hassle. A blinding flash of light erupts as the monster's fist meets his magical shield. The force of the blow shatters the cliff face behind him, a testament to its power. Eld is thrown back by the sheer force of the impact, his barrier barely holding. His face is strained and beaded with sweat, the battle taking a serious toll. He lands below, looking up as the Emperor Ogre repositions itself on higher ground. The monster clenches its fist again, preparing to unleash another devastating assault. It hurls a volley of massive rocks, turning the very landscape into a weapon. Eld gracefully dodges through the deadly barrage, a shimmering trail of magic in his wake. He counters in midair, unleashing a powerful fireball spell at his foe. The swirling sphere of fire slams directly into the Emperor Ogre's face. The monster is engulfed in the fiery explosion, but emerges seemingly unharmed. It casually pats his cheek, annoyed but completely unfazed by the powerful spell. He realizes the monster is too durable. Normal attacks can't inflict any real damage. The beast marks its own face with a bloody X, a primal challenge. Gritting his teeth, Eld declares that even against this foe, he has a countermeasure. A flash of pure speed cuts through the darkness, a new strategy unfolding. Eld is enveloped in swirling currents of wind, his body glowing with power. The Emperor Ogre is caught off guard, its attack missing as Eld vanishes. He moves with impossible speed, becoming a blur of white and silver against the night. A blinding flash of light signals the activation of his powerful new spell. Wreathed in roaring wind, his expression is one of absolute, unwavering focus. He unleashes a torrent of pure wind energy, a gale of destructive force. The spell is revealed, Windrunner, a magic that grants incredible speed. His face is a mask of pure determination as he charges toward his massive foe. The sheer force of his movement kicks up a storm of rocks and debris. He uses a shattered rock as a springboard, launching himself into the air. He soars directly towards the Emperor Ogre's massive roaring maw. His hand glows with concentrated magical energy, ready to unleash the final blow. Deep within the Ogre Chieftain's throat, Eld unleashed a devastating explosion spell. He stood balanced on its jaw, the point-blank spell about to detonate. A blinding flash of light erupted, tearing the monster's head apart from within. As the colossal body began to fall, Eld gracefully leaped to safety. The chieftain's skull was utterly obliterated by the internal blast of raw power. Its headless form swayed for a moment before beginning its final, heavy descent. The behemoth crashed to the ground, its reign of terror finally at an end. He considered that even enhanced by the drug, the giant was a dull opponent. The Windrunner skill was perfect for a swift, unpredictable surprise attack. With this, he thought, the forest should finally know a moment of peace. But a sudden, strange tremor in the air put him on immediate alert. His gaze shot upwards, his instincts screaming that the danger was not over. A massive, glowing magic circle materialized in the sky above the ancient trees. He couldn't believe it. Another boss was appearing right after he defeated one. His eyes narrowed with grim determination as he faced the emerging new foe. From the smoke, a cruel, intelligent grin spread across a monstrous, tusked face. The new creature began to rise from the smoldering remains of the fallen chieftain. It was the legendary beast of BBO, the mighty and terrible Emperor Ogre. The new behemoth let loose a roar that shook the very foundations of the forest. With a single smash of its fists, it pulverized the ground beneath it. Overwhelmed by its sheer power, Eld was immediately forced onto the defensive. The Emperor Ogre charged after him, its massive form a blur of destruction. It tore through the forest, leaving a wake of shattered rock and splintered wood. Its eyes were locked onto its target, its expression one of pure, savage intent. Eld leaped through the high canopy, desperately trying to create some distance. He gripped a thick branch, steadying himself for his next evasive maneuver. From his perch high in the trees, he watched the monster's relentless pursuit. He found cover, watching the beast pause amidst a field of shattered rock. He knew the king and Emperor Ogre should never appear in the same place. He wondered if this was once again the sinister work of his enemies. The crest of the Garden of Despair confirmed their ability to summon bosses. But first, he had to focus his full attention on the monster before him. The Emperor Ogre bellowed, its raw power echoing through the desolate landscape. Its single central horn began to glow with a strange, searching light. The beast's gaze turned upward, peering into the dense forest canopy above. Hidden high among the leaves, Eld prepared himself for the inevitable discovery. The ogre's eye gleamed. It had the ability to use search magic to find him. Eld's face contorted in shock. His hiding spot was no longer safe. The monster's powerful legs coiled before it launched itself into the air. It soared through the air like a missile, aimed directly at his position. Its face was a mask of grim fury as it closed the distance. The massive tree shattered into splinters upon the devastating impact of its body. Eld activated his levitation magic, narrowly dodging the destructive assault from above. The ogre began ripping boulders from the earth, hurling them at him. He was forced into a desperate aerial ballet, evading the deadly projectiles. His eyes darted back and forth, calculating the trajectory of each new attack. The Emperor Ogre grinned, relishing the challenge of its airborne prey. It landed with a thud, momentarily confused as its target disappeared from view. Eld saw his chance, a narrow passage between two colossal, ancient trees. He landed between them, a desperate gambit to use the terrain against it. He braced himself, his heart pounding, as the beast took the bait. At the very last second, he threw himself to the side, evading the charge. He let out a curse of frustration, the plan now in motion. The ogre slammed headfirst into the massive trunks, its momentum unstoppable. The colossal beast found itself hopelessly wedged between the two ancient trees. It grunted, trapped and enraged by its own reckless, powerful charge. The trees groaned and splintered as the trapped monster struggled to break free. It was completely immobilized, a perfect target for a counterattack. Eld raised his hand, seizing the precious opportunity his desperate plan had created. He unleashed a fire arrow, a spell designed to stick and burn. The spell would adhere to the target, engulfing it in inescapable flames. But the Emperor Ogre simply raised its arm, blocking the spell with ease. Eld stared in disbelief, his tactical spell rendered completely ineffective. He understood the King Ogre's enhancement was far greater than he had imagined. He forced himself to remain calm, telling himself not to get flustered. He would rely on his BBO knowledge and his experience in this new world. He prepared to cast another volley of fire arrows, testing its defenses again. This time he unleashed a rapid barrage of 3 fiery projectiles at once. Once again, the monster casually blocked the incoming magical assault with its arm. A small, confident smile touched his lips as a new strategy took shape. A glowing magic circle appeared directly above the still-trapped Emperor Ogre. He unleashed Flame Pillar, a vortex of fire to engulf his foe. The monster was consumed by the roaring inferno, its body wreathed in fire. Its flesh was charred and blackened, but the beast remained standing, defiant. All right, he thought. It didn't do much damage, but it will buy me time. But the ogre emerged from the flames, its wounds already beginning to heal. He watched in horror as the monster's burnt flesh regenerated before his eyes. Fully healed and enraged, the Emperor Ogre let loose a triumphant roar. "Damn it!" he cried, desperately searching for a way to bypass its defenses. A new, darker thought began to form in the depths of his mind. His hand opened, a grim decision made. There is a way, he thought. He knew there was a technique that could break through this impossible situation. The ogre's unnatural regeneration continued, erasing every wound he had inflicted. He stood before the seemingly invincible foe, the flames of his attack still flickering. He knew he had no time to waste, no room for hesitation now. He clenched his fist, preparing to draw upon a much darker, forbidden power. A strange, corrupting energy began to gather in the palm of his hand. His eye glowed with an ominous light as he prepared the forbidden curse. He unleashed the forbidden spell, Mina Erosion, a tide of dark magic. The shimmering wave of pure, corrosive energy rushed towards the trapped ogre. The strange energy washed over the beast, which braced for the impact. The ogre looked down at its hand, confused by the spell's unusual effect. Its very flesh began to dissolve, turning to dust before its horrified eyes. The forbidden curse was consuming its body, eroding it into nothingness. The corrosive energy intensified, accelerating the monster's complete and utter dissolution. Its face, once a mask of rage, was now twisted in pure terror. Its head dissolved into a cloud of light and dust. Its reign ended. Eld watched as the last remnants of the mighty beast faded away into nothing. Mana erosion was a skill that destroyed a magically contaminated body from within. This magic was called a forbidden curse, and there were two reasons why. Eld recalls the first drawback of mana erosion. It harms everyone in its range. He knows he must first use magic search to confirm no one else is nearby. The spell's second drawback is that it degrades materials dropped by defeated monsters. Using this incantation was unheard of during the Great Guild Wars of BBO. Despite its many demerits, Eld realizes this forbidden magic is strangely perfect. For some reason, it's the ultimate counter-tactic to the demonic insect poison. The poison strengthens monsters by making them absorb mana, a fatal weakness to this spell. The Emperor Ogre's body begins to petrify and crumble under the spell's power. A horned, demonic beast smashes its fist into the petrified snout of a dragon. Eld explains that the poison strengthens monsters by making them hyper-absorbent to mana. This means that even tainted mana is readily absorbed by their bodies. The Emperor Ogre, its form now a shattered, rocky shell, stumbles back. Eld stands his ground, a lone figure before the crumbling, smoldering titan. A close-up shows Eld's determined eyes, focused on the raging battle. The burning, desolate landscape is a testament to the spell's destructive force. Eld stands amidst the flames, realizing he must extinguish them quickly. He remarks that the fire is spreading and that he should finish this soon. With a thunderous stomp, the Emperor Ogre rises from its own ruin. Though its body is a shattered wreck, its eyes glow with undiminished fury. It lets out a furious snort, steam jetting from its nostrils as it prepares to charge. Eld declares that it is time to settle this once and for all. He leaps onto the monster's own massive, petrified hand, ready for the final clash. With a defiant roar, Eld unleashes his power, his hand outstretched. The ogre's massive hand begins to tremble and crack under Eld's magic. The monster's stone-like fist shatters into 1,000 pieces in midair. The destruction spreads like a contagion, its entire body exploding in a cataclysmic shower of rock. The monster's massive form collapses into a pile of rock and dust. Eld stands alone in the cavern of ash and ruin, his hand still outstretched. He lets his arm fall, the tension finally leaving his body. A quiet sigh of relief escapes his lips. He is glad that he was somehow able to manage the victory. He summons a torrent of water to extinguish the last of the flames. The hissing steam fills the cavern as the fire is put out. He confirms that the fire is extinguished and the ogres have been recovered. He laments the loss of materials but knows the king ogre's body will suffice. As he scans the debris, a glint of light catches his eye. He kneels to pick up a large, multifaceted crystal, identifying it as a hero stone. He knows it is a lucky find, as mana erosion usually ruins any dropped items. Acknowledging his work isn't done, he knows there is still cleanup left to do. He sprints through the trees, intent on finding his final objective. A pulse of magic search radiates through the forest, guiding his senses. The spell leads him to a grotesque, ornate pot, the source of the plague. He identifies the artifact as the breeding pot, the font of the demonic insect poison. Without hesitation, he summons a massive spear of pure ice from the earth. He unleashes the ice pillar spell, shattering the cursed artifact. The ancient tree and the pot buried beneath it are completely destroyed. He confirms that with the pot gone, the monsters will no longer go berserk. He looks on with satisfaction, his mission in the forest finally complete. His expression is calm, his task in the dangerous forest now concluded. He had prepared a contingency, knowing the Emperor Ogre might appear after the king fell. Deciding there's nothing more to think about, he prepares to return. He uses his levitate skill to soar back towards the town of Elias. He arrives back at the familiar wooden facade of the Elias Guild Hall. Inside, the branch chief, Zekas, has finally succumbed to exhaustion. The young receptionist chides Zekas for sleeping, while Eld is fighting alone. Zekas awakens, protesting that he wasn't sleeping, just losing his fight with drowsiness. Eld appears at the door, noting it's almost dawn and that he did his best. Zekas and the receptionist are shocked to see him return. Zekas shouts Eld's name in surprise and relief. He sees Eld's tattered state and asks if he is all right. Eld reassures them, stating that he has defeated all of the ogres. Zekis and the receptionist are overcome with joyous relief. They both rush forward, tackling him in a grateful hug. The receptionist apologizes, realizing she got too close in her excitement. The last of Eld's strength leaves him as he mutters that he is tired. He collapses to the floor from sheer exhaustion, his name cried out in alarm. His eyes close as he finally loses consciousness. Outside the inn, the sky is filled with shooting stars. Eld's consciousness fades into darkness. His eye flutters open, a tear of exhaustion tracing a path down his cheek. He awakens in a simple bed, wondering where he is. He sees his staff and sword resting against a nearby chair. He realizes he is in an inn in Elias, having passed out after the fight. The door to his room clatters open. The receptionist enters, overjoyed that he has finally woken up after 2 long days. She tells him she'll inform Zekas and bring him food at the guild. Eld watches her leave, processing the information. His stomach rumbles loudly, reminding him of his hunger. He makes his way to the familiar guild hall. The receptionist spots him as he enters the building. She announces Eld's arrival to the branch chief upstairs. Zekas greets him from the landing, happy to see him looking well. He expresses his profound gratitude for the ogre subjugation. He adds there is someone else he wants Eld to speak with first. A hand rests on the wooden railing of the staircase. A new figure descends, asking if he is the novice, elder. The man is revealed to be a nobleman with long silver hair. Eld is taken aback, wondering who this man is. The nobleman introduces himself as Magus, a count of the borderlands. He is surprised a count would come here, but Magus says he rushed over. Magus tells Eld he has been waiting a long time for someone like him. He explains that he has heard the story from Zekas. He asks Eld to join him and help bring an end to the Age of Georges. The count looks on with a hopeful, sincere expression. Eld smiles, understanding the gravity of the request. He reaches out his hand to accept the offer. They shake hands, Eld stating that Georges is a harmful presence to him as well. Magus is grateful and suggests they discuss matters over a meal. Zekas and the receptionist appear, confirming a feast has been prepared in his honor. Eld smiles warmly, expressing his simple thanks for their kindness. A lavish and hearty meal is spread across a rustic wooden table. Eld looks upon the grand feast, his eyes wide with pure amazement. A cheerful young woman explains that she has prepared plenty of food. She gives a playful wink, telling him to eat his fill. Zekas decides to leave, feeling this is a more private conversation. Count Magus stands by the table as Eld begins to eat his meal. Eld thanks him, admitting he was also worried about the Orga situation. Magus offers a wooden chest, a reward for saving the nearby village. Eld opens the chest and is stunned to see it filled with wisdom stones. He asks if Magus is sure, surprised to receive yet another rare item. The Count says it is also thanks for driving off Georges' followers. The mood shifts as Magus declares it is time for the real topic. He explains the true problem is the discrimination against lower-tier jobs. Eld reveals his knowledge. Magus suspects Georges is allied with the Garden of Despair. The Count is shocked, realizing Eld has already figured out this much. Eld admits it was a possibility, but he lacked confirmation until now. Magus confirms his subordinate saw Georges' followers meeting with the secret organization. He fears their combined dark power will grow if their cooperation continues. Eld interrupts, warning that the Elias attack was caused by a forbidden curse. The rampaging monsters would then have moved on to destroy the next town. Magus is horrified, realizing the initial damage was just the beginning of their evil. Eld reveals their crueler plan, sacrificing humans to convert souls into magic. He describes a magic that can detonate this energy, causing a massive mana disaster. A bead of sweat forms on the Count's temple as he absorbs the horror. Eld warns that as Georges' followers increase, these disasters will spread. The Garden of Despair would use this chaos to trigger disasters everywhere. A vision of a ruined city shows the ultimate outcome, the end of the world. Magus shouts in disbelief, asking if such a terrible magic can truly exist. Eld soberly confirms that it is true as he has no reason to lie. The Count asks how Eld knows such things. He learned their tactics long ago. Eld states the information aligns, so they must assume the worst will happen. Magus clenches his fist, declaring his resolve will not waver before the enemy. Eld watches with a calm, determined expression as the Count speaks his mind. The Count asks if they can win, admitting their foes are too dangerous to defeat. He reveals his plan is not to defeat them, but to make them lose their standing. With a grim smile, he declares he is willing to do it in exchange for his life. Eld is visibly shocked by the Count's willingness to make the ultimate sacrifice. Magus explains that George's discriminatory policies are already being questioned. He cites the heroic Meera's sudden promotion to A rank as a major reason. George's son was powerless to stop her promotion after the S rank subjugation. Eld realizes his plan for the Thunder Dragon is paying off as good publicity. Megas says this is about more than just re-evaluating lower-tier jobs' potential. He tells Eld that his own actions as a novice are the true catalyst. The Count plans to use his influence to amplify these growing doubts about the system. Eld asks if he's sure, pointing out it's a clear act of hostility toward Georges. Megas knows this will likely lead to an indirect assassination attempt against him. He smiles faintly, accepting the risk of a dark and deadly assassination. He doesn't care, as long as his sacrifice unites the opposition into a greater force. The rift in the job system is huge. Now is the only time to overturn it. Eld's eyes narrow as he understands the Count's desperate, high-stakes plan. Megas admits it's a poor plan, with luck being too significant a factor. Eld questions if betting the world's fate on such a long shot is wise. The Count cries out that he knows, but sees no other choice against their military might. Eld counters that it is better to strike at Georges' weakness to crush him. Megas asks if Eld knows this weakness, as he's been unable to find one. Eld admits he doesn't know yet, seeing this as a good chance to learn more. The Count agrees, telling Eld to ask him anything he needs to know. Eld asks the central question, why does Georges possess such immense power? He points out that in a kingdom, the king should be the supreme authority. A diagram shows Georges' cardinal rank is only second in the church hierarchy. Eld waits for the Count's answer across the now cleared dinner table. Megas explains that Georges was once just a minor, lower-class noble. But when an epidemic struck, Georges appeared with a miracle cure, saving everyone. Megas clarifies that it was a panacea, a medicine that cures all illnesses. Eld recognizes the term, connecting it to the potions from his old game, BBO. He asks if the panacea is valuable. Megas confirms its ingredients are rare. By acquiring a large supply, Georges' achievements were lauded, expanding his power. Megas says that now nobody would believe he works with the Garden of Despair. Georges' monopoly on the panacea means even the royal family is powerless. Eld realizes this monopoly, his enemy's greatest strength, is also his weakness. He declares that he knows a way to mass-produce the panacea. Megas is shocked, stating the key ingredient, Bredona herb, is far too precious. Eld looks into the distance, his expression resolute as he simply says, "It's possible." The Count stares at him, his mind struggling to process the audacious claim. He closes his eyes, trying to compose himself after hearing the unbelievable news. He admits that while it's hard to believe, Eld's past achievements are proof enough. Megas agrees to hold off on his own plan, trusting Eld to produce the panacea. Eld agrees with a firm, "Yeah," accepting the monumental and crucial task. The scene transitions to the exterior of a grand, imposing royal castle. The castle stands tall, a symbol of the kingdom's immense power and authority. Inside, a long black carpet leads towards an ornate throne at the far end. An elderly king with a long white beard sits wearily upon the throne. A knight kneels, announcing Cardinal Georges requests an audience with the king. A heavy, purposeful footstep marks Georges' confident entrance into the throne room. Georges, a massive man with a stern face, greets the king coolly. The throne room is vast and opulent, its architecture grand and imposing. Georges' expression is cold and calculating, betraying no hint of emotion. The king asks what business has brought Georges before him, his tone weary. Georges kneels, formally requesting to borrow some of the army's equipment. The king considers the request for military strength, his eyes narrowed in thought. Georges mentions unsettling movements, but says it is not yet time for action. The king refuses, stating he cannot give the army's equipment to a nobleman. Georges' head remains bowed, but a tense, heavy silence fills the room. The king looks down at him, his expression one of weary royal authority. Georges speaks softly, his words a chilling reminder. "Your life is in my hands." The king, utterly defeated, quietly agrees to the thinly veiled demand. He tells Georges he will have his knights prepare the requested equipment. Georges rises, assuring the king it is all for the peace of the country. In a rustic herb shop, an old man warmly welcomes a new customer. Eld asks for tayumemi seeds, to the shopkeeper's surprise, who says they're just livestock feed. A curious shopkeeper at a bustling market stall asks what Eld will do with so many beans. Eld simply smiles, holding up a small pouch, and explains it is for the kingdom's sake. As Count Megas begins to thank him, Eld insists that it is far too early for gratitude. The Count explains that mass-producing the healing potion would save countless lives from Georges' tyranny. He reveals that Georges' faction maintains a cruel monopoly, selling the potion at extortionate prices. Megas is taken aback by Eld's humility, admitting he may have gotten ahead of himself. The first step, Megas says, is to find where the rare Bredona herb grows wild. He looks intently at Eld, asking what his plan is if they cannot find any. The Count is shocked by Eld's audacity, asking if he plans to raid enemy lands. Eld asks if the seeds are obtainable. Megas confirms he possesses a small supply himself. With this crucial information, Eld confidently declares that there is no longer a problem. He looks up at the nobleman, stating that if a field doesn't exist, he will make one. A new chapter begins as a grand ship sails the sea under a sky full of gulls. Eld arrives at a remote, untamed land, leaping down a steep, rocky cliffside with ease. He stands at the base of a roaring waterfall, his powerful sage's staff in hand. He activates his magic storage, a complex glowing circle appearing on the ground before him. With all necessary materials gathered from his storage, he confirms his preparations are complete. Now all that remains for his ambitious plan is to find a suitable place to plant. He surveys the vast forest surrounding the town of Elias, searching for the perfect spot. He muses that his plan requires monsters, making the ogre-free side of Elias ideal. Suddenly, as he considers the town's layout, a new and better idea strikes him. He recalls seeing a small, hidden path leading into the wilderness behind the town. The secret route could be the key to establishing a secure, large-scale operation. He considers if this overgrown trail could serve as a suitable, hidden access point. He knows that to truly scale production, he needs a secure site and reliable manpower. For now, however, he must quickly find a place to begin his crucial experiment. He spots a small, secluded clearing and decides that this place will be perfect. He steps onto the path with firm purpose, ready to begin his ambitious project. He stands in the center of the clearing, his sage's staff held ready at his side. First, he must confirm his knowledge from the gameworks, providing proof for Count Magus. His first step is to scatter the ordinary Tayumami seeds across the unprepared ground. He walks through the clearing, methodically sowing the seeds required for his arcane agriculture. With the seeds planted, he prepares for the next step as a magic circle begins to glow. He casts water, summoning a powerful geyser that thoroughly soaks the entire clearing. He notes that for any normal seeds, this rough scattering and excess water would be disastrous. For his unique plan, however, this unconventional farming method is not a problem at all. He clenches his fist in anticipation, knowing the most important part is about to begin. He casts Magic Taunt, sending out pulsing rings of energy to lure nearby monsters. He stands perfectly still in the quiet forest, patiently waiting for his spell to work. From the dense undergrowth, a massive paw with sharp, deadly claws steps into view. His eyes narrow as he senses the approach of the beast drawn by his magical taunt. A pack of 3 ferocious, white-furred wolves bursts from the trees, charging directly at him. One of the beasts lunges forward, its jaws wide, fangs bared in a vicious snarl. The entire pack leaps through the air, a coordinated wave of fur and razor-sharp teeth. A glowing magic circle forms before his hand as he calmly declares, "It is time to hunt." He unleashes Ice Pillar, causing massive, jagged shards of ice to erupt from the ground. The charging wolves are brutally impaled in midair, their ferocious attack instantly halted. The battle is over in a blinding flash of ice and raw magical force. He stands over the fallen wolves, their bodies encased and broken by the jagged ice. With a grim expression, he offers a brief, sincere apology to the slain creatures. He explains their sacrifice is necessary, as he will be using them for fertilizer. The bodies of the slain wolf pack now lie still upon the damp forest floor. Their potent life force will soon seep into the earth, enriching the very soil. He knows that unlike other plants, the unique Tayumami can use monsters as fertilizer. He notes that it will take time for the ground to fully absorb their magical essence. 2 days later, a lush field of Tayumami plants has miraculously sprouted from the ground. He is surprised by the incredible speed of their growth, a testament to his method. He harvests the plants, understanding the key is how they absorb a monster's latent magic. The Tayumami now contain the very magical power from the slain wolf's blood and flesh. With all the beans harvested from their pods, he lays them out on a cloth. His next step requires purification by fire. He prepares to cast the Flame Circle spell. A wall of magical fire sweeps across the clearing, incinerating the remaining stalks and roots. He watches the blaze with a serious expression, knowing this is another crucial step. He explains that the magic-infused roots would kill the delicate Bredona herb seeds. Therefore, the Tayumami roots must be completely incinerated with flame magic. The fire prepares the soil, turning the plant matter into nutrient-rich ash. He drives his sword into the scorched ground, readying it for the final planting. The Bredona herb is a unique plant that cannot grow in a normal environment. It needs magic. A monster's dissipating magic is unusable, making a simple corpse an ineffective fertilizer. This is where the Tayumami beans, now perfectly infused with magic, come into play. He crushes the enchanted beans in his gloved hand, creating the perfect magical fertilizer. The resulting dark powder is scattered across the prepared, ash-rich soil of the clearing. This transformed magic allows the Bredona herb to absorb the nutrients and finally grow. All that remains now is to plant the Bredona herb seeds and wait for them. He looks down at the prepared soil with a gentle smile, wishing the seeds to grow big. Eld returns to the town of Elias, his ambitious agricultural experiment now well underway. He presents Count Magus with an enormous pile of freshly harvested Bredona herb. The Count's eyes are wide with utter disbelief at the impossible sight before him. He stands before the pile, completely stunned, asking what this impossible quantity is. He asks if Eld truly succeeded in cultivating the herb, a feat thought to be impossible. Eld confirms he grew it from the seeds, leaving Magus amazed at his incredible results. Magus calculates that this quantity is enough to produce 20 vials of the panacea. A determined smile spreads across his face as he declares this a healing revolution. He agrees to mass production, but notes they will need a proper location and manpower. Eld turns to Zekas, the guildmaster, asking about the path he saw behind the town. Zekas explains that the land was once fertile fields, but is now abandoned and overgrown. Eld asks to reuse the land, but Zekas warns it's overgrown and difficult to clear. Eld says he will handle the clearing himself, presenting the Count with another gift. The chest contains a hero stone, a rare artifact that can strengthen skills. Zekas is shocked, marveling that the already powerful Eld will grow even stronger. Magus entrusts the land to Eld, vowing to recruit like-minded allies for their cause. He warns Eld that once they break George's monopoly, he will become an assassination target. The Count looks at him seriously, asking if he is truly prepared for the coming danger. Eld's expression is resolute, his gaze unwavering in the face of the immense risk. Seeing his determination, the Count closes his eyes and agrees to proceed with the plan. He confesses he was prepared to become a martyr, but Eld has given him a chance to live. Eld listens intently, understanding the full weight of the Count's words and his resolve. He closes his own eyes, dismissing the Count's concern for his safety as a foolish question. He vows that he will not allow Georges to kill the Count who fights for the people. A heavy reinforced door swings open, revealing the path to their new beginning and their rebellion. A brilliant ethereal light begins to pulse within Eld's outstretched hand. He and the receptionist walk through a secret tunnel, lit by his magic. She cheerfully explains this is how they bring in supplies from Count Magus. Eld is surprised to learn of this hidden supply route beneath the town. She notes it's the only back passage, perfect for moving unnoticed. She holds up a large key, adding that there is, however, a problem. She recalls the guildmaster saying it would be hard to build a farm here. As the heavy stone door groans open, she finishes her thought. They step outside and she explains the difficult terrain is the reason why. A dramatic view reveals the jagged, sheer face of a massive cliff. Eld and his companion are dwarfed by the immense natural stone wall. Eld remarks that it's more like a mountain, an obstacle indeed. A massive boulder blocks their path, an obstacle they must clear for their farm. Eld declares he'll destroy it, shocking the young receptionist with his confidence. He plants his feet firmly, gathering magical energy for a powerful spell. Steam explosion, he shouts, unleashing a concentrated blast of pure force. The explosion slams into the rock, the shockwave throwing his companion back. The massive boulder is completely pulverized, leaving a smoking hole in its place. Eld calmly assesses that a few more blasts should do the trick. The terrified receptionist begs him not to use such powerful magic so suddenly. She advises him that if he's going to be so surprising, she needs to stand back. Eld smiles, promising to try something even more powerful next time. His companion's eyes widen in absolute terror at his casual declaration. She can't believe he has an even stronger spell, but he confirms he does. He holds up a vial of shimmering liquid, announcing that he will use it. He explains its contents, a hero's potion made from a hero's stone and Bredona herb. He drinks the potion, explaining it will increase the level of his skills. The receptionist notes that drinking a stone sounds awful. Eld agrees it was. He prepares to cast his newly enhanced spell, Steam Explosion U. A brilliant light envelops his hands as he gathers an immense amount of power. Power crackles around his body as he prepares to unleash the devastating spell. He warns his companion to get back, and she nervously agrees. She scrambles for cover behind a large rock, peeking out with apprehension. Eld takes aim with his staff, targeting the distant colossal cliff face. He explains this is his steam explosion, now enhanced by a single level. He muses that unlike in BBO, a skill level up here is a true evolution. With a confident glint in his eye, he anticipates the spell's incredible result. The spell erupts from his staff in a blinding flash of raw energy. He unleashes the full, untamed power of Steam Explosion U upon the landscape. The beam of destruction tears through the forest, obliterating everything in its path. The cataclysmic blast of energy surges forward with unstoppable force. A massive explosion engulfs the entire cliffside in a blinding conflagration. The receptionist screams, her face a comical mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Chunks of rock and debris rain down from the sky in the aftermath. Back in town, Count Magus and Zekas are shaken, wondering if it's an earthquake. Eld lowers his staff, the gem at its tip still glowing with residual power. He stares at the result of his spell, momentarily speechless at the devastation. Standing at the edge of a new crater, he admits it was stronger than he thought. The massive smoking canyon he carved into the land stretches into the distance. The receptionist asks what that was. He explains it was his enhanced spell. She declares it was a natural disaster, not magic, as he decides to return. The town of Elias is shown, nestled safely within its massive cavern. Zekas immediately confronts Eld, demanding to know if he caused the tremor. Eld confirms he has secured the land, much to Count Magus's amazement. He entrusts the construction to the Count, who promises to build on a grand scale. Magus stops him with a word of caution, piquing Eld's curiosity. He reveals a dangerous secret: cultivating the Bradona herb attracts monsters. The Count is visibly shocked by this unexpected and dangerous revelation. Magus realizes they will need to station combat personnel to defend the farm. Eld warns that while most will be common monsters, a boss could appear. Magus asks Eld to inform him of any trouble, appreciative of his help. The Count decides he will search for fighters he knows to help defend the farm. Zekas suggests recruiting Meera, the flame calamity, which surprises Eld. Magus agrees, noting that the powerful hero would be a great asset. Eld looks away pensively, advising them not to get their hopes up too high. With their individual roles now decided, Magus declares their plan is in motion. The three stand together, a determined alliance ready to begin their work. Their grand operation to challenge the kingdom's corrupt forces officially begins. Some time passes, allowing their ambitious project to take shape. An aerial view reveals a massive, fully constructed and fortified compound. Inside, workers efficiently cultivate the fields, supported by a new water source. A specially designed hunting pit stands ready to trap monsters lured by the herb. A large facility has been built to process the herb into healing potions. Eld looks upon the impressive new settlement with a sense of accomplishment. A man named Sibin tells him this scale of production will surely pressure Georges. Sibin, a former grappler, vows to repay the kindness Count Magus showed him. A flashback shows his adventuring party being decimated by a powerful monster. Broken and starving, he was rescued from the brink by Count Magus. The Count offered him a new life as a farmer on his land. Now, the farm is filled with others like him, all loyal to the Count. Eld approaches Sibin in the fields, asking for Count Magus's location. Sibin points him to the processing facility, where the Count is likely in a meeting. The large wooden processing facility stands as the heart of their operation. Inside, dozens of workers are busy grinding herbs and preparing the panacea. The grinding stones turn, processing the precious Bradona herb into a fine powder. Eld enters the bustling facility, where Count Magus is overseeing the work. He watches the efficient and organized production line with approval. He thinks that he can propose a way to make the work even faster. He walks past crates filled with bottles of the finished healing potion. Magus looks at the impressive quantity of panacea they have already produced. Eld confirms that this is the entire batch they have managed to create today. A refined man introduces himself as Will, the manager of the production facility. Will greets Eld respectfully, having heard of his legendary deeds from the Count. He leads them to a meeting room, explaining that the others are waiting. Inside, a council is gathered, and an elderly man greets Eld's arrival. Eld is stunned, recognizing the man as the guildmaster from Fiasta. The guildmaster smiles, saying he is indebted to Eld for his help in Fiasta. He explains he opposes George's discrimination and has joined their cause. Will prepares to begin the meeting, turning to the topic of the healing potion. He reports that the potions are stored in Makishia shops, ready for distribution. Eld questions their plan to sell the panacea cheaply to the common people first. A merchant advisor explains they must first sell to nobles to build the medicine's reputation. Eld counters that this is no different from George's methods, noting the already high price. Count Magis angrily reveals that Georges extorts his clients with malicious price gouging. The Count recalls being approached with an outrageous offer for his son. He then reveals his wife fell ill from a mysterious disease immediately afterward. Eld realizes the horrifying implication as the Count confirms they made another offer. A flashback shows a cloaked man offering the cure in exchange for loyalty to Georges. Eld's eyes narrow, understanding the full scope of the enemy's sinister plot. A merchant explains they were able to refuse the offer thanks to their own new panacea. The Count worries about their enemy's forceful tactics, suspecting a plan to crush them. He muses that Georges shouldn't need such methods if he truly controls the country. His eyes gleam with a dawning thought. Perhaps Georges has noticed their growing power. An advisor explains how lower-tier jobs can surpass high-rank ones with enough experience. Magis is shown leading a formidable group of these underestimated, powerful adventurers. The Count notes that the recent buzz around Eld and Meera is another major factor. A close-up of Meera highlights her role as a symbol of this rising power. Eld's intense gaze shows he understands the truth. Their enemy, Georges, is afraid. Magis grimly concludes that his own life will be targeted very soon. But he smiles, seeing this as a golden opportunity to offer the panacea on better terms. Eld asks if they will make counteroffers, but Magis prefers to act as allies of justice. Magis then asks for Eld's opinion on this seemingly selfless strategy. A close-up reveals the Count's knowing smile, hinting at his own shrewd calculations. Eld grins, realizing the Count is a cunning strategist beneath his kind exterior. He defers to the Count's judgment, leaving politics and strategy in his hands. Eld then firmly declares that his own role is to protect everyone. The Count agrees and announces he has something important to share with the council. A close-up on Eld's determined eyes shows he is about to reveal a vital truth. He warns the council that Georges will attack the Count using the Garden of Despair. The advisors are shocked, dismissing the existence of the shadowy organization as absurd. Count Magis confirms his alliance with Eld, validating the grave warning. He explains the full conspiracy, revealing how Georges orchestrated a past plague for power. The advisors find it hard to believe, but admit the circumstances are too convenient. Magis suggests they think of their enemy as a unified and dangerous organization. Eld states they will know the truth soon enough when they capture an assassin. The Count mentions that the workers on the farm are all former adventurers. Eld soberly admits that he can't protect everyone by himself. He asks if these former adventurers could be used as a fighting force. Eld proposes to train them himself, using his vast knowledge of skills to form a guard. Magis agrees, seeing no reason to refuse, and plans to ask the hunters first. A sudden, violent crash from outside shakes the building, interrupting their meeting. The council members panic, realizing the sound came from the hunting grounds. On the fortress wall, archers scramble into position as an alarm is raised. A close-up shows the enraged wild eyes of a massive blood tiger. The beast has breached the walls and is now surrounded by brave warriors. A defender shouts in alarm at the sudden appearance of such a powerful monster. An archer on the wall rallies the troops, declaring they have the advantage. The order to fire is given, and a volley of spears and arrows is launched. The tiger roars in pain as the projectiles strike its thick striped hide. A warrior is sent flying through the air by a powerful swipe of the beast's paw. Eld rushes along the wooden walkway, heading towards the desperate battle below. A male warrior is shown hurling a spear with all of his might. A female warrior also launches her spear at the ferocious beast. Eld watches the chaotic fight, realizing his intervention will be necessary. Suddenly, a single spear flies through the air with impossible speed and precision. The spear strikes the charging blood tiger directly in its eye, a perfect shot. A close-up shows the spearhead embedded deep in the tiger's jaw. The massive beast collapses to the ground, killed by the single decisive blow. Eld stops in his tracks, stunned by the incredible feat he just witnessed. He walks along the wall, searching for the person who made the shot. He finds her, Sackless, the silver-haired elf, standing alone on the opposite wall. He recalls the faint, ethereal light that surrounded the spear just before it hit. He realizes with certainty that the glow was the power of a spirit. He observes that she has not yet mastered her skills. He knows that with his guidance, she could become a formidable fighting force. Sackless is summoned, bursting into the room and formally introducing herself. She asks Eld and the Count why she has been called before them. Eld invites her to sit, explaining that he was the one who summoned her. He introduces himself as Eld, the novice, which greatly surprises her. Sackless is starstruck, recognizing his name from rumors and declaring it an honor. Eld gets straight to the point, asking her to help him guard Count Magis. He explains the high probability of assassins targeting the Count over the panacea. Sackless clenches her fist, declaring that Count Magis is their light of hope. She passionately vows that she would do anything to protect the Count's life. She hesitates for a moment, her confidence suddenly wavering. She confesses that she feels her lower-tier skills would only be a burden. Eld looks at her reassuringly, telling her not to worry about that. He reveals that he knows her job as Spirit Archer and that he can teach her its skills. Sakhalis is stunned into silence, shocked by his impossible knowledge. Eld suggests practical training in the forest, and she quickly agrees. In the forest, she formally accepts his offer to teach her. Eld finds a suitable clearing for their training session to begin. Sakhalis asks again if he is certain she is the right person for this task. She explains that her job feels like it's in name only, as she can't use its skills. Eld listens patiently to her doubts and insecurities. He tells her that there is no need for her to put herself down. He explains that she has already awakened her power, she just doesn't know how to use it. He asks if she has ever noticed her arrows hitting their mark more than she expected. She quietly admits that she has some confidence in her aim. Eld explains this is a trait of her job, which can borrow power from spirits. He reveals she has been unconsciously using their power to improve her accuracy. He clarifies that spirits are not limited to elemental magic like fire and ice. He explains a spirit archer can borrow power in other forms, such as arrow control. He states that a mastered spirit archer's arrow will always hit its target. Sakhalis is wide-eyed with shock and awe at the potential of her own power. Eld tells her to repeat the necessary code after him to acquire the skill. They begin the incantation under the open sky, surrounded by trees. After some time, he tells her the next step is to coordinate with the spirits. He explains that the only thing necessary is for her to recognize them. He asks why she couldn't use their power before. She must first be recognized by them. Eld explains to Sakhalis that her ignorance was the only thing holding her back. He tells her that spirits exist in all things, independent of any specific element. Because he believes in them, they will answer a spirit archer's call. Sakhalis stands in the forest, stunned, questioning if the spirits are truly there. She repeats the words to herself, a bead of sweat forming on her cheek. In an instant, her perception of the world begins to fundamentally change. A fluffy, winged creature suddenly materializes before her, leaving Sakhalis utterly shocked. The tiny, adorable spirit greets her with a cheerful chirp floating in the air. She asks if this is a spirit. Eld confirms it's the only form he can see. Sakhalis stares, completely captivated by the magical creature floating before her. The spirit looks back at her with large, innocent eyes, chirping softly. Her eyes turn to hearts as she whispers how unbelievably cute it is. She wonders aloud what other forms the spirits might take in this world. Eld declares that since she can now see them, she must borrow their power. With a sharp scraping sound, a hand carves a target into a tree. He instructs her to shoot the target he made, much to her surprise. She protests that the shot is impossible, but Eld calmly reassures her. The spirit floats near her as she asks if it will lend its power. Eld explains that the spirits will read her intent. She just needs to shoot. Her hand tightens on her bow as she resolves to follow his instructions. She takes her stance, nocks an arrow, and prepares to take the shot. The bowstring creaks as she draws it back, whispering the word aim. With a determined cry, she releases the arrow, sending it flying. The little spirit zips through the air, intently guiding the arrow's flight. The arrow soars through the air, its path visibly bending around the obstacle. With a sharp thud, the arrowhead embeds itself deep into the tree's bark. The arrow has struck the tree, but it has missed the intended target. Sakhalis is amazed, exclaiming that she saw the arrow's path actually bend. She asks if she hit the target, but Eld plainly tells her she missed. He explains it's natural to miss a target you cannot see, then asks her to try again. He tells her the next attempt is the real test, using her new skill. He names the skill Shared Vision, which shares the sight of the spirits. The spirits in the air see everything, he explains, even behind the tree. Their vantage point is not just terrestrial, but from the sky as well. He instructs her to use the skill and shoot again, and she agrees. With focused determination, she invokes the name of the skill, Shared Vision. He advises her not to overthink it, but simply to focus her will. She closes her eyes tightly, concentrating on his words and agreeing to try. A new vision opens in her mind, revealing the target with perfect clarity. Her eyes snap open in astonishment. She can see it and prepares to shoot. She draws her bow once more, her stance now filled with unwavering confidence. The spirit once again guides the arrow, its focus absolute and intense. The arrow makes an impossible curve around the tree towards the hidden target. It flies with impossible speed and accuracy, now locked onto its mark. The arrow hits the target perfectly, embedding itself right in the center. Her face is a perfect picture of awe and disbelief at her own success. Eld looks on with a proud smile, telling her the shot was magnificent. He explains she can share this vision with allies, which she understands. He says she should learn another skill before the assassins come, and she agrees. He announces it is time for the next lesson, and she asks which skill. He names the skill Search Enemy, unlike his own general magic search. Her version of the skill is special, he says, piquing her curiosity. It allows her to sense the target's emotions, specifically their hostility. She questions the term, so he suggests a practical demonstration on a monster. He casts Magic Taunt, sending ripples of energy into the dense forest. From the underbrush, a series of low guttural growls can be heard. He tells her to imbue an arrow with the skill, and she readily agrees. She fires the glowing arrow, crying out the name of the skill. The enchanted arrow strikes a nearby tree with a resounding thud. Upon impact, the arrowhead shatters, releasing a wave of magical energy. A pulse of energy radiates outwards, washing over the entire forest. The magical pulse spreads silently, a wave of pure information and power. Her eyes widen in shock as she exclaims that she understands what's coming. 3 wolves cloaked in red auras appear. This, Eld confirms, is hostility. She declares that this number is no problem and prepares to fight them. Eld calls out her name, his voice firm, halting her advance. He explains a spirit archer's strength is attacking from outside enemy perception. He tells her to stop belittling herself and instead have more confidence. He stares at her intently, stating a spirit archer is vital to any party. A faint blush colors her cheeks as she quietly agrees with his assessment. Ready for battle, he says they'll finish this quickly, and she agrees. At the same time, deep within a cave southwest of Elias, the cave's entrance is a gaping maw of pure, ominous darkness. A brilliant flash of light suddenly erupts from the depths of the cave. A powerful explosion bursts from the entrance, sending smoke and debris flying. Tendrils of smoke now drift lazily from the mouth of the cave. A figure emerges from the smoke, coughing from the dust and debris. It is Meera, who emerges from the cave looking weary but victorious. She admits she got carried away with her combos, nearly hurting herself. The Fiesta Guildmaster appears, saying he broke a bone. Meera is surprised. He clarifies that he is here today as an individual, not for the guild. Her eyes widen in surprise as she questions his personal involvement. He confirms this, explaining that he is close with Count Magus. He reveals that Count Magus is rebelling against George's discriminatory policies. Meera is visibly shocked and concerned by this dangerous political revelation. He explains that he came to find her because of her own close ties to the Count. The conflict will escalate, pitting a novice's army against George's might. Meera realizes he must be talking about Eld, the novice adventurer. He knew his eyes didn't deceive him. Eld also defeated the Thunder Dragon. He advises her to think carefully before deciding to join their cause. He notes she has little to gain, having already established her reputation. She considers that if the Count's side loses, she could lose everything. She smiles, admitting that her current life is indeed free from constraints. Her hand clenches as she resolves that these unreasonable policies must change. With a look of fiery determination, she declares that she will join the fight. She says that simply annoying George's is a good enough reason for her. Besides, she thinks this is a perfect chance to repay her debt to Eld. She will head to Elias when ready. The Guildmaster thanks her profusely. She looks to the sky, thinking that she has gotten stronger since they last met. Then again, she thinks deadpan, Eld could probably handle it all by himself. Under the stars, the grim fortified territory of George's stood against the mountains. One man called out, trying to stop his comrade from deserting them. The burly adventurer declared his decision, his face set with grim finality. His friends argued, saying their survival against the novice was just pure luck. He remembered the terrifying monster, questioning how they could ever hope to win. His friends sneered, suggesting he'd be better off joining their sinister masters. Suddenly, a cloaked figure and his masked soldiers appeared, startling the adventurer. The leader stood cloaked and bandaged, his silent, disciplined phalanx behind him. He recognized the sigil of the Garden of Despair and tried to withdraw. He hastily promised not to betray them or reveal their secrets to anyone. A hand shot out with blinding speed, reaching for the man's face. The leader grabbed his face, questioning the value of a disloyal dog. A dark, forbidden power, mana erosion, swirled in the leader's hand. The adventurer's body disintegrated into dust, his terrified screams silenced forever. The true master, George's, appeared, his hand raised as if commanding silence. His eyes were cold and calculating, the face of a man in control. The remaining men groveled before him, desperately pleading their loyalty to him. A masked soldier seized one of the terrified men from behind. The bandaged subordinate ordered the men taken away to be used as sacrifices. Later, Georges met his subordinate, who noted the approaching day of ceremony. Georges' sharp gaze focused as he asked about the rumored novice. The subordinate confirmed it, revealing a magical eye that had witnessed everything. He revealed that the novice wielded the same dark and forbidden magic. Georges was visibly stunned, his eyes wide with a new, dangerous understanding. He looked to the moon, finally understanding the novice's impossible achievements. He clenched his fist, uttering the name of a legendary forgotten class. A young elven woman burst in, announcing her name was Sackless. She stood before Count Magus and Eld, asking why she was summoned. Eld calmly invited her to sit, explaining that he had called for her. She was stunned when he introduced himself simply as Eld, a novice. Recognizing his name, she became starstruck, honored to finally meet him. He asked for her help in protecting Count Magus, a request she found shocking. Eld explained the high chance of assassins targeting the Count over the Panacea. Her resolve hardened as she declared Count Magus their beacon of hope. She vowed to do anything to ensure the Count's life was protected. Yet after her bold declaration, her confidence suddenly began to waver. She confessed her fears, believing her lower-tier skills were inadequate for the task. Eld looked at her with a calm smile, telling her not to worry. He revealed her job was Spirit Archer, a class whose skills he knew well. He promised to teach her everything he knew, leaving her completely stunned. He suggested they train in a forest where she could learn by doing. She eagerly asked him to begin her training under the forest canopy. They found a suitable clearing in the woods to begin their lesson. She voiced her lingering doubts, asking if he was sure she was capable. She lamented that despite her Job's name, she couldn't use any spirit skills. Eld listened intently, his expression thoughtful as he considered her words. He gently told her not to belittle her own abilities so much. He explained she had already awakened her power, she just didn't know it. He asked if she noticed her aim was better against living targets. She admitted that was true and that she had some confidence in her aim. He revealed this was a trait of her class, which borrows power from spirits. Her arrows had unknowingly been imbued with the spirit's power, boosting her accuracy. He explained that spirits offered more than just the elemental magic others used. A spirit archer could borrow power to control an arrow's very flight. He declared that a true spirit archer's arrow would never miss its target. Sackless stared in wide-eyed astonishment, her mind reeling from this revelation. He told her he would teach her the code to acquire the necessary skill. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, marking the start of her true training. Now with the skill acquired, he explained cooperation required no special contract. All she needed to do was simply recognize their presence around her. He asked why she couldn't use their power if it was unconditional. The answer was simple. It was because she never knew they existed. He explained spirits existed in everything, a fundamental truth of the world. If she simply believed they were there, the spirits would surely respond. She whispered the words to herself, her gaze searching the ancient woods. She repeated it, a bead of sweat on her brow as she focused. Her eye widened in sudden shock as a new reality opened to her. A tiny winged creature made of light and fluff suddenly appeared before her. The small, curious being let out a soft and endearing little cry. As the spirit landed on her hand, Eld confirmed it was one of countless many. Sackless stared down in absolute wonder at the tiny magical creature. The spirit looked up at her with large, innocent, and curious eyes. Her professional demeanor shattered, her eyes turning to hearts at its cuteness. Completely smitten, she wondered what other forms the spirits might take. Eld brought her back to the task at hand, borrowing their power. He took a sharp stone and carved a circular target into a tree. He presented her with the challenge of shooting the newly carved target. She protested that hitting a target on the other side was impossible. He calmly reassured her that the spirits would lend her their strength. The spirits would read her intent. All she had to do was aim. She gripped her bow tightly, her voice firm with newfound resolve. She took her stance, nocking an arrow and aiming at the tree. She focused her will, her eyes narrowed as she prepared to shoot. With a sharp cry, she released the arrow, sending it flying true. The tiny spirit beside her flared with an intense guiding light. The arrow impossibly curved, defying all physics as it flew through the air. It struck its unseen target with a sharp, definitive thud of impact. The arrow was embedded perfectly in the center of the hidden target. She gasped in amazement, unable to believe the arrow had actually curved. She looked to Eld, then noticed the arrow missed the front of the tree. He confirmed it missed as expected and asked her to try again. Now it was time for the real test, using the skill she just learned. He revealed the skill's name, Shared Vision, which borrowed sight from spirits. The spirits of the air could see everything, even behind the tree. Their vision extended even to the vast open sky above them. He instructed her to try the shot again, this time using the skill. She focused her mind and activated the skill, calling out its name. He advised her not to overthink it, just to close her eyes and focus. With a nod of understanding, she squeezed her eyes shut in concentration. In her mind, a new, perfect view of the target bloomed into existence. Saklas's eyes widen in excitement. She sees her target and prepares to fire. "Here I go," she cries, loosing the arrow with a powerful, swift release. The arrow becomes a streak of pure energy as it flies through the air. It navigates the dense forest, curving gracefully between the ancient tree trunks. The projectile slams into its target with a resounding, forceful impact. In the clearing, Eld watches as the arrow strikes the bullseye perfectly. Saklas looks on, a little stunned and sweaty from the concentration. Eld offers a small, approving smile, praising her impressive marksmanship. He explains shared vision will help coordinate with allies. Saklas understands. Eld urges her to level up before the assassins come. She agrees resolutely. Eld begins the next lesson, and Saklas correctly guesses the skill's name. He explains search enemy, contrasting it with his own magic search ability. He reveals only spirit archers have this special version, piquing her curiosity. The skill's true power, he explains, is its ability to sense hostility. Saklas questions the term, so Eld suggests a practical demonstration is best. He casts Magic Taunt, sending ripples of provocative energy into the woods. From the dense undergrowth, the sound of low, angry growls emerges. He instructs her to imbue an arrow with the skill and shoot. Shouting the skill's name, she looses a glowing arrow into the forest. The specialized arrow embeds itself deep into the trunk of a tree. Upon impact, the arrowhead pulses, releasing a wave of unseen energy. A massive, silent pulse expands outwards, washing over the entire forest. A jolt of understanding flashes through Saklas's mind as she perceives more. Her eyes widen in revelation as she gasps that she understands now. She sees charging wolves wreathed in red auras, confirming it is hostility. The wolves are coming, but Saklas feels confident she can handle them. Eld calls out her name, stopping her from engaging in a direct fight. He explains a spirit archer's true strength is striking from outside perception. He tells her not to belittle herself and to have more confidence. A spirit archer, he declares, is an essential presence in any party. Moved by his words, Saklas stammers her heartfelt agreement and understanding. Now united, they prepare to quickly dispatch the approaching monster pack. The scene shifts to a dark cave south of the town of Elias. The cave's entrance gapes like a dark, ominous maw in the earth. From the deep darkness within, a brilliant flash of light suddenly erupts. A powerful explosion bursts from the cave, sending debris flying outwards. Smoke and the lingering scent of ozone now billow from the entrance. A hand clutches a rock as someone emerges, coughing from the smoke. Meera emerges from the haze, weary but victorious, leaning on her poleaxe. She chides herself for getting carried away with combos, saved by her guard. The Fiasta Guildmaster appears, exclaiming he broke a bone looking for her. He clarifies he is not here on guild business, but as an individual. Meera's eyes widen in confusion, questioning his personal involvement. He confirms with a serious expression, ensuring they are alone. He reveals Count Megas plans to rebel against Georgis's discriminatory policies. Meera is visibly shocked by this sudden, treasonous revelation. He explains he sought her out after learning of her ties to Megas. The conflict will surely escalate, with Megas' side led by a mere novice. Meera realizes he means Eld, the novice adventurer. He confirms her guess. He was not mistaken. Eld is the one who truly felled the Thunder Dragon. He advises her to think carefully before committing to the cause in Elias. Personally, he feels she has little to gain by involving herself further. Meera considers that if Megas fails, she could lose all she's gained. She agrees with a small smile that she is, perhaps, finally free now. She clenches her fist, declaring the unreasonable policies must be changed. Her eyes burning with conviction, she declares that she will join the fight. She turns to the Guildmaster, stating that's more than enough reason. Meera thinks to herself that this is a good chance to repay Eld. She will go to Elias when ready. The Guildmaster thanks her profusely. She thinks, wait for me, Eld. I've gotten stronger since then. Then she amusingly adds that Eld could probably handle it all himself. The scene shifts to the walled territory of Georgia's under the night sky. A group of thugs confront one of their own who is trying to leave. He shouts defiantly that he has made up his mind and is quitting. His comrades berate him for his cowardice after losing to a novice. He screams in terror, questioning how they could ever beat such a monster. The leader scoffs, reminding him they're now with the Garden of Despair. Suddenly, a cloaked, bandaged figure appears, flanked by masked soldiers. The masked soldiers stand silent and imposing, clad in simple uniforms. Their leader stands menacingly, his face wrapped in bandages, holding a staff. The thug recognizes the Garden of Despair and begins to stammer an apology. The bandaged man tells him not to worry, as he won't be reported. In a blur of motion, the man's hand darts toward the thug's face. He grabs his face, coldly asking if a stray dog deserves to live. He invokes the forbidden and deadly spell, Mana Erosion, on the man. The thug screams in agony as his body cracks apart and dissolves. Georges appears, holding up a hand to halt the destructive magic. Georges stares down the bandaged man with a stern, powerful gaze. The remaining thugs bow to Georges, swearing their unwavering loyalty. A masked soldier grabs one of the thugs, who looks shocked. The bandaged man orders them taken to the dungeon as future sacrifices. He greets Georges, explaining he came to inspect the state of their forces. Georges asks if the novice they mentioned is the one he suspects. The man confirms, revealing a magic eye that saw the novice defeat the ogres. He reveals that, shockingly, the novice also used the Mana Erosion spell. Georges is visibly shocked and disturbed by this incredible revelation. He understands now how a novice could achieve such incredible feats. He wonders if Eld, like him, is secretly a powerful sage. Before meeting Eld, Count Magus faced the worst possible outcome. He stands alone and defeated in a vast, empty hall, his hopes crushed. He feels the outcome was decided from the start. A subjugation is impossible. He argues that even B-rank adventurers cannot fight a horde of ogres alone. Georges flatly refuses his plea for aid, shocking Count Magus. Georges argues Elias is too remote, and the nation's soldiers must remain. He sees no value in sending troops to such a backwater territory. Magus protests this disrespect, but Georges offers a cold and sincere apology. He states that abandoning Elias would result in fewer casualties and less effort. He turns to the king, telling him to make the final decision. The king decrees Elias will be abandoned if the ogres are not gone in 10 days. Defeated, Count Magus walks away alone, his cape flowing behind him. Count Magus stands in profile, his thoughts heavy with the cruel fate of Elias. The imposing Georges appears, questioning the Count's somber expression about the town. Georges smirks, noting that the decision to abandon the town has not yet been made. The two political rivals face one another on a grand windswept balcony. With a sneer, Georges notes the Count seems unprepared to handle the town's abandonment. As Georges departs, he condescendingly wishes Magus the best of luck in his efforts. Alone, Count Magus watches him go, his face a mask of quiet resolve. The scene shows the stately exterior of Count Magus's sprawling manor. Inside his chambers, the Count gazes out a large window, lost in thought. He reflects on the 6 agonizing days that have passed, with only reports of failure. He clenches his fist, thinking it may be better to abandon the town than die in vain. The doors to his room swing open as a voice announces his own return. His subordinate bows deeply, reporting the successful delivery of supplies to a southern town. He then adds another piece of news. A novice adventurer was key in defeating a sea dragon. Magus finds this news delightful, intrigued by an F-rank adventurer backed by the Makishia company. He wonders how such a powerful and unknown warrior could have remained hidden for so long. The Count declares that he must meet this novice, hoping he will become their salvation. Under the full moon, Magus vows to endure Georges' tyranny and await his chance to counterattack. An establishing shot shows the grand architecture of the Count's manor in the daylight. His subordinate bursts in once more, shouting that something terrible has happened. He announces that the novice adventurer has single-handedly subjugated all the ogres in Elias. Magus's eye widens. He realizes this is an opportunity he may never get again. He immediately gives the order to prepare for his departure. A wide shot shows the town of Elias, uniquely built into the walls of a vast cavern. The local guildmaster is stunned to see Count Magus, who asked for the novice. The guildmaster explains that the novice is resting and asks the Count to wait. A voice from a balcony calls out that Mr. Eld, the branch manager, has arrived. Count Magus's gaze is intense as he looks down at the young man. He vows to give his all if this young man will accept his plea for help. The Count descends the stairs to meet Eld, ready to stake his life on their new alliance. Their plan succeeds. A fortified farm is built to mass-produce the rare Bredona herb. Vials of the new healing potion sell out immediately, spreading quickly throughout the nation. This success was due to several factors, including the actions of Georges' faction. Georges had spread sickness among the nobility, then extorted them with a high-priced cure. Unaware of Magus's secret production, They created a massive demand that he eagerly filled. Furthermore, the powerful Makishia company, led by Mina, provided crucial distribution support. A sinister bandaged figure realizes their funding is cut off and that George's won't be silent. And so under the cloak of darkness in Elias, the time for retaliation arrived. The camera pans up the sheer, rocky cliff face that surrounds the cavern town. The elven archer, Sackless, runs lightly across a high wooden bridge connecting the cliffs. She knocks firmly on a simple wooden door, calling out for Eld. Inside, Eld sits on his bed, staff in hand. He has been waiting for her. He looks up from his somber posture, acknowledging that she has come. His eyes are sharp and focused, ready for the impending confrontation. Eld and Sackless emerge from his room, standing together on a high wooden walkway. Sackless confirms her readiness for the mission with a quiet, determined yes. They stand overlooking the town as Eld states plainly that assassins have arrived. The chapter title hangs in the air. It seems the assassins have come. Sackless reports her findings. A man disguised as a merchant has entered the main gate. She adds that 3 more assassins are rappelling down the cliff face from above. Her gaze follows the assassins' path toward their intended target. She identifies their objective as the potion dispensary where Lord Magus is staying. Eld confirms this is as expected. They have deliberately set a trap for their enemies. He explains that a public target makes it easier to counter the widespread malice. Sackless expresses concern, knowing the kind Lord Magus would never agree to be a decoy. Her eyes, enhanced by her search enemy skill, glow with a faint spiritual power. She sees the merchant radiating hostility in all directions, as if searching for someone. Eld tells her to keep watch, as the assassin might also involve the townspeople. He knows her search enemy skill is useless if the target's hostility isn't focused. He reflects that the skill's purpose is to find the enemy before you are found. An assassin's cloth-wrapped foot lands silently on the dirt street below. 3 cloaked and masked assassins crouch on a rooftop, their forms poised to strike. A close-up reveals the assassin's chilling, inhuman mask and wide, unblinking eyes. Sackless reports that the assassins have infiltrated and joined up with the merchant. Eld asks if she can hear his voice, and she confirms that she can. He casts shared auditory sense, linking their hearing with ethereal, spirit-like magic. They listen as one assassin asks if Magus is truly in the town as reported. Sackless and Eld are surprised to learn the enemy has already infiltrated their location. The lead assassin then asks about the whereabouts of the monster adventurer Eld. Another reports that Eld is staying at an inn near the guild, likely asleep. Eld's face scrunches in annoyance, finding it rude to be called a monster. The leader declares his intention to kill Eld while the others handle Magus. The view pulls back, showing Eld and Sackless on their high perch, watching the scene unfold. Sackless asks if they should target the lone assassin first, but Eld has a different plan. He tells her this will be her first real combat and asks if she is ready. Sackless grips her bow tightly, her resolve firm as she agrees without hesitation. She takes her stance, declaring that she is going, her focus absolute and unwavering. Her eyes widen, her pupils contracting as she zeroes in on her distant target. With a powerful release, she looses the arrow, the air crackling around the projectile. The arrow cuts through the darkness, a silent and deadly projectile. It flies with incredible speed, a streak of white against the night sky. Below, the 3 assassins are caught completely off guard by the sudden attack. The arrow strikes one of them squarely in the chest, felling him instantly. The other 2 look on in shock, one crying out in disbelief. Sackless quickly knocks another arrow, determined to press her advantage. Her second arrow streaks through the night towards the remaining assassins. It flies true, aimed directly at the next unsuspecting target. This time, however, the assassin is ready, catching the arrow just before it hits. He then dodges a third arrow, which was aimed at his final companion. Sackless is shocked that her surprise attack was so easily countered. The assassin's eye glares up, having pinpointed her location on the bridge. From his perspective, the towering, cavernous structures of Elias loom around him. "There!" he shouts, and he and his partner charge towards their attacker. Sackless realizes they've been spotted, but Eld calmly reassures her. He explains it's not difficult to trace an arrow's trajectory in the darkness. He tells her she did her job perfectly and that he will handle the rest. As Sackless dashes away to find other threats, Eld stands alone on the bridge. His expression is cold and determined as he watches the 2 assassins approach. He leaps from the bridge, his white coat billowing as he soars through the air. The 2 assassins run across the ground below, unaware of the sage descending upon them. A cloaked assassin's eyes fly open in sudden, utter alarm. They desperately raise a crystal block to shield against a storm of daggers. The crystal detonates in a concussive blast, throwing the assassin backward. An intricate, glowing magic circle fades from an outstretched hand. Eld calmly approaches, apologizing for the unexpected trouble he's caused. He announces that this is merely the second volley of his surprise attack. The downed assassins scrambles to their feet, readying a curved dagger. Eld gestures, and a new magic circle pulses with unseen power. The assassin cries out in shock as an invisible force strikes them. The magical impact sends the assassin flying backward through the air. They are left completely disoriented by the powerful, unseen blow. Eld surveys the scene, noting his work on this side is now done. He confirms that this group of assassins has been taken care of. His sharp gaze shifts, focusing on the last remaining enemy. The assassin leader clashes with Eld, their staff meeting his poleaxe. The leader is surprised, questioning if Eld is using defensive magic. He wonders if it could be some form of summoning magic instead. Pushing Eld back, he sneers and tells the sage to be silent. The leader reveals a poison-tipped stiletto, pressing it to Eld's throat. He demands that Eld start answering his questions immediately. Eld smirks, calmly stating that he has already made his move. The assassin's eyes widen in confusion, which quickly turns to terror. He screams out the name of his own skill, deadly pain. His face contorts in a mask of pure, unadulterated agony. His eye bulges, consumed by an overwhelming phantom torment. He feels as if his body is being sliced apart by invisible blades. His eyes are wide with the raw horror of the magical illusion. He collapses to his knees, his body racked with imagined wounds. A pained gasp escapes his lips as he reels from the psychic assault. He touches his face, shocked to find his flesh is not even cut. Eld explains the spell, deadly pain, which forces the sensation of agony. Against a human mind, the very image of pain becomes devastatingly real. The broken assassin can only whimper, calling his opponent a monster. He finally falls unconscious, the brutal and efficient battle now over. Eld notes that the magic is useless if you can't get close. He plans to capture his foes and extract all their information. Eld stands over the defeated assassins, their bodies now bound. The courtyard is littered with unconscious foes and leftover ice shards. Watching from a staircase above, Sackless is completely awestruck. She resolves to become strong enough to protect Lord Magus herself. Under the light of the full moon, the outpost is quiet once more. The captured assassin leader awakens in a dark, stone-walled warehouse. He groggily opens his eyes, trying to process his surroundings. He sees Count Magus, Eld, and Light standing before him. Eld informs him that he is now in the guild's warehouse. A guard stands before the sealed exit. There is no escape. The assassin scoffs at the idea of an interrogation. He agrees to talk, not wanting to be mentally killed again. Magus asks him to confirm they were sent by Georges. The assassin affirms this, but reveals there is one more target. He names their final mark, the powerful and influential Marquis Meyer. Magus explains to a concerned Eld that the Marquis is a secret ally. The assassin wonders why they would target such a powerful figure. Suddenly, the captured men begin to convulse violently in agony. They writhe on the floor, their bound bodies twisting in pain. A single drop of a thick black liquid falls from a mask. The dark substance pools and drips slowly onto the stone floor. Eld immediately identifies it as a potent delayed action poison. Magus is horrified they were to be silenced regardless of the outcome. The leader lets out a pained, gurgling, and unsettling laugh. Eld asks what's so funny about their differing healing potions. The man screams that both they and Georges value life so little. His eye ruptures in a sickening and final spray of black gore. He collapses forward, dead at the feet of a shocked Magus. Magus stares in horror, demanding to know what just happened. Eld turns away, grimly asking what the assassin could have meant. A dark and terrible realization begins to dawn on his face. He recalls a forbidden method only non-player characters used in his old game. He tells Magus he's heard of two ways to make the potion. The first method is the one they use at their fortified farm. The other, he explains grimly, is to use humans as the material. In the wilderness, a man stands before two large flaming pyres. The pyres burn brightly, part of a grim and unknown ritual. Magus is stunned by the revelation, asking what it all means. He demands Eld explain how humans could possibly be used as material. Eld names the horrific rite, the ritual of the bloodstone. A living human is sacrificed to a demon to create a catalyst. Magus asks if Georges truly uses such a vile, inhuman method. He concludes it's plausible if they're poisoning their own allies. Magus urges Eld to fly to Marquis Meyer's domain at once. He knows Eld's flight magic will get him there in a day. Light interjects, assuring them there is no need for worry. He explains that reliable adventurers are scheduled to reinforce them tomorrow. Magus agrees, quickly preparing a map and letter for Eld's journey. Under a bright and cloudy daytime sky, the mission begins. Eld looks down upon the vast fortified farm compound below. With a look of grim determination, he launches into the air. He soars over the forests and plains at an incredible speed. Far below, a lone horse-drawn cart crosses a stone bridge. Eld consults the map, realizing he is getting close to his destination. He spots the Marquise's fortress on the distant horizon. He hovers high above the impressive circular fortress city. A grand fountain flows peacefully in the central courtyard. People relax at tables, enjoying a quiet, peaceful afternoon. Eld notes the city's defenses are solid, as he expected. A guard on the wall looks up, spotting something in the sky. The captain bellows, calling the aerial approach an insolent intrusion. Eld descends, telling the guards to hold their weapons. He lands on the wall, chiding their rather barbaric actions. Unimpressed, the captain gives the decisive and swift order to fire. Archers on the fortress wall unleash a volley of arrows towards a lone figure. Eld braces himself, incanting Magic Guard X2 as two shimmering circles appear. The deadly storm of arrows converges on a single point in the sky. His twin magical barriers effortlessly deflect the entire volley, shattering the arrows. Eld glances down, clearly annoyed by this troublesome and aggressive welcome. He dodges another wave of arrows, his sage's staff held ready to retaliate. He decides to end this confrontation before it becomes any more of a nuisance. Eld casts Shadow Fog, unleashing a billowing cloud of magical darkness. The soldiers below look up in shock as the unnatural fog descends upon them. Engulfed in darkness, the archers cry out in confusion, unable to see anything. Under the cover of his spell, Eld lands silently on the stone battlements. He startles a soldier by tapping him on the shoulder as the fog clears. He announces loudly that he is Eld, a messenger from Count Magus. Holding up an official letter, he demands that they cease their attacks. The soldiers are shocked to learn he is a messenger from the powerful Count. Inside a manor, Marquis Meyer laughs, having heard of the strange incident. He remarks that the rumored novice blocked his soldier's attack without a scratch. Eld directly asks the Marquis why he attacked without even listening first. The Marquis explains that sinister groups like the Garden of Despair threaten his lands. He declares with conviction that the lives of his people are his highest priority. Eld concedes the point, admitting the fault was his for trespassing unannounced. Intrigued, the Marquis realizes Eld also knows about the Garden of Despair. He proudly states that he shares all his knowledge with his people. Eld is surprised by this lord's unusual policy of complete transparency. The Marquis explains that this allows everyone to understand the reasons for his decisions. He declares his absolute trust in his people, who in turn trust him completely. Eld listens, impressed by the Marquis's philosophy and strong leadership. He realizes this is why assassins haven't targeted the Marquis. The people are his shield. The Marquis then offers a formal apology and his gratitude to Eld. He notes the letter mentioned that assassins had targeted both of them. He thanks Eld for defeating the would-be killers and preventing a crisis. The Marquis bows his head deeply, apologizing for attacking his benefactor. Eld is visibly flustered by the sudden and deep show of respect. He insists the Marquis raise his head, saying the attack is already forgotten. The Marquis is deeply moved by Eld's graciousness, clasping his hands together. He thinks to himself that Count Magus has made an ally of a great man. Eld sheepishly claims he is just a timid person who dislikes the spotlight. The Marquis lets out a low, amused chuckle at Eld's humble words. He bursts into a hearty laugh, declaring that he has taken a liking to Eld. Eld looks on, a bit overwhelmed by the Lord's boisterous personality. The Marquis calls for a maid, asking her to bring him a specific item. A door opens, and a stern-faced maid enters the room, her gaze sharp. She carries a large, leather-bound book, presenting it with quiet efficiency. Eld wonders if it is a book as the Marquis motions for it to be set down. The Marquis reveals the book holds all his knowledge, offering to share something useful. Eld asks what kind of information he has as the Marquis begins to probe. The Marquis speculates that Eld brought the healing potion recipe to Magus. He reassures Eld he isn't an enemy, having deduced this from rumors. He questions why he should trust Eld, a man he has only just met. He suggests they first talk to confirm if they can truly trust one another. Eld smiles awkwardly, finding the Marquis a difficult man to figure out. He cuts to the chase, asking what the Marquis knows of George's potion. The Marquis notes Eld's sharp instincts, sensing they are on the same wavelength. He states his grim conclusion. George's group sacrifices humans to make their potion. Eld's expression confirms he already knows they are manufacturing the healing potion. The Marquis asks how Eld came to that conclusion, wishing to investigate George's himself. A close-up shows the Marquis's intense focused gaze as he listens. His expression is serious as he prepares to share his own findings. He admits his deep suspicion began when Georges used medicine to cure the king. He has long wondered how Georges obtained such a rare cure for an unknown illness. Eld listens intently, his own secret knowledge beginning to connect the dots. The Marquis explains that the more he investigated Georges, the more mysterious he became. He opens his intelligence ledger, pointing to a page for Eld to see. The page details a correlation between potion production and the number of imported slaves. Eld immediately notes the troubling fact that the numbers are directly proportional. The Marquis adds that further investigation uncovered an even more damning fact. The rising death toll in the territory doesn't match the mine's production output. Eld's eye widens as he processes the horrifying truth behind the numbers. He states the grim probability they are making the potion using humans themselves. The Marquis says that despite this, one crucial question still remains unanswered. He had the potion analyzed but found no physical proof of human materials. He sighs in frustration, knowing he is just one piece away from the truth. Eld now holds the key piece of information that the Marquis is missing. The Marquis is impressed that Eld could deduce so much without this prior knowledge. He has collected data on everything from ore exports to the flow of rivers. Eld realizes the Marquis's dedication to information gathering is no idle boast. The Marquis thanks Eld, stating that his confirmation has given him confidence. In return, he offers to share his own knowledge to answer Eld's questions. Eld reveals the terrible secret. They don't use humans as material, but their life force. The Marquis looks out at his manor, stunned by this horrifying revelation. He sits in his chair, his mind reeling from the dark magic Eld described. His eyes are wide with a mixture of shock and disbelief. "What?" he stammers, unable to believe such a ritual could exist. He admits that he intended to teach Eld, but has been taught a lesson instead. He recalls reports of an ancient furnace discovered on the edge of the territory. He had dismissed it as an empty ruin, but now suspects its true purpose. Eld's eyes narrow, his expression confirming the Marquis's suspicion is likely correct. He explains the ritual requires a specific location and is probably performed there periodically. The Marquis leaps up, deciding to dispatch an investigation team to the site at once. He knows they must act, as Georges' treachery could seal Count Migas's fate. He concludes that they absolutely must secure the scene to gather hard evidence. Eld questions if it will matter, since Georges' faction will control the final judgment. The Marquis confidently assures him that this won't be a problem at all. He reveals several small rectangular objects, artifacts of a forgotten age. He explains they are magic tools that can perfectly preserve a single scene. Eld recognizes them as cameras, rare items that cannot be manufactured anymore. He agrees to use the precious device carefully and decides to return to Migas. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the manor, throwing the Marquis from his chair. "What's going on?" he shouts as Eld looks on in sudden alarm. Outside, a section of the town's fortified wall erupts in smoke and flames. Beneath a peaceful, clouded sky, a terrible conflict was about to erupt. On the fortress walls, soldiers reacted in shock amidst clouds of smoke. Their faces were masks of pure terror as they stared at the impossible. A monstrous jaw, filled with layers of serrated teeth, emerged from the chaos. A hulking, rock-skinned beast stood where a man had been moments before. It faced down the line of soldiers, a creature of pure, unthinking rage. The monster's face was a grotesque mask of fury, its teeth bared. With a deafening roar, it announced its terrifying arrival on the battlefield. It leaped from the shattered wall, plummeting towards the courtyard below. The beast landed with the force of a meteor, sending rubble flying. Eld and an official watched the sudden destruction with utter disbelief. He realized this creature was the same as one he had fought before. The official raged, unable to believe a monster had breached their defenses. A wounded soldier clutched his bleeding arm, his body trembling with fear. He reported that the monster hadn't invaded. The gatekeepers themselves had transformed. He recalled his comrades eating their rations just before their horrifying change began. Eld's eye narrowed, the chilling truth of the situation becoming clear. He knew the name of the cause, the artificial demon god's drug. He explained a member of the Garden of Despair had used this before. The drug, he concluded, must have been mixed into the rations beforehand. The official found it impossible that traitors could exist within their territory. Eld reasoned the sabotage occurred before the supplies were even delivered. He realized this was not a simple failure, but a far more insidious plot. A sudden cold wave of dread washed over him as he connected the dots. He feared the same horrifying event could be happening in Migas's lands. The scene shifts, the sky clearing as the story moves to another location. A remote outpost sits nestled under a massive, cavernous rock overhang. In its dusty streets, a man's face contorted in agony as he collapsed. He lay dead in the dirt, another victim of the spreading, silent poison. Two pairs of armored boots walked past his body, their owners unconcerned. A man on a wooden palisade spotted the approaching figures and called out. He asked if they were the adventurers sent by Count Megas to help. Meera stood at the head of the group, confirming their welcome arrival. Elsewhere, a small bell rang, announcing a delivery at another settlement. A new delivery person arrived at a door, a large pack on their back. A woman thanked her, mentioning they need more food for their growing numbers. She noted the delivery person was new, who cheerfully confirmed the change. The new girl turned away, her smile becoming a cold, sinister grin.